What's up, Wizards? It's Dev. You have joined us live on the Twitch.tv to rate every stinking card in the set. We're looking at Mtg Foundations tonight, and I have got 470 different card images downloaded for this thing, which is so many. Some more cards than we've ever looked at, but a few things to go over before I click on a braid and officially get the speedrun timer started here that I want to go over as quickly as possible. Yeah, that might be a lot of cards. It's more cards than we've ever looked at, but none of them are double-sided, and this isn't a very texty set. It's not a whole lot of super wordy cards in here. It's a very simple set, so I hope that will translate to getting through it quite a little bit quicker than we usually do in some ways. But also I fear that might result in a cluster of somewhat average scores or even below average scores. If you're not familiar with the rating system, we've been doing it on a 10 cards rated for a while, over 120 videos at this point, but it's from 1 to 10. I usually don't go under 1, so let's just call it from 1 to 10, 10 being the absolute best and 1 being the absolute most garbage. Why would this card even see print, right? But this is for standard. Usually over there in the 10 cards rated series, I do it for casual commander, which is this huge format, and commander's a whole different beast. Standard is a little bit different, so keep that in mind as we wade through the cards tonight. But that's basically all I've got, is a very quick explanation of the scoring system and a reminder that, yeah, it's a lot of cards, but a lot of them are simple. A lot of them are reprinted. I think that's the last thing I wanted to say, is that I won't be, reading every single reprint to you, especially the ones that are like super famous. I won't be reading all of two, but I'll try to read, or at least, get the gist of all the brand new stuff in the set. So hopefully that'll keep our time down too, because I think most people know what a lot of these reprints are. But with that said, everyone, I think it's time to open this Pandora's box, and I'll see you on the other side, and you start the timer now. We'll see where we get from there. Here's a braid, everybody, as we go in alphabetical order. This is IF11. Is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant, in which you choose 1. It deals 3 damage to a creature, destroy target artifact. I'm reading this because it's the first card, but you probably know what a braid does. A braid's a pretty good baseline card, and I think as far as removal spells go, slightly above the baseline. So again, in the context of standard, which I won't say every time, but I want to say to start things off, I'm going to give a braid a 6.32. I think this is actually a great removal spell that over the next 5 years, I want to get that out of my system now too. 5 years in standard. That's true of all of these cards. Is going to have a lot of work to do in red decks. But next is Abyssal Harvester. This is a brand new card, and it's rare too. 3 mana, 1 and 2 black for a 3/2 demon warlock. You can tap him to exile a dude from a yard that was put there this turn. You get a copy of it, except it's a nightmare in addition to its other types, and exile all the other nightmare tokens you control when this action completes. So this can get a thing that you discarded that turn. Maybe you get a guy back that died in combat that turn, or to a removal spell. You can kill one of your opponent's guys, right, and get it back from their graveyard. You can mill your opponent or you, right, and get the creature back like that. So this has a lot of spread on it in terms of what it's allowed to actually get back, but it can only ever really get back like, one dude at a time, and then that guy has to die, or something juicier has to go in the yard before you get something else back. This is a 3-drop that dies to cut down. You'll hear me say that, or a 4-drop that dies to cut down. It's something that a mark, a check, a gate that you have to be able to get through in some ways to be a standard playable card. There's some things that get through it by just being such a good card, or a card that keeps coming back, like Unstoppable Slasher is a black 3-drop that sort of passes that check, even though it dies to cut down, right? Because it comes back. But in Abyssal Harvester's case, you have to wait a whole turn to use it. You have to set it up well, but there is a lot of spread of playability here. So in the context of standard, I think that I'm going to give this a slightly above average grade. We'll go 5.68 on Abyssal Harvester. I do think this has setups that allow it to be a pretty good Magic card. Just like some other cards that we've seen recently, if it's left unchecked for a turn, it can do some real damage. There's no telling what your opponent's going to do with it if you actually let them do the thing. So it's a little bit scary. Next is Adamant Will, 2 mana. This is one of the not so great reprints, but a decent little combat trick. +2/+2 and indestructible at instant speed for 2 mana. Will do work in draft, and indestructible is pretty nice. It really is. So I think maybe the Boros, decks that play like Shard Mage's Rescue along with Slick Shot and stuff like that. They might look at a card like this because it's a pump spell. They want pump spells, right? And they want the indestructible thing. But ultimately, not actually that great of a Magic card. I'm going to give it a 4.5 because at the end of the day, it's just kind of a okay pump spell. Right. Adaptive Automaton. This is a neat little reprint to get back that works for Kindred decks or whatever you want to call them. You know, it's fine, whatever. So this I do like, but I don't think does like all of the work in the world, but it's an Anthem effect. You know, it's an Anthem effect. I wish it was just, I wish the word other wasn't on it. But apart from that, I think that if these kind of, creature type matters decks, again, whatever you want to call them, are good in standard, then like this might be part of, the building blocks of making whatever kind of those decks you want, right? Like we have plenty of support for squirrels or whatever right now. We got a bunch of Bloomburrow squirrel support, rabbits, whatever, but this will help prop up creature type decks that like don't have a lot of support. And I kind of like that about you want to make spiders, throw an adaptive automaton, give all your spiders +1/+1. So I think it's a neat card to have in standard for a few years. I'm going to give it a 4.9. Well, let's go 5. Let's just go baseline 5 on this because I think it does do some work in those decks, but it won't be in all of those decks. It just won't. So again, kind of a baseline thing here, but one that I like access to. Adventuring Gear. I like this, man. A neat little reprint from Zendikar that not everyone's seen before. It's just a little thing, little equipment. It's got landfall. Whenever you landfall, the thing this is equipped to gets +2/+2 till end of turn. And it costs like nothing. It costs 1 mana to get out and 1 mana to equip. I think this is actually really neat in Aftermath Analyst decks or Lumrud decks or any of these landfall piles that play like Vine Lasher. There's a card in this set that I also think might make these landfall decks pop off. There's a couple, but this is one of them. This is definitely one. I think that like, maybe just a one of, might actually be pretty decent, especially if the thing you have it equipped to has trample or whatever. And on certain turns, you just get in for 30 trample and win with Adventuring Gear. So again, it costs next to nothing to play this card other than the opportunity cost. So I think that there might be a chance at it. We'll give it a 4.35. 4.39. We'll go 4.39. Because I think it's pretty niche, but the niche is good. It could see play. Aegis Turtle, this is just a 1 mana 0/5. Cool dude, but I can't score him too high. We'll just go with, I'll go all the way up to 3 on this, which is higher than I really want to go, but 1 mana 0/5 is a lot of butt on turn 1 for deterring aggro decks, and then like, in certain piles later, it becomes basically a 1 mana 5/5, depending on like what kind of butt matters deck you're playing, kind of Arcades the strategist, whatever. So it's not bad. I'll land at 3 on this. Ether Rise is back. Yeah, so not Settle the Wreckage, but it is pretty easy to add to your deck, blue card, that for 4 mana returns all attackers to their owner's hand. This is a card that's actually really scary to have in standard. A super annoying thing Ether Rise is. And I'm going to shoot a 6 at it, I think. I think Ether Rise is at least a 6. The problem with Ether Rise is that most control decks that want a card like this have better access to sweepers than Ether Rise, right? But that said, I think that tempo-y decks might look into this, especially in boards. But Ether Rise can just be a decent blue sweeper. I'm looking forward to trying to play it in like a mono blue kind of deck. So I like Ether Rise. I think it's a slick reprint and may show up from time to time. Keep it in mind. Affectionate Indrik is 6 mana for a 4/4. This is a reprint too. It fights a thing when it enters the battlefield if you want it to. Apparently, according to the flavor, what it's doing is it's knocking your opponent's creature off a bridge. So that's kind of neat. This is not good. We'll give it a 3.2 because it's green removal. That's all. Aggressive Mammoth, speaking of green reprints right here, this is a 6 mana 8/8 trample that gives all your other guys trample. In the context of expensive guys in standard, he's just not very good, but giving everything trample's fun. And you think about the rate you're paying, 6 mana is not a bad deal for an 8/8, right? It has the ability it needs to have at that size to be D's. So not terrible, but it's Timmy bait. So we'll go with a 4.78 8 on that. A Johnny, Collar of the Pride, our first Planeswalker, a 3 mana 4 loyalty dude. It's +1 is a +1/+1 counter on a guy. The -3 is a guy gains flying and double strike till you UFT, and then the -8 is you get X 2/2 cat creatures where X is your life total, which is a slick little ultimate, but sometimes you'll get to it when you're like 4 life and it doesn't do anything. I guess you get 8 power on 4 guys, whatever. But the -3 is the best ability on this card, always has been, always will be. So I think that's cool, but I don't know if the card is like great for standard. I'm still going to give it a 5.37 because I really like that -3. I really do. A Johnny's Pridemate. What do you give a Johnny's Pridemate? This is the guy that gets bigger when you gain life. The quintessential that guy. There's a bunch of them in this set, but this is the one that's been with us the longest. A Johnny's Pridemate is a 5.8, I want to say. Again, pretty niche, only goes in the one deck, right? But is a must play in a lot of those decks. That said, you know, we got Essence Channeler, we have Amalia. Those are just better than a Johnny's Pridemate. It's the baseline version of this thing. So it's not as good as it once was. It isn't. But those cards I would rate, you know, a 6 point something. So I think a Johnny's Pridemate's in line with the correct score here. Alesha, Who Laughs at Fate. A lot of people, I've had some disagreements this season over this card. 3 mana, 1 in Rakdos for a 2/2 legendary human warrior with first strike. When she attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever you raid at the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, return a creature card with mana value less than or equal to Alesha's power from your yard to the battlefield. So this can have some relevance the turn it comes into play because of the raid ability. Right? If you play this on 3, it's not too hard to attack with something. And if that creature dies in combat, you can bring it back with Alesha's ability, which is really, really cool. You know, the first strike is pretty nice. You know, when it does end up attacking, she'll end up being a 3/3 the first turn that she gets to attack. So those are all kind of cool things to point out. I think Alesha's not a bad Magic card, but I think it's like slightly overrated, right? I think this might be, though, in some ways better than like Infamous Cruel Claw and Florian at a, you know, similar mana cost, right? Rakdos mana cost. And it's even, I think some people want to make it comparable to like Glissa, and I don't think that it's quite there. That said, you know, in Rakdos, just the right Rakdos build, it could be playable. Get back your Deep Cavern Bat, get back a Lizard that died or something, but I'm just not sure that it is quite there. But I'm still going to give Alesha like, you know, a 5.28. And I know that sounds kind of low, but I don't actually expect that much from Alesha. But hopefully I get shut up because it's a cool Magic card that does give you a lot of value over the game. It doesn't have to attack itself, right, to get you the value, but I still think that people are overrating the rate at which that value will come, right? I really do. But next is Ambush Wolf. This is 3 mana for a 4/2 wolf with flash. When it enters, exile a card from your yard. This is actually kind of neat. I do like the art by Paolo Parente here, but it can be used as a removal spell. It can be used when your opponent targets a card in their graveyard to reanimate it or whatever they're doing. And you ambush wolf, you get a body on the table, and you get to wreck their reanimator spell. Scrub, right? So that's kind of neat, but it won't see actual play, despite how kind of neat, you know, how decent the card is. It really is. I just don't think it touches anywhere. So, man, a 3 mana, 4 power flash guy with an ETB trigger. That's the Magic we're in right now. I'm just not quite seeing it. I'm going to give this card a 4.2, however, because I do think that a lot of the elements come together. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Ancestor Dragon is up next from the beginner's box. This is 6 mana, 4 and 2 white for a 5/6 dragon with flying. Whenever one or more creatures you control attack, you gain 1 life for each attacking creature. So very close to the Linden ability. She's also in this set. This card costs too much. This is the Mahamoti Jin rate, right? 6 mana for a 5/6 flyer. Even with a pretty cool ability, and this one doesn't have to attack either to get the, you know, value. Just whenever anything attack. You get a life for each attacking creature. It's kind of neat, but it's not enough for 6 mana, I think, to like really compete in standard. So I'm going to go with a 4.49 on this because you are a big flying dragon. You do cool things, but Even the decks that look like they wanted life gain, they're not going this high on the curve for the most part. Next is Angelic Destiny, 4 mana, 2 and 2 white for an aura that enchants a creature. This is a reprint, but it's really good. Enchanted creature gets +4/+4, has flying and first strike, and it's an angel too. When the enchanted creature dies, you return Angelic Destiny to its owner's hand. It has really nice art here, by the way. Fantastic art by Jana Schirmer and Johannes Voss, if I'm reading that correctly. Gorgeous what they did here. But aside from all that wastes time in the speed run, but I do want to give them some credit because it's amazing. This is an overcosted aura. I said it's really good earlier, but that depends on what context we're talking. I kind of like this in the casual commander environment, but like I said, we're mostly rating for standard here. And I don't think that, say, the blue-white auras decks, that, the deck this card is most likely to slot into wants this. It costs too much, right? They can do this with, as far as the power toughness boost, they can do it with 1 ethereal armor now. So, that's a quarter the cost of this. I don't think they play this. So I'm not sure I see a standard deck that wants it. And in the context, again, of standard, I think I have to give this card like a 4.4. Something, let's just throw a 4.4 even on it. Because I don't really expect too much from it there. But, there will be a time when someone resolves this on the arena and it wins them the game against you. This card is fun. Especially when they stick it. But it's kind of tough to stick. And even then, even if it comes back to their hand, you're getting tempo on them. They swing in with their huge guy. And then you go for the throat it. And yeah, Angelic Destiny comes back to their hand, but they lost a combat step worth of damage from it. And now they have to play it again. That's mana that's tied up. So it's just, in standard, I just think it's not great, but I still like the card. Angel of Finality is a reprint, but a lot of people haven't seen it. It's 4 mana, 3/4 angel with flying. And when it enters, exile a player's graveyard. Not actually terrible out of the sideboard against some of the stuff that's happening. Squirming Emergence and other, decks like that. But the problem is the best reanimator decks like Emergence will probably be able to hit Emergence before you can even play Angel. So you're better off with, Ghost Vacuum and Soul Guide Lantern or whatever. So, which is in this set. So I'm not too sure that this really has a place in standard being so expensive, but there is kind of an Angels deck you could cobble together. This could go in the sideboard of. It gets you a body and wrecks your opponent's plan when they're on a very specific plan. So it's not terrible. I'll go with a solid 4 point. Well, I gave the last card a 4.4 mostly because I liked it. So I'll give this a 4.3 because I just don't think it has sort of the upper ceiling that it needs to have, but it can be annoying some of the times. I just think we have better ways of doing this. Angel of Vitality is 3 mana, 2 and a white for an angel with flying. This is also a reprint. If you gain life, you gain that much life +1. Whenever this creature gets +2/+2 as long as you have 25 or more life. So, sometimes it'll be a 4/4, but not super often. The last time this was in standard, I felt like it was mostly, a card people tried out in life gain and then got cut. It was a card people tried in Angels when Righteous Valkyrie was in standard. And Angels was kind of a life gain thing. And then cut it. It just was never quite where it needed to be to really see standard play in a deck that was always B tier anyway. So what does that make this? You'll see me put on my Spy Cat a lot tonight. I tend to be very optimistic about cards because I just like Magic cards. And I'll talk about how this goes in Cube, or I can't wait to have stories with this on the arena and make some content with it, or, maybe I'll put this in my budget thing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I like Magic cards, and I think a lot of them have a good place and a lot of places. But in videos like this, where we're just like evaluating for competitive standard play, you will see me put on my butthole Spy Cat and be like, card's bad, move on. So in this case, I should have done that. And I will probably do it more as we move through the cards tonight. And I just wanted to get that out of my system. Angel of Vitality is kind of like a 4, even with that cool first line of text. Sometimes cool is just not enough. And Angel is kind of one of those cases. An Offer You Can't Refuse is a reprint that was going like $4.25 before this reprint. It'll probably go much cheaper now. This is just kind of a neat little counter a non-creature thing. So a negate for a single blue mana, but the controller gets 2 treasure tokens. The secret has always been, though, that if you are countering the spell that wins the opponent their game, then you don't care. They get 2 treasure tokens. I don't think this sees too much standard play, though. It didn't the last time it was in standard, which wasn't that long ago, right? So I'm just going to give an offer, again, in the context of standard, which I hope that's the last time I have to say that. I'm going to try to stop myself from now on. I'm going to give this just like a 3.7 because negate will, and we've seen this bear out in the past, negate will be better than this most of the time. And either way, it's just a sideboard piece. Next is Anthem of Champions. So 2 mana, right? Just Selesnya colors for an enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Solid. Solid. Not overpowered, not amazing. You do have to think about opportunity costs when you put this into your deck, right? And it's just an Anthem, and that's all it does, and it takes up a whole turn, not being a creature in your aggro deck. So, like, there are definitely downsides, even in today's Magic, especially in today's Magic, cards like this. So, you have to understand that, but I still think that 2 mana for an Anthem is a pretty good rate, no matter what you're playing. So, let's put a 6.4 on this card. I think it deserves it, especially given the amount of, again, we're not so much rating for this tonight, but the amount of commander play this will eventually see, it's in the discussion. Apothecary Stomper is 6 mana for a 4/4 elephant with vigilance. When it enters, choose one of these two. Either you gain 4 life or one of your guys gets 2 +1/+1 counters. It can even be the Apothecary Stomper. It could even be a boat like your Subterranean Schooner. It could be. But anyway, this could be like a 6 mana 6/6 vigilance, dangerously close to a Colossal Dreadmaw. Or gain you some life. Drafty card. Let's throw a 3.3 on it, actually. Actually kind of like both ETB options, and it's got a keyword ability. It could be way worse. Arabo the First Fang is 3 mana for a 2/2 legendary cat avatar. Other kitties you control get +1/+1. And whenever this guy or another non-token cat you control enters, create a 1/1 white cat creature token. That's a lot of cats. That's how cats multiply in real life. Trust me, I would know. Not even because they do biological stuff. It's just like you see a cat outside and you're like, hey buddy, what's going on? You bring it in the house and you call animal control and they're like, well, you can't pick it up. And you call the shelters and they're like, oh sure, it's like $200 for you to donate a cat to us. And you're like, oh, I only have $2. And then you put it on next door like, hey, anybody lose a cat? And there nobody bites on that. So now you just have a cat. And this happens 7 times. Arabo the First Fang, though, get out of my own personal experiences, is is okay, obviously, in the cat decks, but I think it's good in the Changelings decks, too. If you have a reliable way of getting decent cats into play, you don't even have to be playing like a dedicated cat deck. Just a cat every now and again ain't bad either. I like it, but I don't think cats will be the best deck in Standard anytime soon, as much as it pains me horribly to say such things. But I'm still going to give this a 5.6. I think it's a workable Anthem effect, and any Anthem effect that makes tokens, which it then benefits with its Anthem effect, is very sick. This is 3 mana for 4 power and stats on 2 guys, even before it creates any other value for you. And let's go. That's pretty good. So I do like Arabo. Next is Arbiter of Woe, 6 mana for a 5/4 demon. As an additional cost to cast him, sack a dude, he's got flying. When he enters, each opponent discards a card, you lose 2 life. You draw a card, gain 2 life. So if you reanimate him, you don't have to sack a guy. Think about that. And you just reanimate him, and you have a 5/4 flyer. You draw a card, you gain 2, they discard, they lose 2. That's actually a really crazy ETB trigger. And then you blink it, or you copy it, or like whatever's going on. We'll do it in terms of content creation, but it's probably not actually good given all the options we have right now. So I'm just going to put like a 3.6 on this dude. I think he's okay. I really do. Arcane Epiphany is a reprint. This is the 5 mana instant that draws 3, but if you have a wizard, it costs 4 mana. It becomes an instant speed Harmonize if you have a wizard. I guess 5 mana instant speed to draw 3 actually could be worse. It really could, but we just have, again, better options. Intrude on the Mind, and even Quick Study I might rather play over something like this. It always costs 3. It never costs 4. And 5 is right out, to quote Monty Python. Remember when Magic the Gathering, all it was quoting Monty Python for 3 hours in a row? You remember that? Anyway. Arcane Epiphany is like a 4.3 because it draws 3 cards at instant speed. That's that's the floor of the card. So I'm kind of giving it too hard of a time here, I think. I really do. Arcanus the Omnipotent is back, baby. 6 mana for a 3/4 Wizard. He's legendary. You tap him to draw 3. Speaking of drawing 3, but you can also pay 4 mana to return him to its owner's hand. So Sweet Art. You see what I'm saying? It's by Justin Sweet, so that was a pun. But it is actually Sweet Art. I love this art. This is cool, but it's not good. It's just, in this day and age especially, this is even more intro packy than it's ever been. But Arcanus has a special place in a lot of Magic players' hearts. A lot of people love Arcanus. I wish I could give this an honorable 5, like we were doing the 10 random cards rated series, but I think that I can't take the coward's way out. in this video. So in this day and age, I just have to give Arcanus like a 3.9. He's 6 mana. He'll never survive if he ever gets to tap. Like, sure, you draw 3. It cost you 6 mana and you had to wait a turn. I don't know, man. If you do ever return him to your hand, sure, he survived a removal spell or a sweeper or something, but then you have to pay 6 more to get him down, wait another turn, tap him down to draw. Arcanus, man, an exercise, just a lesson for a lot of people. Blue mages can be Timmys too. In their own way, blue mages can be Timmys too. And when you're just starting out, I think Arcanus is a lesson that, like, I may be a blue mage, but there are some things I just cannot do. Feasibly do. And Arcanus is one of those things. I think it's valuable. Archmage of Runes is up next. 5 mana, 3 and 2 blue for a 3/6 giant wizard. Instant and sorcery spells you cast, and only you. It costs 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. Now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking. I think that this is much better, actually, than Arcanus. Even though if you wanted to be a butthole, you could probably say they're similar cards, right? One costs 5, one costs 6, one draws 3, takes a turn to do that. One needs fuel to draw 3 cards and takes a turn to do that most of the time. You do it on curve, right? So I just think, though, that this is just a really exciting line of text. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, draw a card is busted. It's cracked entirely towards the center of the earth. When they made this card, they hit it with a sledgehammer and it went all the way into the crust, the inner crust, the magma, and now... You see what I'm trying to say? This card is not just split in half. I'm not saying that the card itself is busted. I shouldn't say that. Again, I'm talking about this line of text. Once you get the card into play or a copy of the card or whatever you're doing, however you're cheating to make it happen, you little freak, because that's probably how you have to do it. This line of text is extremely dangerous. It really is. So I think that this card is pretty good. I really do. It's kind of one of my honorable mention-y sort of cards for the set in some ways. This first line of text is on like 2 mana cards, so it's not that big of a deal. But it does help you sling spells to draw more cards. So like keep in mind that these 2 lines tie into one another. But ultimately, really slick card, not only for like simplified cubes and teaching a player how to play cubes, which I think is its function in the set, period. But probably going to do some work at pre-release. I should say that. And just all around, I think there might be a deck here or there that effectively uses this card as a combo piece. Once they can cheat it into play, they can probably cast like free spells or, plotted spells or something like that to where they can start like really getting the card draw flowing. And you can like make copies of it with certain things and start getting the ball rolling that way. I really think there could be something there because that line of text is so powerful. There's an old rule in Magic, before I move on from this card, there's an old rule in Magic that almost no matter how powerful the text, how much the card costs to cast, almost no matter how much the card costs to cast, if the text box is powerful enough, people will find a way. And this could be one of those cards. So I want to give this a solid 6.3. And again, that is a pretty solid score. I think this could see some play here or there because that ability is abusable. It really is. Archway Angel is the Gates Angel. You gain 2 life for each gate you control when the 6 mana 3/4 flyer enters. If Gates is a thing, then it's okay, but it still costs way too much mana, right? So just like a 2.9. Armasaur Guide is 5 mana for a 4/4 dino with vigilance. When you attack with 3 or more dudes, put a +1/+1 counter on a dude you control. Yeah, it's a lot of dudes. I have to attack with a lot of dudes to get this to pop off. But in draft, it's a 5 mana 4/4 keyword ability guy with more juice. So, it's not terrible. I will give this a 2.7. Ashroot Animist is a 4 mana 4/4 trample in Gruul. Whenever it attacks, another dude you control gains trample and gets +X/+X till end of turn. X being Ashroot's Animist power. Card's a little bit better than it looks. This is a 4-drop that you have to wait, again, to get value out of. But once you do get value out of this, too, I just think that's something you need to remember. People said that about Sheldred. You have to wait to get value out of this. All it does is sit around. It doesn't do anything when it comes out, and all the old arguments, right? But we see 3 and 4 drop creatures that may not do anything, Glissa, when they enter the battlefield, right? But untap with them in play, and they start to go kind of bonkers. And I think that Animist is neat in that regard. First, if you give him haste, you engineer a way to give him haste, he becomes very dangerous. But even without the haste, once you get to the first attack step where he's live, he has trample, which is a good keyword. But also, he's kind of producing 8 power on 4 mana. And if like Anzrag the Quake Mold didn't see any play, then I don't have that much hope for this. But obviously, just like Halana and Elena, which are also in this set, this increases the other creature's power as by a factor of this guy's power. You know, it's not always going to be 4. Sometimes it can be 5, 6, 7, 8, depending on what you've done with Animist since you've cast it. So I do think there's a way to go off with this, and they ping off of each other really well if you get 2 copies of them and play attacking. So that's something I wanted to point out too. But altogether, I think it's better than it looks. Not necessarily a sleeper or anything, just a little bit better than it looks. I will give this card a 5. I think this is basically the baseline. But next is Aurelia the War Leader. This does cost 6 mana, 2 and double red, double white for a 3/4 legendary angel with flying, vigilance, and haste. And when it attacks for the first time each turn, untap all the dudes you control. After this phase, there's an additional combat. So it's one of those. It's a way to get an additional fight step. But this one has haste, so it just comes out of nowhere. Gross. Works really well with push-pull. I want you guys to remember that. Right now, push-pull costs us exactly as much as it would cost to just play Aurelia, but in this case, you get to surprise attack. Throw in Aurelia and, I don't know, Vaultborn Tyrant, get 2 attack steps with them or something, right? A tally. Throw in Aurelia and a tally, get 2 attack steps with them. And then sack them at end of turn or whatever. So that seems okay to me. Same thing with like Smuggler's Surprise. I know that it's best to do Aurelia stuff on your turn, but on your first main phase, you could throw down Aurelia and a huge or Atraxa or whatever, and then attack with them twice, and that's an easy 20 plus damage. So this, enables a lot of OTKs that we didn't necessarily, 1-turn kills that we didn't have access to before, and I think she might end up being kind of important in a Reanimator deck here or there, or against Smuggler's Surprise, or something else that can put together these like big, out of nowhere one-shots. So kind of love it. This plus Overlord of the Boiler Bilges with push-pull. Boiler Bilges come in, does 4 damage, attacks, because it has haste, does 4 damage on the attack, can untap and attack again and get another 4 damage. So, we're on 20 easy at this point. That's 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 19. That's 19, actually. So, again, just you don't have to play bad cards in your deck, and you can make some pretty ridiculous things happen with Aurelia. So, despite the 6 mana price tag, I think this definitely has places to go. I will give Aurelia a 7, and I mean it. This card's just solid. More than solid. Authority of the Consuls is a single white mana for an enchantment. Creatures your opponents control enter tapped. Whenever a creature an opponent controls enters, you gain 1 life. Very good reprint, especially for sideboards, I think, in this set. And against mono red, it seems to be great. They have a lot of haste creatures and stuff. Gruul has a lot of haste creatures. And obviously the life gain will help too. This will also trigger life gain on your opponent's turn for your life gain deck with like Essence Channelers, Amalias, and whatever you're doing. So that's neat. That could just go in the main depending on what your build looks like. But yeah, perennial sideboard all-star for the next 5 years against aggro decks. I'm going to give this a 7 as well, which is wild because I think some people are going to think the Aurelia score was too high, and I think some people might think the Authority score is too high. But if anything, I think that the Authority score is too low. I think you could put this at a 7.5 for standard and kind of be correct. I think you could go that high, but I'm not going to. This is a great card for standard that will have some relevance right out of the box, day 1. Axgard Cavalry is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Dwarf Berserker. You can tap it to give a guy haste till end of turn. That's fine, but it's basically not playable in standard. We've seen a few iterations of this. It's never done the work it seems like it could do. Although the art is great. It's a dwarf riding a little goat. That's great. But this is like a 4. No, I was going to say 4, but it's nowhere near that much. This is like a 3.2. I do like the idea of like giving everything haste till the rest of the game. That seems all right, but then you have to play this instead of a better 2-drop. And that's What now? Checkmate. Ailey Eternal Pilgrim is back. 2 mana Orzhov colors for a 2/3 legendary core cleric with death touch. Pay 1, sack another creature to gain life equal to the sacked creature's toughness. You can also pay 3 mana and sack another dude to exile a non-land permanent. But you can only do this if you have at least 10 more life than your starting total. In my experience, you don't often get off that second ability, but it's good when you can do it. Don't expect it to. And I don't like that the sacrifice ability costs mana. Right, but altogether, this could be a decent deck because it does seem like there is a crossroads, right? There's an Aristocrats, like a sacrifice deck, and there's also, an Orzhov life gain deck, and this too sits perfectly at the intersection of those two decks in a way that could aid them very, very well. So I like Ailey. I think we're going to try to give this another shot at standard playability. We are going to give Ailey a 5.8. I think that's what you get. Bailey. You're a good one. I do like her. Azorius Guildgate. So Guildgates at large. This is the only Guildgate I've got a card image of. Sorry about that. I know it's cheating to some of you, but I will give Guildgates like a 4.9. Basic lands typically get a 5. And I want to give Guildgates a 5 because they produce both colors, but them coming to play tapped and not doing anything, actually I think does make them in some cases worse than a basic, especially given all the options you have for duels. So 4.9. They're still dual lands. They are still, at the end of the day, they're still dual lands. Bacon to a Pie is 4 mana. It's a reprint, a decent one. Just 4 mana instant speed to blow up a guy and make a food token. Fun in draft, but nowhere outside of there. Although people insist that it's standard playable in the arena. I don't think so. We'll give this, I really don't, man. I'm sorry. We'll give this a 3.8 because it's an instant speed removal spell that isn't 12 mana. Ball Lightning, everybody. You know what this does, right? 3 mana for a 6/1 trample haste, sack it at the end step. Take 6. just take 6, man, on turn 3. Card is basically a burn spell, and I do think it could show up in the burn decks. I really do think there's a very good burn deck right now. That is probably Boros, and in that case, I'm not sure Ball Lightning's really the card for it, but I still think maybe we could make it work. I really do. Ball Lightning's an exciting reprint. The Dark is my favorite set. This is originally from the Dark. It's been one of my favorite cards since I started playing Magic, and one of my most feared cards to run into since I started playing. Never know when you're going to untap, or when you're going to say go, and they're just going to throw down the BL and hit you right in your stupid face for 6 mana. You're never going to know what happened. Love you, Ball Lightning, but what is the actual rating on this card in Standard right now? I think this card is a 5.97. 5.97 for old Shocky Balls over here. I think that's probably correct. Not the best card in the world, but I think this could show up. I think there's a workable burn deck right now, and Ball Lightning is a part of it. Next is Ballyrush Banneret. This is 2 mana, 1 and a white. For a 2/1 Kithkin Soldier. Other Kithkin and Soldier spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. There is a Soldier's deck in Standard right now, but it doesn't play that many 2 and 3 mana Soldiers. But this would help you cast your Coppercoat Vanguards and your Valiant Veterans and your Siege Gang, your Siege Guard, whatever they're called, the 3 mana guy that Luminarch Aspirants every turn. That guy. He makes tokens when your soldiers die. That guy. So it does reduce the cost of some of them, but I'm still not quite sure that it really makes the cut given like the card quality of that deck. Harbin in the 2-drop slot, 2 other cards I've already mentioned, so we'll see about it. However, I am going to give the card a 4.6. Very niche and may not even help the decks it needs to help, but cost reduction is always a good ability. It's always a good ability. Balmore Battle Mage Captain, a cool reprint here that hasn't done anything in Standard so far, but I've always loved this in spell slinging, attacking decks, right? But, between Slick Shot, Monastery Swiftspear, we just probably have better options in those decks for creatures, so it's, Balmore just never quite makes the cut. But I do like this guy so much that I'm going to give him a 4.78, which is pretty high. I don't know that he deserves that, but I think that Spellslinger decks for the next 5 years have access to this dude, and maybe eventually he'll be the best thing for him, and they'll be one of the best decks in the environment. We'll see. Banishing Lights, solid reprint, basically Oblivion Ring, right? What do you give Banishing Light? I think this is pretty baseline. I will give this a 5. I will. I think Banishing Light is a 5, removal spell. Triggers Eerie in Standard, triggers Enchantress and stuff like that. And hits any non-land permanent, which is always better than you think. So despite the fact there's a lot of enchantment removal in Standard, like Banishing Light is always a decent baseline. It doesn't deserve a 5, does it? It doesn't. 4.9. Banner of Kinship is up next. This is the new coat of arms. 5 mana for an artifact. When it enters, choose a creature type. This artifact enters with a fellowship counter on it for each creature you control of the chosen type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1 for each fellowship counter on this banner. So, yeah, if you play it on 5, you'll probably have like 3-4 elves or whatever. I think if you can make this +3/+3, then it's probably worth it. But you really want it to be +4/+4, +5/+5, +6/+6. That's kind of tough to truly pull off. I think rabbits have a shot at it. Elves obviously have a shot at it in Standard. They can ramp into it a little bit quicker. For rabbits, it might be a little bit too expensive to play. I'm not too sure. So I've got my doubts about this in Standard. If we were rating for Commander, I would give it a much higher score. But as it is, I think these like Kindred decks in Standard might not ever necessarily want to play a card this expensive unless it's specifically elves or, something else can ramp into it very easily. So again, elves is the prime suspect here, but that's probably close to it for the most part. But I do like the idea of a coat of arms you can lock into one number. That's cool. So I will give this a 5.53 in Standard. But again, if we're talking Commander, it's like an 8-ish, like 7.9 or something. But in Standard, I'm just not sure it has as much life ahead of it. But it is exciting to have it for as long as we have it. Next is Basilisk Collar. Pretty good reprint here too, man. So it's an equipment that you pay for 1, you equip for 2. That's the worst part of the card is that it equips for 2. Equipped creature has Death Touch and Lifelink. A pretty good set of abilities to have just in your back pocket for the rest of the game. Almost no matter what creature you play. That's pretty good, man. Those are 2 underappreciated abilities that can wreak havoc on a board state. So I like this. I'm not sure where we put it in Standard, not necessarily, but I think there's an argument for an equipment deck. But Basilisk Collar doesn't usually, it works in equipment decks, but it can also go in just like mid-range decks. So it really can, and just be like a hindrance. But I don't know. I kind of have to say, again, in the context of Standard, it's like a 5.4 or something. And even then, I think I'm rating it slightly too high. I worry this won't have much to do, but you can't underrate Basilisk Collar because it will bite you. It will come after you, dude. Death Touch and Lifelink is a pretty disgusting sway of abilities that goes well on everything from a 1/1 to a 6/6. Those are just good abilities. Battle Rattle Shaman is 4 mana. What the heck is this? 4 mana 2/2 Goblin Shaman at the beginning of combat on your turn. You may have a guy get +2/+0 till end of turn. Why not, Bad card. Just overall not too great. Drafty. 1.7 in Standard. Battle Song Berserker is 4 mana for a 3/4 Berserker. It's a human too. Whenever you attack, a creature you control gets +1/+0, gains menace till end of turn. So it doesn't have to attack. That's kind of neat. And it works well with the raid strategy in Limited. Kind of a bread and butter signposty thing. I will give this a 3.6. It ain't too bad. That's a good thing to trigger every single turn. Beastkin Ranger. This is kind of interesting. 3 mana for a 3/3 Elf Ranger with Trample. Whenever another creature you control enters, this dude gets +1/+0 till end of turn. So not a Devilish Valet or anything, but, it's not often that you see this in green. It is an elf. It does have Trample. So in a kind of elf ball strategy where you're playing multiple elves in a turn, then you could give this guy like +3/+0, +4/+0, and you're really going off. It's even more than that, and he attacks for a decent chunk with Trample. But at the same time, I think he still, at the end of the day, just looks kind of drafty. With the 3-drop options we have in elves, Imperious Perfect, Archdruid, Tyvar even, I'm not the Planeswalker, but the creature Tyvar. I'm just not like convinced that this makes any cuts, but it is kind of neat. So I'm going to give this a 3.96. Let's go with that. Big Fin Bouncer is funny art. It's a shark in a coat. Get back in the water. How are you out here? This is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 3/2 Shark Pirate. When it enters, return a creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So sort of mana war effect at 4 mana. They cost an extra mana for an extra point of power, I guess. It's, again, very drafty kind of card, but it's better than it appears in the limited environment. It's not that bad. Good tempo. You get a body on the table. So I think this is like a 3.1, something like that. Billowing Shriek Mass is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 2/3 spirit with flying. When it enters, mill 3 cards. Also has Threshold. So if you have Threshold, it gets +2/+1. It becomes what, a 4/4? Yeah. So a 4 mana 4/4 flyer when you have Threshold, and it gets you half of the way there. Okay, we're actually talking a little bit. I like the ETB mill creatures, but this is just too expensive, even with that kind of decent ETB trigger. So I'm just going to give it a 3.4, something like that. Biogenic Upgrade is 6 mana for a sorcery that distributes 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 creatures, and then you double the number of +1/+1 counters on those guys. 6 mana is too much. It just is. Despite the amazing art with the Hammerhead Shark Crab and all that, it's too much. So let's give this a 2.9. Bishop's Soldier is just a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink. That's all it does. Not super exciting, but solid enough to get a 2.8. Bite Down is an instant speed bite effect for 2 mana. That's actually pretty good. I'm going to give it a 4.7. Blanchwood Armor is 3 mana for an aura that enchants a creature. Guy gets +1/+1 for each forest you control. Not as hype as it used to be. A lot of us were Timmies for this card back in the day and then slowly realized, wait a minute, I can do better than this. It's like a relationship. Sometimes you're like, wait a minute, this isn't good enough. So let's you're not putting in any effort, Blanchwood Armor. You just seem cool, but you're not. Underneath it all, you're 3 mana to get blown out. It's lessons you have to learn in life. I'm going to give Armor the honorary 5. I'm not going to do it. Let's give this card like a 3.2. That's what it really deserves. Sorry, bud. Blasphemous Edict is a 5 mana sorcery. You can pay a black if you want to, if there are 13 or more creatures on the table, rather than pay the spell's mana cost. That's probably not going to happen too often. Each player sacks 13 creatures. Okay. Even for 5 mana, that's probably going to do it. That's a black board wipe. And it gets around indestructible and stuff like that. It's not terrible. I would say that's not god-awful. I'm going to give this a 5.4 because it's a sweeper effect in Standard. In Commander, it's a little bit better. It's got the blasphemous, text on it. You can pay black if there's a bunch of creatures in play. So that's not bad. It'll work out there some of the time. But in Standard, bottom line, the floor on the card, 5 mana sweeper that's probably going to do the job. So, sure. Bloodfell Caves is the life gain tap land representative. 5. In this case, it does more than a gate. It's a dual land, right? So 5. And dual lands are good. In case you haven't noticed, dual lands are good. Bloodthirsty Conqueror is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black for a 5/5 Vampire Knight with flying and death touch. Look at this line of text. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. That's exquisite blood. And so, if I'm not mistaken, if you have Enduring Tenacity, which is Sanguine Bond, you win the game when you win life. When you gain any life, you immediately... Because, this guy is when they lose life, you gain life. And then the other one is when you gain life, they lose that much life. So, it seems like that'll do it. There's a bunch of other ways to do it, not just Enduring Tenacity. I think there's a couple other things that do that right now. So, cool, kind of like top of your curve, life gain in the game right now, 1-turn kill combo to assemble in Standard. That I think is neat, but I also think it's possible that like the life gain decks just don't play a 5-drop. They just don't do it. In some cases, Enduring Tenacity is too much to play, and that's a 4-drop. It's way too high up on curve. So I'm not too sure about Bloodthirsty. On turn 4, turn 5, you often want to be reanimating a creature with a Zorline and removal spell, or playing a creature out of your hand removal spell with your 4 or 5 mana. Whereas Bloodthirsty Conqueror, you play it, and it does have a pretty massive effect on the table. Like, if you play Conqueror on 5 and then play Zorline, or you have Zorline out, you attack with Zorline and like 2 or 3 other bats, you gain that life, your opponent loses that life, and then because of that, you gain the life off that 2-mana dude that does damage whenever you gain life. And then, like, they lose more life because of that little machine gun. I love that guy. So, you get what I'm getting at here. This could set up a chain reaction where it does a lot the turn it comes out. So it could be worth 5 mana. I'm over talking it at this point. I have more to say about this card come the one of the lists that we'll get to a little bit later in the season. But I think this is overall very good. Again, if we were looking at Commander beyond the scope of just Standard, card would get an even higher score, but I'm still going to give it a 6 in Standard, despite the really high casting cost, I think, on a card like this. There's just too many fun combo setups, and it's kind of the ultimate, like, win the game engine in your life game deck. It's exactly the effect you want at the top of the curve in life games. So it might be just there. And I haven't even mentioned this, by the way. It attacks and blocks like crazy. Flying Death Touch, on a 5-mana 5/5, that's pretty baseline, but it's still pretty threatening too. So not bad. Bolt Bend is 4 mana for an instant. This is a reprint, but you might not remember it. It costs 3 less to cast if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Change the target spell or ability. Change the target of a target spell or ability with a single target. So a misdirection, a deflection type ability that you can always play for 4, but if you have a huge dude, it costs 1 red mana. This saw sideboard play last time it was in Standard and was actually a pretty tricky addition to certain decks. So wouldn't expect it or wouldn't be surprised to see it show up again here. I'm going to give Bolt Bend a 5.1, and I'm serious. This card is very dangerous, depending on what, instants and sorceries are playable in Standard and how often this card can be played for a single red. Don't overlook it. It's very good. Next is Bolt Wave. It's Lava Spike, a single red mana for a sorcery that does 3 damage to each opponent. Now, Modern has Lightning Bolt and Lava Spike and Bolt Wave. So it has that's at least 3. I think there may be even more, but there's 3, 1 mana ways to deal 3 to the dome. So I think this is playable in Modern Burn, but again, mostly in the context of Standard, where the card is still good. We have Shock. We have another card that shows up later in this analysis. It's actually not too far away. It's in the Beast too. But we have a number of decent 1 mana, burn spells right now. We have good 2 mana burn spells, not just Lightning Helix and Lightning Strike, but we just got Boros Charm from this set. So I think burn is a pretty playable archetype at this moment, and Bolt Wave is a big part of that. We did not get Lightning Bolt like a lot of us thought would maybe happen. They chickened out, but we did get Bolt Wave, and the card is very good. I'm going to give it a 6.5 in Standard. Just a role player, not the best card in the world, obviously, not the most powerful line of text, but I think that this might help, along with Boros Charm, to revive kind of a dead deck in Standard. I think this will count to 20 so much faster with Bolt Wave. This is a very relevant Magic card to get added to the format. Next is, oh my god, Boros Charm. So, in case you haven't seen this in a while, it's Boros Colors, 2 mana for an instant, deals 4 damage to a player or planeswalker, or permanents you control gain indestructible till end of turn, or target creature gains double strike till end of turn. So, again, let's get back to these Boros Slick Shot decks, where this has multiple functions. It ends the game out of nowhere, the first mode. It protects Slick Shot, Monastery Swift Spear, all your Emberheart Challenger, protects them. It's a protection spell, so that's relevant. And gains double strike till end of turn. Again, Slick Shot, Monastery Swift Spear, after you Monstrous Rage, you give them double strike and you win the game that way. So the card is super relevant, I think, for a sort of Boros aggro pump spells, the way we've been building aggro decks in this format. I think the card is very super unbelievably good in such a way that you're actually going to have to sweat how you use it, right? Like, is now the time to Boros Charm, or is then the time to Boros Charm later? What do you do with this card? How do I expend it? Is going to be a big decision. It's that good. So apart from that, I've already said burn decks too probably leverage this card really well. So I just think this card has a lot to do. I think it's one of the more relevant cards in the entire set. And again, if we were doing other formats, maybe I wouldn't score the card so highly, but in Standard, extreme relevance, 6.8, probably even higher actually. I'm going to give the card a 6.9. Yeah, nice, but I think it deserves every point of that score. This is one of the better cards in the set for Standard playability. It's really good. Brass's Bounty, a reprint. For 7 mana, you get a treasure token for each land you control. Pretty decent, if you can do stuff with it, but, not every deck can. Not every deck can, but if you want a bunch of, artifacts to come into play, this is one way of making that happen. If you actually have a plan on spending, 14 mana next turn, this helps you do that. And there are some decks like Doppelgang that are kind of interested in doing that run a ton of lands, run a ton of lamp. They run a ton of lamps. I love lamp. They run a ton of ramp, and they can get to this on turn 4, for turn 5, but a lot of the time turn 4, and then untap on the next turn and then do all their Doppelgang stuff, right? And so I don't think that this is completely unplayable in current standard. So I'm going to give it a 4.9, like pretty niche, but very powerful when you actually get to do the thing, which actually, I think might happen more than you think. Brazen Scourge is 3 mana for a 3/3 gremlin with haste. That's all the card does. It's kind of fine, though. A 3/3 haste, whatever. It reminds me of Star Wars. I don't know why, just the art reminds me of Star Wars. Because it's like Kaladesh, and these are gremlins. This is on Kaladesh. This is, interesting exercise. What do you give this nominally okay creature? 3.4, sure. Brineborn Cutthroat is a reprint, but a good one in the Tempo decks. 2 mana for a 2/1 Merfolk Pirate with Flash. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, it gets a +1/+1 counter. And also, you know what else? It gets annoying quick. It really pretty irritating dude that starts getting to like 4 power and ending the game before you understand what's even happening. I'm going to give this, it's no Fairy Mastermind or anything as far as tempo creatures in blue go, but it's one that I think will see play. I'm going to go with a 5.7 on this, and I mean it. This card is dangerous. Trust me. You'll see. Broken Wings. Take these broken. This is you know what this card does. It's a perennial reprint. It's seen a lot of printings. It is a 4.4 because, sideboard specialist, but nothing wrong with that. It does a lot out of the board, and in certain standards, it's arguably playable out of the main deck in Best of 1 Arena. Bulk Up is 2 mana for an instant that doubles a creature's power and toughness till E of T, and then flashes back for 6 mana. Serviceable. There are some decks where doubling a creature's power is actually better than double strike for whatever reason because, you have an effect that counts a guy's power, things like that. So I don't hate this. Even though we have similar effects to it in standard, we have mostly double strike for 2 mana and instant speed. There's like an adventure guy that does it. Twinferno does it, right? But doubling a creature's power, again, might be a different dimension that we can do cool things with. But it's still in the same league as those cards. I'll give it a 5. Just solid 5. I really think that this is a solid 5. Decent pump spell all day. Burglar Rat. Oh, Ratatouille. He even looks like Remy, doesn't he? Looks exactly like him. Because he's a rat, and so is Remy. They tend to look similar. This is 2 mana for a 1/1 rat. When it enters, each opponent discards a card. Always, again, solid baseline for a magic card. 3.5, something like that. Burnished Heart is 3 mana for a 2/2 artifact elk. You can pay 3 and sack it to search your library for 2 basics. Put them on the battlefield tapped. Shuffle up. So the Heaped Harvest is likely better than this, but Heaped Harvest isn't a body that can like block and do the thing. You know what I mean? But that said, Heaped Harvest does gain you life. It, produces a land up front, whereas this does not do that. Like you can get no lands off Burnished Heart. That sucks. So I'm not too sure, but Burnished Heart is always cool. A commander favorite, but hasn't really seen much standard when it's a play when it's been available to us there. So it probably won't be any different now, but I'll still give this a 4. I think it deserves it. Burog Befuddler is 2 mana for a 2/1 frog wizard with flash. When it enters, a creature an opponent controls gets -1/-0 till end of turn. Not as good as the last flash 2-drop we looked at for sure, but still a fun little ability. I will give him he looks like Glenn from Chrono Trigger and everything with the cowl and all that. He's just very Glennish, but stop it, Devin. I'm going to give this a 3, sure. Burst Lightning. This is the other burn spell I was talking about. At least they printed something better than Shock. This is a single red mana for an instant that deals 2 damage to a target. But if you pay an extra 4 mana into it, that's a kicker 4, you deal 4 damage instead. So if you pay 5 times as much for it, it does double the damage, which does not seem like a good investment, but 4 damage is a lot of damage. You know what I mean? So if you have 4 copies of this, 4 copies of the new Lava Spike, whatever it's called, Bolt something. You have 4 copies of this, 4 copies of that, maybe 4 copies of Shock. You have got an awful lot of 1 mana burn in your deck, and I think you can go somewhere with it. You draw this off the top of your library. 4 damage can be enough to deal the final blow late in the game. So I think Burst Lightning is, we see a lot of Strictly Better Shocks, but I think that Burst Lightning is one of the better Strictly Better Shocks. So I'm going to throw what did I give the other thing? Like a 6.5 or something? I'm going to give this a 6.2. If I was going to, Shock would get like a 5.6. It really would. It's just a serviceable burn spell. Lightning Bolt would get like an 8. You know, so we'll get like a 6.2 or something to Burst Lightning. I think it's going to be really relevant in Standard. Bushwhack. Everybody knows Bushwhack. You know, lay of the land or fight a guy. So Prey Upon or Lay of the Land. You take your pick for a single green. Decent Magic card, man. I think this is a baseline 5 as well. Sees play all the way up to this day. Still sees play. Cackling Prowler is 4 mana for a 4/3 Hyena Rogue with Ward 2. It also has Morbid, so at the beginning of your end step, if a dude died this turn, this guy gets a +1/+1 counter. Very drafty. 4 mana, 4 power guy with Ward is kind of neat, but not good enough. 3.2. Campus Guide is 2 mana for a 2/1 Golem. It's an artifact creature. When it enters, search your library for a basic, reveal it, put it on top. Terrible. Hate putting the card on top. I'm gonna give this a 3. Cancel. What do you give a card like Cancel? Again, I think the baseline is somewhere around actually a 4 nowadays. I'm looking for good. I think that we've really, power creep is a real thing. And there was a point at which Cancel would have been a 5. I don't think it is anymore. Cancel's a 4. Solid Magic card. Carnelian Orb of Dragonkind is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an artifact. Tap it for a red. If you spend that mana on a dragon, that dragon gains haste till end of turn. Pretty cool if you're building a dragon deck, you know. But unlike the 2 mana Orb of Dragonkind, which you can only spend the mana on dragon spells, I think, this you can spend the mana on anything. Is that worth it costing 3? End of the day, it's still a 3 mana rock. You could get a lot worse than that. I'll give the card a 4.6. Cat Collector is 3 mana for a 3/2 human citizen. When it enters, you get a food token, and whenever you gain life for the first time during each of your turns, you get a 1/1 white cat creature token. So you only get 1 token per turn cycle, entire turn cycle. So it's not as good as it looks, but it still has an ETB trigger, and it still explodes, you know, value onto the table as the game goes on. So it's not terrible. I will give this card a 4.3. Cathar Commando, baby, it's back. 3 mana or 2 mana, 3/1 flash guy. You can pay 1 and sack it to destroy an artifact or enchantment. Always an underappreciated card. The people who play this card in the arena, those are the smart people. Those are the smart people, the smartest of the smarty pants. Card never really broke through to tier 1 play, but I don't get it. The card is kind of freaking phenomenal. Always will be good in tempo decks. Excellent way to play to the board. Have a decent blocker that trades with stuff, does decent damage in combat, and blows up the Caretaker's talent. What do you want from a Magic card? 5.1. I like her a lot. Celestial Armor is also good. It's a good 3 mana white card this time around. It's an equipment that equips for 4 mana, 3 and a white, but it has flash, and when it enters, you attach it to a creature you control. The creature you attach it to gets hexproof and indestructible till EOT. It also gets +2/+0 and has flying forever. That's just what armor does. This card is good to me. Sure, it costs 3 mana for a savior guy, like, you know, kind of a counter spell against a removal spell or something like that. But it's more than that. It also gives the guy indestructible, so that'll save it in combat situations. It gives the guy a power boost, so sometimes that means it will not die in combat and kill a dude it's not supposed to be able to kill, and like completely swing the game in your favor. So I do like that, you know. It's got a cool combat application that can, you know, swing that pendulum while also just being a counter spell against the go for the throats or whatever that makes your dude even better, which I just think this is all good. Remember Maul of the Skyclaves? This isn't exactly Maul of the Skyclaves, but Maul of the Skyclaves that can like save your dude for a turn and give it flying. I'm kind of into it a little bit, man. I'm going to give this card a 6.6 because you can't stop me. I actually think that even at 3 mana, this is a pretty good effect. It's just going to have to find its deck. It's just going to have to find its deck. I think it's quite good. Next is Cemetery Recruitment. A reprint, 2 mana for a sorcery that puts a creature card from your yard into your hand. However, if you've chosen a zombie for this action, you draw a card. Okay, you know, it's a Raise Dead, but it costs more than Raise Dead, but it might draw me a card. Whatever. I'll give it a 2.8. Cephalid Ink Mage is 3 mana for a 2/2 Octopus Wizard. When it enters, you surveil 3. Also, if you have Threshold, it can't be blocked. That's not too bad. I like the ETB on this a lot. And I don't want to underrate the ETB because I think it's actually really, really good. You can blink it or copy it or whatever. It's not terrible. But again, it's a matter of what other options you have. And I think you just have better options in the 3-drop slot in most decks. Even if you want this, I think you have better options. So I'm going to give this card a 4, mostly because I'm respecting the ETB. Chandra Flame Shaper. This card is good. 7 mana for a 6 loyalty walker. +2 to get 3 red mana. Exile the top 3 of your library. Choose one. You can play that guy this turn. +1, create a token that's a copy of a creature you control. Give it haste. Beginning of end step, sack it. -4. Chandra deals 8 damage divided as you choose among any number of creatures and or walkers. I'm not going to spend too long pitching you on this card, but I do think it's underappreciated. I think this is a sleeper-ish kind of card in Standard right now. You know, as far as 7 loyalty walkers go, I think Kai is the obvious choice, right? But this is still decent. You know, it goes up to 8 loyalty the turn it's out. It gives you mana to play the card you get off the top of your library. That might be a removal spell, might be a creature to, you know, protect it, might be an Urbrass Forge for all you know. It lets you play any card. It's not restrictive in terms of type. The +1 is kind of neat if you're, you know, getting a token copy of a Tally for the turn or some other huge dude that might get you value. But the +1 I'm not super excited about. The -4 is the best part of the card. Comes down and instantly one-sided wraths your opponent's side of the board. That's pretty good. It can also hit planeswalkers for what it's worth, but you know, you -4 it, you hit a few creatures on your opponent's side of the table, then you +2 it, and it's instantly ready to -4 again. And I feel like once you get into that position where your opponent's trying to rebuild and she can just -4 again, that's a forced scoop, dude. That -4 looks very dangerous to me. And in the meantime, the +2 ramp and card advantage, gross as well. I think this card is very good. Even at 7 mana, I think this card is quite good. I'm going to give it a 6.2. Chalked it up a bit to give it a 6.2, but that's way more than I've given a lot of the cards so far. I think it's great. Charming Prince is back, man. 2 mana for a 2/2 human noble. When it enters, you either scry 2 or gain 3 life or blink a guy. It comes back beginning of next end step. This card's great. You know, it did a little bit of work last time it was in Standard. Maybe not as much as a lot of us would have expected, but it still showed up to the ball from time to time. Does so many things for a relatively cheap price. If you're going to blink anything, you blink it first. You know what I mean? And then, you know, when it comes back, you get to blink something else. But you might as well blink this guy or whatever if you have like creatures entering the battlefield triggers going on. This guy always looked like Anne Hathaway's boyfriend from The Devil Wears Prada to me. Looks like a real Nate. You know what I mean? Most people won't get the reference, probably in the Magic community, but to me, he looks just like that guy. But all things considered, Charming Prince is a really sick card to have back in Standard. I'll give him a 6.2. Well, no, not that high. I'll give Charming Prince a 5.96. Next is Chart a Course. This is 2 mana, 1 in a blue for a sorcery, draw 2, discard a card unless you attacked. Everybody knows Chart a Course. We've had it in Standard for a while. We had it for a while when the first Ixalan came out. Now we're going to have it for 5 years. Great Magic card. 5.69. Actually 5.83. 5.83. Chart a Course is just very, very good. I said chart a horse just then. I'm so hungry I could chart a horse. Next is Circuitous Route. 4 mana for a sorcery that searches for either 2 basics and or 2 gates. Put them on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up. Good in the gates deck with Mazes in. And just kind of a fine card. Invasion of Zendikar plus extra steps is always kind of okay. I give it a 4.74. Claws Out is 5 mana for an instant that costs 1 less to cast for each cat you control. Guys you control get +2/+2. Not even cats. All your guys get +2/+2 till end of turn. This is terrifying art from my perspective. But this should only ever cost you 2 mana. If you're doing it right, this should only ever cost you 2 mana. In which case, it's a pretty good out of nowhere little double anthem effect. It's not terrible, but only good in cats decks. Let's give it a 4.2. I'm going to go that high. I really am. I like it. Clickwant Sky Mage is 4 mana for a 1/1 flyer, but whenever you draw a card, it gets a +1/+1 counter. +1/+1 counter. That can get out of hand pretty quick, so let's go with a 4.6. That high. Again, that high, man. If it gets out of hand very quickly, again, it's not very often that you get a Ziggy card, Claws Out. That's funny. You guys are right. Anyway, it's not often you see a card like this with this ability. I'm serious. Like at least like a 4.5. I'm serious. But Cloud Blazer up next, baby. We get a reprint of this. 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer is a lot, but when it ETBs, we gain 2 life and we draw 2 cards. They couldn't give us Mold Drifter. They gave us this instead. Whatever. It's a cool blink guy, but you're probably not playing it in Standard. 4.5 though, because Cloud Blazer be Cloud Blazer, and that's a better text box than you think it is, I think. Next is Confiscate. I like this card too much. I do. I think it's actually playable in current Standard. You know, I feel like if they're playing Omniscience, you can play Confiscate and get their Omniscience. It's anytime they're playing like a big enchantment. Snatch it. I've even made the point when I talk with Power Dragon, I think it's possible to like confiscate your Fountain Port is like a playable, that's like a doable play right now. Like it's not terrible. This is 6 mana for an R that enchants a permanent. You control that permanent now. Steal whatever you want. Steal whatever you want for 6 mana. I think it's sideboard playable. I really do, man. In standard right now, I think there's an argument for this. 4.8 at least. Consuming Aberration, 5 mana for a horror with star power toughness equal to the number of cards in your opponent's yards. Whenever you cast a spell, each opponent reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a land, puts the other cards into their yard. That's how this card kills them, not by attacking. Not by attacking, is by you casting a bunch of spells. Like cast Consuming Aberration, opt, sleight of hand, opt. Oh, you're dead? Sorry. But that's hard to actually make work. So in standard, I'm just going to give this like a 4. You'll see content creators try it out, but maybe you shouldn't. Corsair Captain is 3 mana for a 2/2 pirate. When it enters, you get a treasure token. Other pirates you control get +1/+1, matey. Not a terrible Anthem effect, but 3 mana for a 2/2 is not where you want to be. That's why it gives you a treasure token. Sure, I'll take some ramp. And having an artifact's kind of important in pirates some of the time. But still just going to give the card a 4.6. It's a pirate Anthem effect. Courageous Goblin is 2 mana for a 2/2 Gobbo. If it attacks while you control a creature power 4 or greater, the Goblin gets +1/+0 and gains menace. So in limited, solid for aggro decks because you can play a 4-power dude on turn 3 relatively easily, and then this guy's basically a 2 mana 3-power menace. That's not bad stats. It's really not terrible stats, right? So I'll go with a 3.74. Crackling Cyclops is 3 mana for a 0/4 Cyclops. If you cast a non-creature spell, this guy gets +3/+0 till end of turn. A super prowess guy. Why do Cyclopses always get to do that? It's weird that it's always Cyclops. It's very strange. What's the flavor on that? Anyway, so you cast 2 spells, you get a 3 mana 6-power guy. Still bad, kind of drafty. Let's give it a 2.9. Crash Through is a reprint, but a decent one, man. A single red mana for a sorcery. All your guys get trampled till EOT, and you draw a card. Actually kind of sexy in certain decks right now. Trample on all your dudes is hot because you're playing a bunch of pump spells. You want to draw cards. Drawing cards is good. Let's draw some cards. So 1 mana for that whole package it's been playable before. Playable, right? We have exactly the deck for it. So I like it. Let's put a 5.1 on it. Let's not do that. Let's give it a 4.9, actually. I think I'll do that. Super niche. Super niche. And not the most powerful card in the niche it fits into, but playable. It's playable. Crawling Barrens is one of my favorite creature lands of all time. A land that taps for colorless. Enters play untapped, by the way. You can pay 4 and put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and then you may have it become a 0/0 elemental creature till end of turn. It is still a land. Note how that's worded. You may have it become a creature. So it doesn't have to. You just stack counters on it until you're ready for it to be a creature, and then you send in the big boy, and it's actually really great in control decks in that function. Like Crawling Barrens a lot, I'm going to give this a 6.8, and I am 100% Oprah serious about that. This Crow of Dark Tidings is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/1 Zombo bird with flying. When it enters or dies, mill a couple of cards. Not good enough, but still cool. I like milling stuff. I like ETB triggers, and I like death triggers. Cool when you get them both. So I'm going to put a 3.7 on this. Crusader of Odric is 3 mana for a star human soldier. You get power and toughness equal to the number of dudes you control. So, not as good as Beauregard Mentor. Just nowhere near as good, but still cool to have redundancy in that effect. Back in the day, I really liked this card, but it still wasn't quite good enough when it was first printed. You know what I mean? It just kind of wasn't. But I'll still give Crusader a 3.8. It's a good line of text. Crypt Feaster is 4 mana for a 3/4 Zombo with Menace. It also has Threshold. So if you have Menace, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn whenever it attacks. So a 4 mana 5-power Menace when it attacks if you have Threshold. Again, solid and limited, but only really relegated to there, whatever. This is like a 2. Cryptic Caves is a land that taps for colorless. You can pay 1, sack it to draw a card if you have 5 or more lands. Actually kind of playable, 5.2. Crystal Barricade is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 0/4 wall with Defender. You have Hexproof, and you prevent all non-combat damage that will be dealt to other creatures you control. So no burn spells for your guys, and it actually kind of, there's a couple other things that fit into that category. But this is very good, I think, but will mostly come out of the sideboard. But sideboard all-star in the upcoming standard. And it's going to be good to have access to it, especially for 5 years in a format where we have like Boros Charm and the new Lava Spike. So pretty sick. I'm gonna give Crystal Barricade a. Some of you guys are gonna think I'm crazy. Like you really. I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, but I'm gonna give Crystal Barricade a 6.9. I think it's like in the neighborhood of 7-ish, you know, but I do think they still do a lot of work for the next 5 years out of boards. I think it is quite good, actually. Cultivator's Caravan is a reprint. 3 mana for a 5/5 vehicle. You can tap it for a mana of any color, or you can crew it for 3. Giving that card a 6.9 is genuinely crazy. I don't think so. I think it shows up in a lot of sideboards from here on out. I think this card might be modern playable in sideboards, which I'm kind of factoring into my score a little bit. The card is Pioneer playable in sideboards because Pioneer burns already a deck. So I actually don't think it is. I think that this protects against more than just burn in standard. It also protects against discard decks. If you wanted me to do a whole dissertation on this card right now and like really go into why I'm giving it a 6.9, I could do it, but I'm trying to be as, efficient as possible in this video. I think this is more than just burn. This is more than just burn. This saves you from, being targeted by huge, not just X spells, but what Breach the Multiverse, I think, targets you. It protects you from being blown out by Iridescent Vine Lasher because that targets. You'd be surprised what all targets. Every, the Bandit's Talent, Duress, these discard spells target you. So I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. This card is great. So just think about it. 6.9, and I'm sticking by it, man. This card's very, very good. One of the more relevant cards in the entire set. Cultivator's Caravan is a rock that you can crew. As a 3-mana rock goes, I don't actually hate this. I'm going to give it a 4.2. Something like that. I like attacking for 5. Curator of Destiny is a 6 mana for a 5/5 Sphinx that has flying and cannot be countered. When it enters, you kind of factor fiction. Look at the top 5 of your library, separate them into a face-down pile and a face-up pile. Opponent chooses one of those piles, that one goes in your hand. The pile they didn't choose goes into your yard. So, mind games. This can't be countered and always gets you like 2-3 cards. You know what I mean? I think this card is actually fantastic. Again, could be sideboard playable in control mirrors, but I think there's something there. I think there's something there in like mid-range decks that just play to this card. They ramp into it. Some sort of Sultai or Bant deck, or even like Simic that just ramps into it as its 6-drop. I think it's better than Bonnie Paul and some other options that deck has. Along with things like Make Your Own Luck, which can play it for free. Those Simic decks are already playing that card. This triggers up the Beanstalk as well. So, imagine drawing a card off of this and getting the Factor Fiction thing. So, I don't know. I think that there are definitely reasons to want to play this card right now. I think it's much better than it might read. I think people will just be like, dumb, expensive, blue rare, who cares? But you will always resolve the card, which means you will always get the CTB trigger every time. So I love it. I think this card is like a 6.4. And I know it sounds like I'm being really generous here with the score, but this is one I think is going to surprise people. I think this one will show up in standard and people might not necessarily see it coming. Very solid creature here. Darksteel, 11 mana for an 11/11 artifact creature with trample and indestructible. Here's the catch, though. If it'd be put into a graveyard from anywhere, reveal it, shuffle it into its owner's library, so you can't reanimate it. If you mill it into your yard or discard, it just goes right back into your library, so you have to actually resolve this card. Smuggler's Surprise. It seems like the obvious answer to this question is A, Smuggler's Surprise, B, Manifest Dread, right? So you Manifest Dread, get this into play face down, and then you Shard Portal or Hauntwood Shrieker or find some other way to blink it or whatever, and it comes back as your 11/11 indestructible. I think there might be better creatures to do that with, though. Like, again, if you're going to Shard Portal or something, you have access to Portal to Phyrexia, which might be better, and Volborn Tyrant, which might be better. Atrax is probably better. Even Valgavoth might be better because it's so much harder to really do anything about. So I'm not too sure about Darksteel. I think it's kind of Timmy bait, but I'm still going to respect the card a little bit and give it a 5.2 because there are so many ways to cheat it. There's so many ways to cheat it into play right now that I think it might be kind of dangerous. Card takes one bite and it's kind of done. Iron Giant for life. Card's cool. Dauntless Veteran is 3 mana for a 2/2 human soldier. When it attacks, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. So 3 mana 2/2 with a slightly better version of Battle Cry. which doesn't, it makes it a 3/3. It's not other creatures, it's everyone. So that's kind of neat. But I'm still not going to give this card more than a 3.37. Dawnwing Marshal is up next. This is 2 mana for a 2/2 cat soldier with flying. If you pay 5 mana, it anthems your guys till EOT. 2 mana for a 2/2 flying? Yeah, okay. 3.7. It's got the right creature types. Day of Judgment is Wrath of God. 4 mana, destroy all creatures at sorcery speed. I said I wouldn't read the cards that were famous, and here I am reading Day of Judgment to you. You know what Day of Judgment does. This card is a 7.4. Very, very solid. Just the best 4 mana sweeper, I think, in Standard right now. And that's at least a 7.4. At least. Dazzling Angel is 3 mana for a 2/3 angel with flying. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. So it's one of these, but it costs too much mana. 3 mana has always been too much for this ability. But it's got a decent creature type. And it's got a keyword ability. We'll kind of take it. I will give this a 4.09. Deadly Brew is a reprint. A lot of these are, though. 2 mana, green, black for a sorcery. Each player sacks a creature or planeswalker. If you sacked a permanent this way, you may return another permanent card from your yard to your hand. We get this guy back. Decent card that never saw too much play, but I do think there's set up tricks with it, and it ain't too bad. Wish it was more, wish it was an instant, but say that about every sorcery, right? Let's give Deadly Brew a 4.2 because that rhymes, but also I think that's about what it gets. I think a decent edict with the ability to make it not so symmetrical is kind of nice. Deadly Plot, not Brew, Deadly Plot, 4 mana for an instant. Either destroy a creature or planeswalker, or return a zombie from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped at instant speed. 4 mana instant speed reanimation for very specific creature type here, but still think it could work. We've got good zombies in the format, and obviously the creature or planeswalker mode is overpriced on this, but you'll still use it some of the time. Shockingly decent card, 4.4. Deadly Riposte is 2 mana for instant that deals 3 damage to a tapped dude and you gain 2 life. Better options than this in Standard for doing an effect like this right now. Don't love it, but don't hate it either. 3.9. 3.2. Sorry. Death Baron is 3 mana. You guys love Death Baron, right? You freaks. 2 mana. 3 mana for a 2/2 zombie wizard. Skeletons you control and other zombies you control get +1/+1 and have death touch. Death touch, baby. Skeletons? You talking about skeletons too? Awesome in the current environment. There's a bunch of good 1-drop skeletons and stuff. Just can't wait to try skeleton typal, kindred, whatever out. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I'm a nice guy. I don't want to alienate anybody, but one way or the other, yeah, Death Baron's amazing. Skeletons, everybody. Yeah, zombies. We love zombies. We all love zombies. Skeletons. Pretty niche though, right? Pretty narrow. And are these decks even that good? 4.86. Deathmark. Oh man, a single black mana for a sorcery that destroys a green or white creature. We got some color hosers in this set. This is the first one we've seen so far, but a lot of these color hosers are free. 3 of them at least are freaking phenomenal. Will shape sideboards for the next 5 years. Deathmark is one of them. Basically, don't play green or white creatures that don't give you some value of some kind, because game 2 and 3 they can just get death marked, and if you paid 4 mana for that dude, you're gonna feel pretty bad when they death mark it for 1. All your guys, every creature in your deck is cut downable if you play Selesnya, and that is not a good feeling, dude. So death mark is so good. 5.8 because again it's narrow, but just what a removal spell it really is. Demo Field, what do you give Demo Field? Worst Wasteland still gets a 6. It still does. Demonic Pact is 4 mana for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose one of these that you have not chosen yet, that no one has chosen yet. This enchantment deals 4 damage to a target. You gain 4 life. Target opponent chooses and discards 2 cards. You draw 2 cards, or, you lose the game. Not a big deal. So you harmless offering this to your opponent, or you simply win the game before it kills you. This is another way of doing it. You could also just kill it. You could remove it yourself and not have to worry about the last mode. This is a good card, though. Despite the fact that you have to wait a whole turn to really do much with it. This is halfway decent even when you're not harmless offering it, because all the modes are okay. They really are. But I'm just going to put like a 4.4 on this because it really only does the one thing and it doesn't do it well. Desecration Demon is 4 mana, 2 and 2 black for a 6/6 demo with flying. At the beginning of each combat, any opponent may sacrifice a creature. If they do, tap this guy and put a +1/+1 counter on it. Awesome. Unholy Annex into this is probably better than Archfiend of the Dross in some ways. But, Dross has a different line of text on it that punishes their guys dying. It can stay up to block and be really threatening. All that's true. It can attack, and they can't say boo about it. They can with this dude. So we'll see which one's better. I think Dross is probably better, but you have arguments for Desecration Demon. Dross does not make them come down on board presence, whereas this potentially could. I think there's something to be said for that. But ultimately, always a solid guy. 5.17. Devout Decree is 2 mana for a sorcery. Exile a creature or planeswalker that is black or red. And if that weren't enough, you get to scry 1. This is not an instant, so it's not as good as it looks, because you just read instant speed when you look at this, but it's not. It's a sorcery. But it is still exile. It is still exile in scry 1, and that is extremely relevant. I will give this a similar score that I gave to Deathmark. I'll give it a 5.68. Not as good as Deathmark, but exile is great. Diamond Mare is 2 mana for an artifact creature that also happens to be a horse. It's a 1/3. When it enters, choose a color. Whenever you cast a spell of that color, you gain a life. Too slow and not even good enough for the life gain decks most of the time, but always a cool card. I like the existence of Diamond Mare, so I'll give it a 3.99. Dictative Crewfix is 3 mana, 1 and 2 blue for an enchantment you can flash in. At the beginning of each player's draw step, that player draws an additional card. So the idea is you flash it in, you draw your card before them. So a blue Phyrexian Arena. But they get to draw cards. That's how it is. This I don't actually expect too much out of. I really don't. I think there's a possibility, right? We got Scrawling Trawler. We have Sheldred the Apocalypse. We have Razorkin Needlehead. So there's a world where like your opponent drawing cards is good for you. It deals a bunch of damage to them. And it might be fun to make like a Grixis or blue-black like kind of deck like that. But ultimately, I think it's kind of meme-ish and not quite good enough. But Dictate is still fine. This is mostly a Commander reprint though. So I'm just going to give Dictate a really deserved 4.87 that it fought and scrapped extremely hard for, but it's not quite 5 territory to me. Dimir Guildgate. Oh, it's another Guildgate. Have we already done Guildgates? I think we have. I think we've already done Guildgates. 4.9 we gave him? 4.8. Diregraph Ghoul is a 1 mana 2/2 Zombo that enters tapped. This is actually halfway decent. It's always been pretty good, man. A 1 mana 2/2. That's an Isamaru. Hound of Konda, that's an Isamaru right there. So who cares if it ETB's tapped? It has a relevant creature type. Always going to be your 1-drop in zombie decks from here on out unless it actually gets better than that. And sometimes it does. And you still play Diregraph Ghoul because you need more 1-drops. Pretty good. 5. I'm so serious. 5, man. Disenchant. Well, what am I going to give Savannah Alliance? Not a 5, right? 4.7? Something like that? Gates are a 4.8. 5. I'm going to stake my 5. The creature type bumps it up some 5. Disenchant is 2 mana for an instant that destroys an artifact or enchantment. Again, you know what Disenchant does. And it's not bad, man. 4.6 nowadays for Disenchant. Still a decent ability. Usually you can find an effect like this that has extra gravy on top of it. So why actually play it? Something like that. But Disenchant's still good. Dive Down is a great spell. A single blue mana for an instant. A creature you control gets +0/+3 and gains hexproof till end of turn. Nowadays, I think Shore Up is probably better than this, but Dive Down is still kind of the OG in terms of spells like Shore Up, This isn't a Pro Tour winning or World Championship winning, maybe? I forget. A Mythic Championship like 5. Mono blue tempo deck, and it was one of the best spells in that deck. And so I'm actually going to put like a 4.9 on this. No, I'm not. I'm going to give it a 5. I'm going to throw a 5 on this bad boy too. Kind of narrow. Really only does the thing in mono blue tempo decks, but it is very, very good in its function in those decks. You watch out for it, man. Like maybe even Venerated Rod Priest is like back on the table because now it has a million of these effects in blue. The card's very good. Just watch out. Divine Resilience is a single white mana for an instant, but you can kick it for 3 extra mana. A creature you control gains indestructible till end of turn. If the spell was kicked, instead, any number of your guys get indestructible till end of turn. So 4 mana for that is a lot, but here's the sauce. It's just a 1 mana spell. This is a pretty good protection spell. This is actually a pretty good protection spell too. I'm gonna give this like a, I want to give this a 5 too. Like same thing I gave this guy. Dive down. This is like a make your own, oh god, make a stand, something like that. Teferi's protection, but not really. But it's like a make your own one of those. And I kind of like that. I'm really tempted to give it a 5.1 or 5.2. So I will. It's my party. I'll cry if I want to. 5.2 for Divine Resilience. I think this card is very, very good. I really do. Doubling Season. Oh, you guys are going to get mad at me. So a 5-mana enchantment that doubles the number of tokens that you would create under your control. It also doubles the number of counters you would put on permanents. So that counts for planeswalkers and creatures. It's good for like ultimating a planeswalker the moment they come into play, which is where I think this card is going to shine in Standard for the most part. However, this is 5 mana. Yeah, we already have stuff like Mondrak in Standard. We have the 6-mana thing that triples the amount of tokens that you play. We have these almost anointed procession-y effects in Standard at the moment that do nothing. So I'm not sure. We also have like Get Lost in main decks. We have a ton of other main deck ways to remove enchantments, and we're getting like Maelstrom Pulse, which can remove anything. I'm not really sure that a 5-mana enchantment's where you want to be. I've heard some talk of putting this in Caretaker's Talent. I think, again, kind of Windmore-y, way too expensive in those decks. It could do something in Standard, but, again, we're looking at Commander. I give the card an 8 because of all the 8.5 even, because of all the busted stuff it sets up to do in that format. And I do think it'll be a good engine for certain, decks in Standard, but at the end of the day, I feel like, I worry it falls short a little bit, and in some ways I'm relieved that I think it falls short a little bit. So I'm going to give the card a 5.89, and I know that's going to seem low to some people, but to be honest, I want to go lower. I just don't think that it's actually that good in Standard. I think it's narrow. I think it's mostly kind of a combo thing. And even in that function, it costs a lot of mana to get into play, and it's a little bit fragile in a format where you're just going to get blown out in terms of mana value when they get lost. I worry. But hey, turn 4, you go Elspeth. Turn 5, you go Doubling Season. And before they can kill your Doubling Season, you're bound to get 2/1/1 lifelink guys, I guess. There's ways to do it, but ultimately it has to prove itself to me in competitive Standard. Dragon Fodder is 2 mana for a sorcery that makes 2/1/1 red goblins. 4 with a Doubling Season. I was wrong. Doubling Season's amazing. This is good though. This is actually a solid Magic card. Always has been. I'm going to give Dragon Fodder a 4.7 and stick to it because I like getting 2 guys for 2 mana, especially when they're goblins. Relevant creature type. It's better than it looks. Impact Trimmers is in this set. This is a good card. Dragon Lord Servant is 2 mana for a 1/3 Goblin Shaman. Dragon Guys cost 1 less to cast on your end. Probably not as good as just a Mana Dork would be a lot of the time, but Mana Dorks are pretty good too. So I'll give this guy a 4.1. Really good in Dragons. Dragon Mage is 7 mana for a 5/5 Dragon Wizard with Flying. Whenever he does combat damage to a player, each player discards their hand and then draws themselves 7 cards. Kind of neat, but, too expensive. Never going to actually hit. Live the dream, but not really. So let's give this... We get 3.6. Dragon Master Outcast is 1 mana for a 1/1 human shaman. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 6 lands or more, you get a 5/5 dragon. He flies. Card's awesome. It's really good in Big Red, really good in Ramp, where you get to 6 lands faster, obviously. Goes well with, Overlord of the Hauntwoods. That guy gives you a land on turn 3, That's a way to get extra lands. So I like him. I'm going to give Dragon Master Outcast in current Standard like a 6. And shut up, I mean it. It's not that good. The card's not that good. 5.6. Let's go all the way down to 5.6. It's never as good as I want it to be, but it's still pretty decent. Dragon Trainer is 5 mana for a 1/1 human. When it enters, you get a 4/4 dragon with flying. Good blinkable thing here, but I think it probably costs just way too much mana. Draftable thing though. 3.7. Draycatcher is 2 mana for a 1/3 human wizard with vigilance and prowess. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you put that many incubation counters on it. Remove the 3 counters from it, and you get a 2/2 Drake with flying. So this deals that. It gets that many, as much damage as you dealt counters, right? Not just 1 per turn, but I still think this has to deal combat damage. It's not very big. You have to facilitate it by prowessing, and then you get, 1 or 2 Drakes out of it. Decent value for a 2-drop, but Not enough. I don't think it's enough, and I'm sorry to say that because the card looks pretty sick, but I'm not sure that in terms of like competitive Magic that this is really where it's at, but let's hope I'm proven wrong on this. I'm just not quite sure I see it. So I'll give this card a 4.3. No, I won't. I'll give this card a 4.5, but I don't expect that much out of it. I really don't. Dragcassette is back, maybe a baby, a 7-mana 7/7 dragon with flying. When it attacks, it deals 4 damage to anything and 3 damage to 2 other things. So hit your opponent for something, kill 2 of their guys. It's awesome. Works with push-pull really well, by the way. I'm just going to keep bringing that card up. We have huge dudes with crazy things like this. I'm going to bring up push-pull. Just very, very neat reanimation target, as long as you can give it haste. And, hey, push-pull just does that. But, yeah, awesome dude, man. Much better than he looks. Even in the face of so many amazing reanimation targets, he's not bad. So I'll give the guy a 4.4 because that's really all he does is be a reanimation target. And, again, we have better ones, but he might show up time to time. Dread summons is 2 black and X for a sorcery. Everyone mill X cards. For each creature card put into a yard this way, you create 2 tapped, or you create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. Okay, man. I think this card is great in current standard. I really do. Some people would prefer like Outrageous Robbery or maybe some other X spell. We've got World Soul's Rage and Doppelgang. So if you're going over the top with your mana, there's probably better ways of doing it. I don't think that this like completely mills your opponent out and just ends the game in most cases, but I do kind of like it alongside the Doomsday Demon that puts everyone's library at 6 when you cast it. Yeah, I know this mills you too, but you mill everyone out, you say go, they lose because they can't draw their card, right? So there's that. Kind of cool for that, but just good for filling your board too. If X equals 4, you'll probably get 6 power off of this really easily and likely more depending on what you're playing with and against. So I like this. I think it actually has like some real, like an actual chance in standard, and I'm going to give it a 5.4 and not really go any higher than that. I'm a coward. Dreadwing Scavenger is 3 mana, 1 in Dimir for a 2/2 Nightmare Bird with flying. When it enters or attacks, draw, then discard. It also has Threshold, so if you have Threshold, it's a 3/3 Death Touch. Amazing limited card. I really, just as far as a limited uncommon goes, I think this is going to do a lot of work there. Misses standard play definitely, but better than it looks there. I just think there's better options at 3, but ETB Loot, attacks loot. That attacks trigger's pretty slick too, so not terrible. I'll give it a 3.8. Driver of the Dead is 4 mana for a 3/2 vamp. When it dies, return a creature with mana value 2 or less from your yard to the battlefield. Seems good, but it's not actually very good. There's always better options at the 4-drop slots. So I'm just gonna throw like a 3 on this. Drog Skull Reaver, 7 mana, 5 in Azorius colors, surprisingly, for a 3/5 spirit with flying and double strike and lifelink, and whenever you gain life, draw a card. So when he does damage, you draw a card. Also, whenever you gain life, draw a card is potentially really dangerous with all the different incremental life gain effects that we have in standard. So love that line of text. Decent, better than it looks reanimation target. I'll say that. Flying and double strike is crazy. You increase its power, it's crazy. You'll gain 6 life whenever it does deal damage. Just very, very good dude. Better than he plays better than he looks to a lot of people, I think. Good reprint, very solid reprint. This is one of the reanimation targets in the original Solar Flare deck. And once you start playing against it, you'll start understanding why. It's really hard to claw your way out once this guy's gotten an attack step in. So I'm actually going to give Reaver a 5.4. And I know that sounds insanely high. Most people think 4.5 or something, 4.6. Because of how narrow it is and there's better reanimation. And I just said that about a different card. But again, having played against and with Drogskull Reaver, this card is super hard to deal with once it's on the table. I know it looks like it just dies to removal, but that's not how it usually works against the decks that play it. So trust me, give it a shot, man. So yeah, it's a good card. Dropkick Bomber. Old Murphy over here is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 2/3 Goblin Warrior. Other goblins you control get +1/+1. You can pay a red until end of turn. Another gobbo you control gets flying, and when it deals combat damage, you have to sack it. So this is where you send in the clowns, baby. This is the Alpha Strike. You're going to win the game if you give all your gobbos flying. You spend all your mana, turn them sideways. Pretty good. pretty good. I think it's going to go well with like Lethal Demolition, Runvelt Horde Master, a couple of other things. We just looked at Dragon Fodder. Anything that makes more than one goblin is going to go great with, not just because of the Anthem effect, but of course, the ability to get a bunch of dudes in. I actually think this is quite good. Commander playable in Goblins decks, if nothing else, but I think this is a great top end for Gobos in Standard and might give him some life. One of the better Kindred, type matters Anthem effects in the entire set. I'm convinced of that. So I'm going to give Dropkicker a 5.68. I think that it's kind of integral to Goblins decks moving forward to kind of turn 4 kill. Druid of the Cowl comes back. 2 mana, 1/3 elf that taps for green. 4.2. Dryad Militant is either a green or a white. For a 2/1 Dryad Soldier, if an instant or sorcery card would be put into a yard from anywhere, exile the card instead. So Savannah Lions with upside that can be even easier to cast than Savannah Lions. Sign me up. Here's the clipboard. 5. Right out of 5. Very, very solid Magic card. It's insanely so. In Limited, we have 2 2-mana 2/1s. That's cool. We have more than that, but, 2, in this color, in this one color. Duress. What do you give Duress? What does one give Duress? A 5. Duress deserves a 5. Solid card. Dwynen Guiltleaf Dane is 4 mana, 2 and 2 green for a 3/4 legendary elf warrior with reach. Other elves you control get +1/+1. Whenever Dwynai attacks, you gain 1 life for each attacking elf you control. So, they need ability. A little bit too expensive for an Anthem effect, but still an Anthem effect. And there comes a point where all the elves in your deck are Anthem effects. Imperious Perfect, Archdruid. You had a 2 mana Anthem effect from Dominaria United. Now you have Dwynen. So 2, 3, 4, you played Anthem effects that all Anthem each other. You're having a big Anthem party. They're all huge. So that's doesn't matter that it's 4 mana. It's just another Anthem. Yo Dog. I heard you liked Anthems. So I'm going to give Dwynen a 5.26. For being an Anthem. Mostly. Dwynen's Elite over here is 2 mana for a 2/2 elf warrior. When it enters, if you control another elf, you get a 1/1 elf. Yo Dog, I heard you like elves. Again, elves needs to fill the board as quickly as possible. Elite is very good at that, especially obviously if you got a 1-drop, it's great. So I'm going to give this card a 4.7, only really good in elves, but very, very good in that one deck. Eager Truffle Snout is our first E. I get to take a sip. This over here is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 4/2 boar with trample. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a food token. Note the reminder text on trample, by the way. Not super impressive, right? It's really not. Let's give it a 3. 2.9 even, sure. Eaten Alive is a black mana for a sorcery. Exile a creature or planeswalker, but as an additional cost to cast the spell, you got to sack a guy or pay 4 mana. Eaten Alive is a pretty good version of a Bone Shards. Let's give this card a 4. Let's give this card a 5. Let's give this card a 5. I think that it, again, is like right at the good baseline. What is a good Magic card, or a baseline Magic card is good nowadays. And I think this does make that sort of mark. One of the best Bone Shards or Bone Splinters effects that we've ever seen. It's very, very good, but it still only really makes a 5. Eaten by Piranhas, 2 mana, 1 in the blue for a flash aura that enchants a creature. That creature loses all their abilities and then become a 1/1. Cute Rebluval, one of the better Rebluval spells actually when you think about it, but I'm not going to give it more than a 4.4. Electro Duplicate is a neat card. 3 mana for a sorcery. You get a token that's a copy of a dude you control, except the guy has haste and you got to sack it at end step. You can flash back Electro Duplicate for 4 mana, meaning that you can pitch it earlier in the game. You can mill it into your graveyard and then use it later. And I think that's the best part of the card, is sort of the tricks that you can do with that sort of dimension of it. But altogether, I do think that it's solid. I think it needs to be explored more than it's currently being explored in the preseason. There's probably fun stuff you can do with it. And I like the cut of its hair. So I'm going to actually give this like a 5.2. It's a 1-shot, but not really. It's kind of a 2-shot when you think about it. If you have 7 mana, you can even copy the same guy twice in the same turn. And I think that's a relevant thing to point out that not many people are pointing out. So I think this card's good. I'm going to give it a decent score, just above 5. There's tricks. There are tricks. You're going to be doing kickflips with this thing, I promise. Elementalist Adept is 2 mana for a 2/1 human wizard with both flash and prowess, but that's where the whole card stops. Good card, though. Not as good as the other flash, 2-drops we have in blue right now, but Not bad either. It's really, I'll take it sometimes. This is like a 3.64. Elinda, Saints of Dusk. Oh, this is a lady right here. 4 mana, 2 and Orzhov for a 4/4 legendary vampire knight with lifelink and hexproof from what? From instance. So it's unkillable. As long as your life total is greater than your starting life total, Lindy gets +1/+1 and has menace. Linda gets an additional +5/+5 as long as your life total is at least 10 or greater, more than your starting life total. So it's pretty easy, I think, to make a 5/5 menace, and then you paid 4 mana for a 5/5 lifelink menace unkillability. That's okay. If it does become like a 10/10, it seems okay, but I don't know that you'll ever have to really worry about that. I think the key words on this card are hexproof from instance. I think that is something that I don't know if enough people are really taking notice of at this point. She's not a sleeper. Enough people have been like, holy crap, have you seen this card? That she's absolutely not a sleeper. But I do think you got to look at cards like Sheldred and Archfiend of the Dross and other ridiculous 4-drops, Biza, right, that we're playing in Standard, that Orzhov would also have access to, especially Biza and Sheldred. Bloodletter of Aclazotz. So I think there's just really high quality in the 4-drop slot that might keep her out of seeing play, but none of those guys, not a single one of those guys I just named, has hexproof from freaking instance. Not a single one of those dudes has hexproof from Go for the Throat. And Linda does. And in a deck where, you can go for the throat your opponent's Biza, their Sheldred, whatever, and that's kind of fortunate for you because those guys have 5 toughness and would really suck if they stayed in play against a Linda. So if you just take care of those guys and get to swinging or get to blocking or whatever, you get to gain life. So in that way, Elinda facilitates herself. Even if you're below your starting life total when you play her, then maybe she'll do enough combat damage at some point that you get above your starting life total, making her even better, right? She also helps you get above, she helps herself get the +5/+5 boost too. So a solid, not intensely expensive, I think that really expensive starts at 5 mana. If you're 4 mana, you're still in the conversation in Standard. So a decently costed, halfway beefy, lifelink, unkillable thing. I, in some ways, think this is one of the best cards in the entire set. And I don't think people are taking it seriously enough. I'm going to give this card. What would you give Sheldred the Apocalypse? What would you give Beza? I mean, those cards are probably better than this. But for what it's worth, this card is on par in some ways. I think it's just below them. And it will be in Standard for a longer period of time than them. Helps out life gain decks, obviously. But, in mid-range decks, it's just a great card, period. So I'm actually going to give Linda a 7.6, which sounds unbelievably high. But just keep in mind, if I'd have given Sheldred a 7.7 when I was doing this for Dominaria Unite, or whenever that card came out, I think people would have called me crazy then. I really do think people would have been like, really? This is a 4 mana do nothing. I think Linda is something special. I think this card is so much better than people think it is right now. So be ready. Be ready. Elfsworn Giant is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 5/3 giant with reach with landfall. Whenever you landfall, you get a 1/1 elf. That's awesome. So cool, man. We got another thing in this set that's a reprint. This is not a reprint, to the best of my knowledge, but we got a better reprint, I think, in this set for all intents and purposes. If you want to make creatures when you landfall, we'll get to it eventually. It'll take a while, but just making any creatures when you landfall is great. I think this is a neat addition to the landfall deck in Commander. I do, but in Standard, I'm not sure it's really going to see the light of day. I'm still going to give it a 4.4, though, because, landfall ability is not to be trifled with. It's pretty good. Elvish Archdruid is 3 mana for a 2/2 elf druid. It taps to add a green for each elf you control. Oh my god, that's Priest of Titania. But it also has other elf creatures you control get +1/+1. So is it worth an extra mana on Priest to get an elf? Yeah, to get an elf anthem? Absolutely. Every single day that you will ever be alive, if they somehow add an 8th day to the week, that will still be worth it. Yes is the answer. This card is crazy. This card is so good. 3 mana anthem effects aren't the best thing in the world anymore, but you know what is good? This second ability, tapping to add a green for each elf you control, is out of control. So best new pickup for the elves decks by far. I think even better than Lathril, better than Dwynen by a lot, better even than Imperious Perfect. Just crazy pickup for these decks. 6.7. So best pickup elves got by a million, dude. Yeah, if only we had Crater of. Well, we have other things. We just have Overrun, bro. Like I just Overrun, and it ain't Crater Hoof, but you're still gonna win the game. Elvish Regrower is 4 mana for a 4/3 Elf Druid. When it enters, return a permanent card from your yard to your hand. You're not Eternal Witness. I'm gonna give this card a 3.7. Empyrean Eagle is 3 mana for a 2/3 bird spirit with flying. Other creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. More Anthem effects. Yum. Put them in my stomach. I like Anthem effects. Yum, yum, yum. These are okay. Probably much better in Limited than anything because this just signals blue-white skies, which you were going to do anyway in Limited. Who cares? But good there. Never been quite good enough for Standard. I don't think that changes right now. So I'll give the thing a 4.3 because blue-whites, everyone's excited for favorable wins on a body. Let's go. Enigma Drake. Let's go. Let's go. 3 mana in Izzet for a star 4 Drake with flying. The power being equal to the number of instants and sorceries in your yard. Not Haughty Djinn. I think Haughty Djinn just is a lot better than this. You know, it's got that extra line of text. It's good. But very similar, obviously, the Haughty Djinn. And when that card rotates, we still have this. But it does force those decks to be Izzet, which they may not want to be. But still good. I'm going to have to give this like a 5.3. And yes, I mean it. 5.36. You want me to go higher? You want me to keep 5.37? I mean it. It's a good card. Erudite Wizard is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/3 human wizard. When you draw your second card each turn, this guy gets +1/+1 counter. 2.7. Essence Scatter is the quintessential counter spell that counters creatures for 2 mana at instant speed. As a matter of fact, that's all it does. Still good, though. 5. Baseline. This is better than Cancel. This just is better than Cancel. Out of the sideboard, it just is. Itali Primal Storm isn't as good as the 7 mana Itali, but it still lets you get free spells. 6 mana, 6/6, Legendary Elder Dinosaur. When it attacks, exile the top card of each player's library and then cast any number of spells from among those cards without paying their mana cost. I have to wait for it to attack. That's ugly to me, and I don't like it. I will give this card a 4.1. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to give this a 4, but I'm going to do it. Evolving Wilds taps to sacrifice for a basic, throw it on the table, tap. That's a fetch land, baby. We give those 4.9s around here. 5s even. Evolving Wilds is a good magic card. You guys just don't know. Exclusion Mage is Mana War. It's 3 mana. It's 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human wizard. When it enters, return a creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Solid boy, 4. Exemplar of Light is 4 mana, 2 and 2 white for a 3/3 angel with flying. Whenever you gain light, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. So Johnny's Primate with flying, but hold. Here's the thing. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on this guy, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. You don't even have to gain life, right? You just anytime it gets a counter. So even on turns where you can't gain life, you got an Innkeeper's Talent or something, put a +1/+1 counter on your flyer for combat. You're going to do that anyway and draw a card. It's like a Dusk Legion Zealot or Duelist. Is it Dusk Legion? I forget what the card's called, but it's one of those. Staple to a Johnny's Primate. Again, you can sign me up. Where's the clipboard? I got blood ready to sign for this bad boy. I think if the life gain deck plays a 4-drop, this is better than Enduring Tenacity. I think this is like the best shot you have at a 4-drop right now. You can draw a card very easily the turn this comes into play, and you can even grow it very easily. How often do you grow Amalia the turn it comes in? How often do you grow Essence Channeler the turn it comes in? Every single time, because you got Live Creed Duo, you got Hinterland Sanctifier, you got Case of the Uneaten Feast. You're gaining a life when it comes into play anyway. It immediately replaces itself. I think this card is kind of it's very stupid for those decks, you know. If you're going to play at the top end, this is the lady to do it. So, underappreciated card to almost sleeper status, I think, in Standard right now. Really helps out those life gain decks. What's one thing they want to do and can't? Draw cards. This does that thing. Let's go. Let's give this card a 6. The more I search my feelings, the higher it goes. What was the Johnny's Primate at 5.8? Yeah, this is a 6, dude. Expedition Map is 1 mana for an artifact. Pay 2, tap it, sack it, search your library for a land, reveal it. It goes into your hand, you shuffle up. Note I didn't say basic land. You go get any land. You go get any old land, put it into your hand. So it's not just like Wayfarer's Bauble and go get a basic. Any land is actually kind of sick, but not quite good enough most of the time, I would say. So I'm going to give the card a 4. Exsanguinate, a personal favorite of mine that I tragically can't score very high. 2 black and X for a sorcery. Each opponent loses X life. You gain life equal to the life lost this way. Right now, there's just not a whole lot of X. Your opponent takes a bunch of damage spells in standard. Like, what do we have? I just said the name of it a couple of cards back. World Soul's Rage is the only real card we have like that in standard. Now we have 2. We have Exsanguinate. I'm gonna pay X for this spell. You're gonna take X damage. Again, we just don't see that every day nowadays. In this case, we also get to gain some life back, which could help us for the crackback if the spell doesn't end the game. This is one of my favorite spells of all time. Not as good in standard as it is in Commander because it's the each opponent thing, right? But I still think Exsanguinate might pop up from time to time. I really do. I like Exsanguinate a lot. I'm going to give this card a 4.36 because it's not good enough for standard play, and I have to keep telling myself that. But there might be the odd little deck that's looking to just blow you out with all their mana, and Exsanguinate's a pretty exciting option for doing it. Extravagant Replication is crazy. I thought this was new. Power Dragon thought this was new. This card's actually not new. It's from New Capenna Commander or something. But it's the first time either of us had seen it. 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a token that's a copy of another target non-land permanent you control. Every turn? It's nuts. There's a number of 6 mana enchantments in the set that are off the rails, and this is kind of one of them. Probably win more, probably too expensive. It's a 6 mana do nothing. Again, my spike side has to come out for these ratings because we're, analyzing for standard. But there's a lot of cool things about this. Your best thing every single turn, and note that it creates a token. So, if you can create a token copy of something that's hard to create a token copy of, right? Like an enchantment or something, then it typically becomes much easier to create a copy of it once it's already a token. If there's plenty of ways to do it in standard, but you have to already have a token copy of a thing to get that ball rolling, and this will help you do that. But honestly, I think that the best way to do this is just not to do anything too cheeky or smart mark. Just bury the opponent in value by copying your best thing every turn if you haven't already killed them by doing that. So again, win more is a real consideration here. So is the casting cost. So is the fact it doesn't do anything. And these are all things I got to point out. But, in terms of sheer power on the text box, I'm still going to end up at a 4.4 here because once it's in play, holy crap. But ultimately, it's probably not as good as we all want it to be. So I think a lot of us want it to. But it does copy itself. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But if you get another copy into play, it can start copying. The 2 can start copying itself. Fade-Bloom Trick is neat. 3 mana for an instant. You get 2 1/1 blue fairies with flying, and you tap target creature an opponent controls. Neat in tempo, man. This puts multiple bodies on the table at instant speed to either block or start. You untap and you start dealing damage because you played a DOT. And it's also good tempo, keep an opponent or keep a creature from attacking that turn, or keep a creature from blocking on the next turn. I think this is actually kind of good. There's something here, man. 5. I'm not trying to hide behind it either. I really think this card kind of deserves a 5. I think it makes that mark. Doesn't look like much. It really doesn't look like much, but 3 mana for 2 flyers that can block anything. Okay. It's we have Charge of the Mites, and that makes 2 1/1s at instant speed for 3 mana right now, but they can't block and they don't fly. It's that's just not as good. So I think this is actually pretty good tempo for what it's worth. I think it's sweet. Fake Your Own Death is 2 mana for an instant. Until end of turn, a creature gets +2/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and you get a treasure token. So often this effect would cost 1 mana, but that's fine. Pays you back a treasure token. So you get to ramp and blow your opponent's removal spell out. Sometimes you get to blow them out in combat. It's sure, your dinky guy dies, but it gets an extra power bonus, kills the dude it blocked up on, you get it back and a treasure. This card is better than it looks. It really is. You don't want your save a guy effects in black. You don't want to play him at all most of the time. They don't see all the play in the world. But when you do play him, you don't want him to be 2 mana. But this is one of the rare occurrences, the rare occasions where it's actually kind of decent. So I'm going to give this a solid 4 and leave it at that. Fanatical Firebrand is a red mana for a 1/1 haste Gobbo pirate. You can tap it, sack it to deal the damage to any target. Sick. Sick, dude. Awesome. One of the best Raging Goblins of all time. When he stops being relevant for combat damage, you can just tap him and hit your opponent in their dumb face for a mana, for a life. But even better than that, this completely invalidates X1s. Whether it's Deep Cavern Bat, which I think is an important X1 to blow away right now, or, Heartfire Hero, Cacophony, Scamp. There's some other stuff in Standard right now. Be surprised how much 1 toughness stuff there is when you start really looking for it. This is going to be printed into the same format as Lana War Elves, and it's effectively just a hard counter on turn 1 for Lana War Elves. So I keep that in mind too. This is such a good Magic card. It was last time it was in Standard. It will, I believe, continue to be. Good 1-drop for the Pirates decks, and even a good 1-drop for like burn decks. It actually is, I promise. Not the level of Swift Spear or anything, but this is a surprisingly great 1-drop. You guys know how good Bowmasters is, right? I know this is not Orcish Bowmasters. It's crazy to compare it to it, but what I'm trying to say is that 1 damage is a lot of damage when placed exactly right. So, good card here, man. I'm telling you, Fanatical Firebrand, I'm kind of excited to have it back. I like it a lot. So, I'm going to go with a 5.86 on this. It doesn't have all the impact in the world, but just one of the better role players you will ever see. Seriously. But next is Feed the Swarm. 2 mana for a sorcery. Destroy a creature or an enchantment an opponent controls. You lose life equal to that permanent's mana value. So we have ways like Withering Torment now of blowing up a target enchantment in Standard in black that we never thought we'd have before. But now we have 2 ways, right? We have Feed the Swarm and Withering Torment. So, enchantments just are not safe from mono black now. And I think that's pretty relevant. I think that black decks will probably, take the ability to blow up Unholy Annex or Caretaker's Talent. And yeah, they take 3 damage or whatever. They lose 3 life, but big deal in those matchups. So, pretty relevant card. Always been good. I'll give Feed the Swarm a 5.36. I think it's pretty relevant. Felden's Cane is back, everybody. 1 mana for an artifact. Tap and exile it to shuffle your graveyard into your library. Never mill out again. Never mill out again. So that's pretty fun. Felden's Cane's an oldie. It's one I've loved since I was 11 years old, but I actually can't rate it too high in Standard. This card's not what it used to be. The old gray mare just ain't what she used to be. Let's give this a 4.3, I think, realistically. I'm sorry about that. Belladar Cub is 2 mana for a 2/2 cat beast. Sack it to destroy an enchantment. Now that's what I call a Magic card. Volume, whatever number Magic card it is. 27,000, probably more. Anyway, this is good. So, solid guy. I'll give him a 4.9, and I kind of want to go up on that. Great sideboard card that goes in more than just cat decks. It's just a good card. Belladar Retreat is 4 mana for an enchantment. Whenever you landfall, choose one of these. Create a 2/2 white cat beast, or you put a +1/+1 counter on each dude you control, and they gain vigilance until end of turn. I perpetually forget that vigilance is a thing on this card, and I always wonder why my opponent is attacking for so much damage and they didn't have to tap their guys. It's because vigilance is always forget this card does that. But this is nuts to throw into Standard. I think this is actually the best pickup for the landfall decks. We've talked about Adventuring Gear. We've talked about the thing that spits out 1/1s. We will talk about Ravenous Baloth, and maybe there's a couple of other cards too, but I think that for landfall, we will fit white mana to play this card. Ravenous Baloth is 6 mana to landfall 4/4s into play. That other guy was 5 mana to landfall 1/1s into play. This is 4 mana to landfall 2/2s and send him in for alpha. And that is, again, I think the best we can do for landfall decks right now. Again, Lumra, Aftermath Analyst, any other splendid reclamation effects, and even just the fact that there are things that ramp 2 cards at one time. You get double triggers off of this. There's fetch lands, Fable Passages in Standard, get 2 landfall triggers off of this. This card is a beating. This card is quite good. So I even think it's better than it was last time we had it in Standard, because Standard's a little bit more slow rolly, slightly more conducive to mid-range, and the card might be a real possibility now. I really think it might be. So I'm going to give the card a 6.3 in Standard right now, and I think I'm rating it slightly too high, but Belladar Retreat saw play last time it was in Standard. I think it sees even more now where landfall is a more popular concept than it was, with better cards than it had last time. So, love it. Belladar Savior is 4 mana for a 2/3 cat beast with lifelink. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures you control. So no, you cannot make your lifelink guy slightly larger. Best thing about this guy is the art. Look how cool he looks. He's so cool looking. But aside from that, he's just like a 2.6, you know. Felling Blow is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a sorcery that puts a +1/+1 counter on a guy you control, and then that guy bites something. So the sorcery speed is a little bit slow for this, and 3 mana is a little bit slow, but you'll take the bite effect in limited. That's probably the ceiling of the card, though. Let's give it a 3.5. Sure. Fiendish Panda is 4 mana, 2, a white and a black for a 3/2 bear demon. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on him. So another Rajani's Primate. That was the other one. When this creature dies, return another target non-bear creature card with mana value less than or equal to this guy's power from your yard to the battlefield. So, you know, if he gets to be like a 7/7, he can return whatever you want to the battlefield. And note that it's to the battlefield. It's not to your hand. The thing comes back to the battlefield. So in certain versions of this deck, I've already talked about like a life gain sacrifice deck. In certain versions of this deck, I do think this is better than the Angel that draws cards at 4 mana. If you play a 4-drop in your deck, I think Exemplar of Light, I think that's what it's called, is probably better in most cases. But again, man, to the battlefield, we talk about to the battlefield is kind of ridiculous. So this is okay. This is okay. I think it's a really strong card for the black-white life gain decks in limited, and it's uncommon, so it's going to pick up a fair number of copies of them when it wants to. And that's probably where it shines the hardest, shines the brightest. But I really want to, you know, redshirt this thing in black-white life gain and see if it's around to actually play for the season. Because I think there's something there. To the battlefield is a very powerful line of text given exactly how high this thing's power can get. So I'm going to go with a 4.83 right now in standard because I think it's like very close to there. I really do think it's close to there, man. And again, you know, what did I rate Exemplar? A 6, and I gave this a 4.83. I do think there's a pretty good glut between those two cards, but we'll see if the glut is narrower. The gap is narrower than I'm making it out to be here because to the battlefield is powerful. But there's so much exile removal in standard right now. I just think drawing cards is better. And again, you'll draw the card when Exemplar comes into play if you have the right setup, and that's very easy to make happen. Whereas Fiendish Panda might never give you any value. And you don't feel great about that. So I do think this is worse than Exemplar, but we'll see. We'll see. Fierce Empath is 3 mana for a 1/1 elf. When it enters, search your library for a dude with mana value 6 or greater. Reveal it. Throw it in your hand. Shuffle up. So Tutor for a large creature is cool. It's used to just go get Craterhoof Behemoth. It can't do that anymore. But there's other things it can get at the top end of your curve to just make sure that you can blow them out, you know. Great. It was great in Commander forever. And Commander it still is great because it still goes and gets Craterhoof, you know. It's copy number 2 of Craterhoof. But in standard, I'm not sure how good it's. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe goes and gets a Trax or a Volborn Tyrant, but again, So let's just throw a 4.2 on this in standard, but recognize it in Commander. It's a good card. Fiery Annihilation is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an instant that deals 5 damage to a creature. Exile up to 1 target equipment attached to that creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. This card's good. This card's actually good. 3 mana, instant speed, 5 damage to a dude and exile it. 5 damage to a Beza, exile it. 5 damage to a Sheldred, exile it. Red looks for effects like this. It really does. This is potentially sideboard playable. And, you know, if there are equipments that make, you know, their presence known in standard, this is good against those too. But I think you should just forget the equipment lines there because it's not going to be value most of the time. Just look at 3 mana instant speed, 5 damage, exile the guy. And like, okay, you know, we're having a conversation. So like 4.4. Finale of Revelation is 2 blue and X for a sorcery. Draw X cards. If X be 10 or more, instead shuffle your yard into your library. Draw X cards. Untap up to 5 lands, and you have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Exile Finale of Revelation, no matter what you did with the spell. Will this be playable in standard? Should I ask the audience finally? I haven't used one all night. Maybe I should right now. I don't think this is great, but do note that it popped up a few times last time it was in standard. People did wild stuff with it. But that's mostly what it's for, is doing wild stuff, and I'm not sure any of that stuff is actually powerful, but the big mana like Doppelgang decks might want something like this. Could be, you know. But ultimately, I think there's probably better ways for the mid-range and control decks to draw cards. But again, this showed up in kind of big mana combo decks, and we have decks like that right now. So I could see it being a thing, but probably not good enough into the day. So like, 4.7. That's probably close to what I would give it. Yeah, like a 4.5. Drawing X cards is just good. Drawing X cards is just good, but is it good enough at sorcery speed? I guess we'll see. Might be better than we're rating it here. This might be closer to a 5. Firebrand Archer is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/1 human archer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this does 1 damage to each opponent. Almost never good enough, but one of the most fun cards you could possibly print and then play, you know? I'm always going to love these things, so I wish I could give her the honorary 5, but instead I'll give her a 4.7. I'll give this a 4.7 instead, because it's just so much fun and could add to burn piles. It legit could add to burn piles. Fire Elemental is 5 mana for a 5/4. That's all the card does. 1.5. It's big. Fire Shrieker is 3 mana for an equipment that equips for 2, and the equipped creature has double strike. Once it's in play, giving any creature for the rest of the game double strike is pretty good, even if you get swept. It's just sitting there waiting to make, your 2/2 relatively big. So I think it's good, but I don't think it actually sees too much play in Standard. It's just kind of a card that was so popular in Commander for a while that it faded into the background, and some people just played it in their deck for no other reason than, sure, you just play Fire Shrieker sometimes. It's not like that anymore to my perception in Commander, but it's always been a good card. I'm going to give Shrieker a 4. Fire Spitter Whelp is cool. 3 mana for a 2/2 dragon with flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature or dragon spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. So a lot like Firebrand Archer, but it costs more mana. But it's a 3 mana dragon, and you don't see a whole lot of those for your dragons decks. So you're just going to play it in those regardless. Just a strictly better Windrake, and I'll take those some of the time. 3.9, I don't think this is quite as good as Archer, because it costs 50% more mana than Firebrand Archer. It's still cool. Fishing Pole is the meme card of the set. 1 mana for an equipment that equips for 2. Equipped creature has 1 tap Fishing Pole to put a bait counter on pole. Whenever equipped creature becomes untapped, remove a bait counter from this equipment. If you do, you get a 1/1 fish creature token. So I think someone just had a really good idea for flavor. If we were going to make a Fishing Pole in Magic, what would it look like? And I actually think this is a great card in terms of the flavor. I think this is kind of how a fishing pole would work, yeah. They're going fishing. That's going to take them some time. That requires a tap down. It requires a little bit of mana, too. It requires resources and effort and time to go fishing. That's a little bit of mana. And then, when he's untapped, that's because he hooked a fish. And, he untaps, he gets the fish, and you get a 1/1. It's just, again, the flavor is really where it's at here. But is the card actually good? Probably not. Probably not. So I'm just going to give this a 3.3, and that extra 0.3 of a point mostly comes from the flavor and the effort involved in designing the card, which I do like. Flamewake Phoenix is 3 mana for a 2/2 Phoenix with flying and haste. It attacks each combat of Fable. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, you can pay red. If you do, return this card from the graveyard to the battlefield. So pretty easy to get, a 4-power guy early in the game. And just keep this attacking. I've always liked this card. Last time I was in Standard, I kind of liked it. I don't think it's bad. So I'm going to give Phoenix it's tough, a 4.99. You know what I mean? It's close to 5 as it gets. This card is cool. It's better than it looks, I promise you. Flash Freeze is ridiculous. This is 2 mana, 1 on the blue for an instant. Counter target red or green spell. To my mind, this is the best of all the color hosing sideboard cards that we got from this set. You guys are going to think I'm crazy. You guys think I'm crazy for most of these ratings. When we get to my top 25, you're going to think I've completely lost my mind. Just a couple of days. And you'll see just how weird I am. But yeah, when it comes to Flash Freeze, guys, I'm going to give this a 7. And I'm 100% serious. This is the best sideboard card in Mtg Foundations. This more or less in best of 3 makes red or green decks kind of very, very, very difficult to play unless they're extremely low on curve. And right now, Gruul is, but doesn't save it from getting blown out by Flash Freeze. I'm telling you, if you've never experienced it, Flash Freeze is a ridiculous Magic card. Just counter target spell. Counter target spell. It's really good. So good. Fleeting Distraction is a single blue for an instant. Draw a card, and a guy gets -1/-0 till end of turn. I like cantrips, so I'm not going to score it too low, but it's also kind of garbage, so I'm not going to score it too high. Let's give this a 3.6. Fleeting Flight is a single white mana for an instant. Put a +1/+1 counter on a guy. It gains flying until end of turn and prevent all combat damage that will be dealt to it this turn. Not as good as most save your guy spells, but does have a different practical application. Still don't care. Rather play Shard Mage's Rescue or whatever at this exact mana cost. So I'm going to give this a 3.3. It's just a combat trick. Fog Bank is 2 mana, 1 on a blue for a 0/2 wall with Defender and Flying. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to and by this creature. Have you ever experienced Fog Bank? This card is crazy, man. Not standard playable to the best of my knowledge, but this card is intensely irritating. And it wouldn't surprise me if you come across it on the arena every now and again and you're like, man, I just can't attack through that. It's like, at all, dude. I think it's actually kind of neat, but I'm only going to give it like a 3.9. Again, I'm not going to score this too high, but it is cool. This Fog Bank is pretty cool. Yeah, one of the best walls ever. It kind of actually is. Trust chat on that. Trust me. This wall is super aggravating to actually attack into. Frenzied Goblin is unassuming but great. A single red mana for a 1/1 Goblin Berserker. Whenever it attacks, you can pay a red mana. If you do, a guy can't block this turn. A guy of your choice that you target cannot block. So good, man. Last time this was in standard, to my memory at least, one of the times it was in standard, it was like a premium 1-drop in Goblins decks that won games like all the time. Doesn't look like much, dude, but keeping their best guy from blocking is like exactly what an aggro deck wants to do. And starting on turn 3 or 4, you've probably got extra mana to pump into it anyway, so you don't mind spending the mana. Again, like keeping their 3/3, 4/4, whatever from blocking just wins you games. It just does. It just does. Trust me on Frenzied Goblin. Great 1-drop. If Goblins is a deck, this will be one of the ones, man. Goblins has good ones, but Frenzied Goblin is always just so much better than it looks. I'm going to give this card a 5. I'm so serious. It's actually more of like a 4.4 role player, so I'll probably stick there. But I'm telling you, if you haven't experienced it, this card is so much better than it reads. Fumigate is 5 mana for a sorcery that makes all the guys go away. It just destroys them all. That's crazy. Have you ever seen a magic card that did that? Yes? Well, this is one of them. You also gain 1 life for each creature you destroyed that way. So maybe some sort of life gain control deck that takes advantage of the life gain triggers. Who knows? Control decks in general just like Fumigate because gaining 3 or 4 life is good for making sure you don't die when they recover. So I think Fumigate's fine. I will also give this like a 6.5 because it's a sweeper. It's just a serviceable sweeper. It's not as good as Day of Judgment. It's not as good as Sunfall. But, I gave Day of Judgment, a 7.5? I'd give Sunfall an 8 point something if I had to rate it. So if you get it 6.5, serviceable sweeper that we'll see play in a deck from time to time. Finny's back, baby. Finn the Fangbearer is 2 mana for a legendary human warrior. It's a 1/3 death touch. Whenever a guy you control with death touch deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. Count them. 2. 2 time. Ernest the Cat Williams. Nobody gets the reference. 2 poison counters. We're gonna be feasting, dude. We're gonna eat with this in the arena. I'm actually thinking this might be the first deck I make when we get our hands on Foundations, man. I love Finny, and a lot of you guys do too. Shout out to the 2 or 3 of you that specifically love, like actual cat lady, the people that specifically go crazy over Finn. I am one of you. You have found your people. I'm going to give Finn like a 4 and just kind of leave it at that. I don't think the card's like super good, but I'm down for Death Touch, matters in standard. I'm so down. I want to build it so bad. Garna, Bloodfist of Keld is 4 mana. 1 black and 2 red for a 4/3 legendary human berserker. Whenever a creature you control dies, another creature. Draw a card if it was attacking. Otherwise, Garna deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's a Blood Artist. That's a Zulaport Cutthroat, but it costs double what a Zulaport Cutthroat costs, so it's never seen play and probably won't. You'd think I'd really like this card, but I don't want Blood Artist that costs double what Blood Artist costs. I'm mostly not a big fan, I'm going to give this like a pretty bad score, actually. 3.79. Garrick's Uprising. 3 mana, 2 and a green for an enchantment. When it enters, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. Creatures you control have trample. Whenever a creature you control power 4 or greater enters, you also get to draw a card. It's not up the beanstalk, but it's pretty good, man. I have always liked Uprising. I think this is a more than solid card and another great like card draw engine for green decks. I love that it triggers more than once per turn if you can get it to. Creature you control have trample as a gross line of text if you're doing things right. You probably are. So I love this card, dude. I'm about to give this a 5.3 and you can't stop me. You cannot stop. If Caretaker's Talent is good, if Unholy Annex is good, this is fine. 3 mana, draw a card every turn? Okay. Gate Colossus is 8 mana for an 8/8 construct artifact creature that costs 1 less to cast for each gate you control. This creature can't be blocked by creature's power 2 or less. Whenever a gate you control enters, you may put this card from your graveyard on top of your library. Back in the day on the arena when people were playing Gates decks, this is the thing that killed me more often than not. This was often the best card in the Gates decks, even the ones that I built like for the channel. Gate Colossus was surprisingly good. It really, really was, man. I am just going to put this down as like a 3.8 because in most cases it is not great. Even in the Gates decks, it's not amazing, but it's just one of the better paths to victory. You'd be surprised how annoying this card is. Seriously. But next is Gatekeeper of Malakir, speaking of gates. This is 2 black mana for a 2/2 Vampire Warrior with Kicker Black. When this creature enters, if it was kicked, target player sacrifices a creature. So make your own flesh bag marauder, but you don't have to sacrifice a guy. It's just a 2 mana 2/2 with somewhat relevant creature types, especially Vamp. That, this reminds me of, what is it, Banalish Sleeper, I think it's called. The white 2-drop, you can kick it for a black. And this happens. So we literally kind of already had this card in standard. It didn't do much. So I don't expect this to do a lot, but it's still a solid Magic card that I'll give a 4.572. Gateway Sneak is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 1/3 Vidalcan Rogue. Whenever a gate you control enters, this guy can't be blocked. And whenever he deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Don't you love when cards work with themselves? This is an Ophidian variant, and those just aren't very good, especially when you have to resort to playing gates. One of the worst gate payoffs. Don't play it. It's not very good. I'll give this card a 2.5. Genesis Wave is pretty powerful. 3 green mana and X for a sorcery. Reveal the top X cards of your library. You may put any number of permanent cards, mana value X or less, from among those onto the battlefield. Then put all the cards revealed this way that you didn't put onto the battlefield into your graveyard. That's kind of neat that the extra cards go in your yard, right? I think Genesis Wave, we look at Banner of Kinship. We look at Lathril, Blade of the Elves, these kind of elves payoffs that want you to ramp into them and get a bunch of elves and mana, whatever. I think Genesis Wave is actually the best elves payoff. I think it is. It's no Crater Hoof, right? But if you get Archdruid and some elves and some of those elves are dorks and you can tap them down and get 10 mana, I think Genesis Wave for 7 probably is what wins the game. Or, Genesis Wave for 5 could still win the game. So I think Genesis Wave is actually a really good pickup, not just for those elves decks, but also for, any number of rampy decks in standard that can make X equal, 7 to 10, fairly easy on this without breaking a sweat. I think Genesis Wave is actually great. I'm going to give this card a 6.7 in standard. I think that it has a lot, an awful lot that it can do. Galta, Primal Hunger, 12 mana, jeez, for a 12/12 Legendary Elder Dinosaur with Trample, but it costs X less to cast. X being the total power of creatures you control. Well, you can probably cast this on turn 4 very easily then, right? It's if you just play one of the 3 mana 6/6s we have access to, then bing, bang, boom. If you play a 1-drop on 1, it kind of doesn't matter what 1-drops as long as it's not Market Gnome. Just, it's got to have some power. And then the next turn, what do you play? That 2 mana 8/8 that can't attack or block unless there's a bunch of cards in your yard, whatever that thing is called. But we have a 2 mana 8/8 is all I'm saying. So if you have a 1-drop with 1 power and the 2 mana 8/8, that's 9 power. You play this Galta on 3. Let's go. We can do it in Sultai. It's possible. But still, I don't think Galta's that great. Even if you can get it down on 3, you'll most likely get it down on 4. Won't attack till 5, and these aren't the best lines. I think Galta's a safe card, but an awesome one too. The card's awesome. So, Pugnacious Hammer Skull on 3, and you're more or less guaranteed to be able to play this on 4 if you have one other creature out. So Galta's sick, but again, always been Timmy bait. Never done the most in standard, but we'll see. We'll see what she does. God, this is gonna sound low. 4.61 for Galti in Standard. Get 2 Lava Runners, a single red for a 1/2 human wizard. As long as there are 2 or more instant or sorcery cards in your yard, this guy gets +1/+0 and has haste. Not as good as a lot of other 1-drop options you might have that do similar things, but still a solid enough guy. I'll give him a 3.7. A 3.6. Giada, Font of Hope is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 legendary angel with flying and vigilance. You can tap her for a white mana, but you can only use that mana on angels. Each other angel you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each angel you already control, so they get big pretty fast. What a pickup. What a card to have back in Standard. They didn't have to give this to us. But they did, and I'm kind of glad that we got it. So I'm going to give Giada a 5.77 in Standard. I think she's got work to do, man. There's good angels, man. There's some of them are still the same angels we had the last time she rotated. Giada's great. Giant Cinder Maw is 3 mana for a 4/3 dinosaur beast with trample. Players cannot gain life. Well, it's pretty good with how life gain is getting right now, but I think Screaming Nemesis is altogether better, but it's still a decent card. It is. I'll give the card a 4.7. Giant Growth is a single green mana. Target creature gets +3/+3 at instant speed. Was in the original Magic the Gathering set. Card gets a 2.8. Gigantosaurus is 5 green mana for a 10/10. There's no text on this card. There doesn't have to be. It's 5 green mana for a 10/10. What else do you need? I'm kind of surprised the birds are so big. Those are pterodactyls. I'm still kind of surprised. The pterodactyls must be huge for them to be that big in contrast. Gigantosaurus is, again, Timmy Bait. It's not amazing. I'm going to give the card a 4. Sorry. Gilded Lotus is a 5 mana artifact you can tap for 3 mana of any color, so it immediately pays you back 3 mana. It's pretty crazy. Gilded Lotus is a good Magic card that will see play. I'm almost certain this sees play. If you play it, you can untap and routinely have like 9 mana on the next turn. Nuts. If you drop a land, 9 mana. So I think Gilded Lotus is actually uber powerful. I think in some cases Mightstone and Weakstone is better. In some cases Gilded Lotus is better. But I think Gilded Lotus is better enough in the cases where it is that it will see way more play than Mightstone Weakstone ever saw. So you might be a little surprised by the score, but I'm going to give this a 6.36 in Standard. It won't see all the play in the world, but 5 mana for 3 mana doesn't come into play tapped or anything like that. This is still a very good Magic card that can help you explode onto the table, play multiple cards in a turn, untap with it, and play your entire hand or one huge thing. And it's just so much better than it looks to some people. I think some people are caught up in how good this looks. Other people are caught up in like, I've been playing Magic for 20 years and I know this is bad. And I think you're wrong. I think actually the Gilded Lotus is a hell of a Magic card. So very good, actually. Gleaming Barrier is a 2-drop artifact creature. It's a wall with Defender. It's also a 0/4. And when it dies, you get a treasure token. That's not terrible, man. It's really not a bad card, but I'm still just going to give it a 3.4. Gnarlback Rhino is 4 mana for a 4/4 Rhino with trample. Whenever you cast a spell that targets this guy, draw a card, which you probably won't do too often, right? So it's not amazing. Let's just give this card a 3. Solid 3. Gnarled Colony is 2 mana for a 2/2 beast with kicker 3 mana. If you kick it, it enters with 2 +1/+1 counters. So 5 mana for a 4/4 or 2 mana for a 2/2. Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has trample. So it gets itself trample. But that Life Sign of Text is pretty good in +1/+1 counter decks, but this hasn't seen much play in Standard so far. Doubt it will during its now 5-year tenure, but it's still also a decent Magic card. You really can't complain too much about Gnarled. So let's give this a 3.9. Goblin Borders is 3 mana for a 3/2 Goblin Pirate with Raid. So it gets a +1/+1 counter if you attack this turn when you play it. Not good. Kind of stinky. 1.4. Goblin Firebomb is 1 mana for an artifact with Flash. It has Flash. You can pay 7 and tap it and sack it to destroy a permanent. Defeating the purpose of the Flash just a little bit, right? But still, this is also one of those that plays slightly better than it reads without actually being very good. 3.69. Goblin Negotiation is 2 red and X for a sorcery that deals X damage to a creature, and then you get a number of 1/1 red goblin creature tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to the creature this way. So if you have a bunch of mana, just pour it into this card, get a bunch of 1/1s, and blow up a guy. Good with a lot of mana, bad with not much mana. It's not great. So I hate the sorcery speed too for what that's worth. I'm going to end up giving this like a 3.8, and you can't stop me. I think it's kind of in some ways worse than it looks, but maybe you get a bunch of 1/1s. Goblin Oriflamme. Oh, baby. This is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an enchantment. Attacking creatures you control get +1/+. We just got a room in Dustmourne that's like really similar to this, so this isn't as impressive, but it's still a good Magic card kind of in a vacuum. I'll give it a 4.2. Next is Goblin Smuggler, 3 mana for a 2/2 Goblin Rogue with haste. You can tap it. Another target creature with power 2 or less cannot be blocked this turn. So it's kind of cute that it has haste because it can use the ability. Turn it comes into play. You get a 2-drop through. Okay. 2.84. Goblin Surprise is Burn Bright, everybody. It's Burn Bright. 3 mana for an instant. Choose one. Guys you control get +2/+0 till end of turn, or create 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens. So, instant speed dragon fodder. Okay, for 3 mana. Or Burn Bright. Just good old Burn Bright, which we love here on the stream. I'm a big fan. This is a functional reprint of You See a Pair of Goblins, a card that I have a lot of love for, but I'm still just going to give this like a 3.7. I don't think it's that good, but I'll play it. Goldvein Pick is 2 mana for an equipment that equips for 1. The guy gets +1/+1, and whenever the guy deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Still just a little too slow, man. Sorry. It just not enough impact, right? So 1.79. Good Fortune Unicorn is 3 mana, 1 in Selesnya for a 2/2 unicorn. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Not the unicorn, the guy that entered. Fun effect in limited, especially since there's a bunch of +1/+1 counter signposts and archetype that you want to build in that format, but just too slow for standard, all things considered. So 3.96. Gorehorn Raider is a 5 mana 4/4 Minotaur pirate. Raid. When it enters, if you attack this turn, it deals 2 damage to any target. But, it's no Flame Tongue Kavu or anything. Let's just give it a 2.69. Grappling Kraken is 6 mana for a 5/6 Kraken. Whenever you landfall, tap a creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. That's going to be very aggravating and limited, but in some ways one of the worst landfall abilities in the set in terms of like really powerful stuff you can do, but still kind of neat. Big fat man in limited that kind of helps out tempo wise against your opponent dudes. I'll give him a 3.3. Gratuitous Violence. 5 mana, my favorite kind. It's 5 mana, 2 and 3 red for an enchantment. If a creature you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. That's crazy. It's so good. Just yet another. There's been like 7 of these, since Furnace of Wrath, in a series of things that do a thing like this. Probably a trap for standard, right? But we're still all going to try to make it work so hard. Much more of a commander card, though, so I'm just going to give this card a 4 and leave it at that. Again, I don't think it's very playable in standard, but it does have relevance the turn it comes into play. It does do that. Grow from the Ashes is 3 mana for a sorcery with kicker 2. Search your library for a basic, put it on the battlefield, shuffle up, but if you kicked it, you get 2 basics to throw onto the battlefield. So, build your own explosive vegetation, but sometimes it's going to cost more. Grow from the Ashes is probably not going to be as good as most of the ramp that we're going to have access to in standard while it's in standard. So I think I'm going to put like a 2.7 on this card. It's just not very good. Guarded Air is 6 mana for a woman human noble with lifelink, and you get 2/3/3 white knights when it comes into play. Pretty blinkable guy, actually. Pretty copyable dude, but cost too much to get into play in the first place. I think it's priced out of standard, but it's 7 power. A lifelink guy, super blinkable. Like, I don't know. Look out for it, but probably just not quite good enough. 3.69. Well, I just gave a card that, so let's go 3.7, right? Gutless Plunderer is 3 mana for a 2/2 Death Touch Skeleton Pirate with Raid. So when it enters, if you attack this turn, you look at the top 3 of your library, put one back on top, and the rest into your graveyard. Hate that the card goes on top, but still a 3 mana 2/2 Death Touch, not too hard to trigger Raid. I'll give this a 3.39. Gutter Snipe is Gutter Snipe. It's Gutter Snipe, everybody. Do I have to read these cards to you? Why did I read every card? I said I wasn't going to do that. Gutter Snipe, in my world, is like a 4.4, and even that I think is slightly too high. But I am going to put some respect on Gutter Snipe's name. I love this card, and it can do work. Halana and Alana partners are Halana and Elena. 4 mana, 2 and Gruul for a 2/3 legendary human ranger with first strike and reach. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1/+1 counters on another creature you control. X being Halana and Alana's power. That creature gains haste till end of turn. I mess this up all the time in my head. I said this earlier, but I just assume it puts 2 +1/+1 counters on a thing. And then, I think I've asked chat multiple times after games, like, how'd that guy get so big? And they have to tell me, like, because it gets big. It gets counters equal to their power, and the thing's power is like 4. So like I never remember that it does that. It's actually pretty decent. Helena and Elena did a lot of work last time it was in standard. It may do some this time. I'm just going to give this card a solid 5 and leave it at that. It's good sometimes. It's not others, but it does have work to do. Harbinger of the Tides, on the other hand, sick magic card. 2 blue for a 2/2 Merfolk Wizard. You may cast this card as though it had flash if you pay 2 more. When this creature enters, return a tapped creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Tempo player's dream. Everybody loves it. Mono blue tempo looking sick. I like a good guy here. Harbinger's still great. I have some faith that Harbinger's still a pretty good card. I am going to give Harbinger of the Tides a 5.71. That's probably about what I would have given it last time it was in standard, like as a report card as it was leaving standard. About a 5.71. I'll give it the same thing this time around. Heir Apparent is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/2 Rabbit Noble. When it enters, create a number of 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to the number of other creatures you control named Heir Apparent. So you have to pay it. You have to play a second one to ever get a +1/+1 or a 1/1 token. A deck can have any number of cards named Heir Apparent. So if you have, 38 Heir Apparents and 22 planes, then maybe you'll start rolling on something. But, you get 2 tokens when you play your third one. It's not, I don't think it's very good. I just don't think it's very good. Maybe if you blink it or copy it, right? If you copy it a million times, like something can be done with this card. I think it's one of the more fun of the you can have any number of these cards, like cards ever printed. But I still don't think it's very competitive, so I'm going to give it a 3.6. Harmless Offering is donate. Target opponent gains control of a thing you control for 3 mana at sorcery speed. In a vacuum, this card's like a 1. So I'm just going to give it a 1.1 because it might donate a Demonic Pact. Healer's Hawk is a 1 mana 1/1 flying lifelink. Ruin Lurker Bat just outclasses this nowadays, but I still respect the Hawk. I'll give this a 3.4, which doesn't sound like I'm respecting it, but I am, I promise. Heartfire Immolator is 2 mana for a 2/2 human wizard with prowess. You can pay a red and sack it to deal damage equal to its power to a creature or a planeswalker. Note that you can pop your own Screaming Nemesis with this and deal damage. You could if you wanted, probably shouldn't, but still. This is a decent drafty card, but I can't really go more than like a 3.8, but I think it kind of deserves a 3.8. Hedron Archive is 4 mana for an artifact. You can tap it for 2 colorless mana, or you can pay 2 tap it, sack it to draw 2 cards. So much better than anyone thinks it is, man. Do not underestimate this card. I actually think it's the best way to make 2 mana in one card that we have in standard. I think it's better than Invasion of Zendikar. By a great deal. I think it's better than Heaped Harvest, kind of obviously. But yeah, if you want one thing that ramps for 2 and costs 4 mana in standard, I again think this is probably the best thing unless you're attempting to specifically ramp into Atraxa. And often you are, don't get me wrong. But this kind of came out of nowhere and proved that it was good last time it was in standard. It's a double Mind Stone. It's basically double Mind Stone. Pay double for it. It creates double mana and, you have to pay double mana to sack it, and it draws double cards. Double Mind Stone. But that is so good. This card is so good, man. Do not underestimate it. I'm going to give Hedron Archive a solid 5.9. I will not go back on that. It's very good. Helpful Hunter is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 1/1 cat. When it enters, draw a card. Elvish Visionary, but a cat. Spirited Companion, but a cat and not an enchantment, which I think matters. But yeah, this is subtly very good. 5.1 even. I'll give it that. Heraldic Banner is a 3 mana artifact. When it enters, choose a color. Creatures you control of the chosen color get +1/+0. You can tap it for a mana of the chosen color. Fine. It's Heraldic Banner's always been fine. It's always been okay. But I'm just gonna throw like a 5.2 at it. Is that too high or too low? It's actually kind of tough to tell. I think in standard, I'm actually going to give this a 4.7. In standard. In Commander, it's way better. But in standard, I think 4.7 is slightly high, to be honest. Herald of Eternal Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. It's a Platinum Angel. It costs 4 and 3 white for a 6/6 Angel with flash and flying. You can't lose the game. Your opponent can't win the game. So, pretty good. This can just get killed. You know, they just like remove it. So, I got to throw that out there. It's definitely not the best card in the world, despite how good it might look. But that line of text is awesome. You can flash it in when you would otherwise lose. That's sexy. You know, you can flash it in, period. A 6/6 flyer can end the game by itself, whereas Platinum Angel is a 4/4 flyer, a little bit tougher to swing in with on certain boards. So I think this is actually pretty good. I think it's overrated. Both me and Power Dragon called this card overrated not 2 or 3 days ago. But overrated doesn't mean bad. I think this is subtly one of the, not even subtly, just kind of in your face, one of the best cards in the set. Despite its mana cost, I think Flash on a Platinum Angel is kind of crazy. Like, it's an experiment. It's an experiment. I think it's a pretty good one. I'm going to hedge my bets and not rate this card too high, but I'm still going to give it a 6.66. You see what I did there? But I think a 6.66 is probably about where it sits. It may be worse than that. It may never see play, but flashing in Platinum Angel is so dangerous. That's a dangerous ability to be able to do, right? So I like it. I think that it's probably going to see some play. Herald of the Faithful is 5 mana for a 4/3 Angel with flying. When it attacks, you gain 3 or 2 life. That's not super great, is it? It's just not super good. But, you know, flying 4 power guy gains some life. Relevant creature type, 3.4. Hero's Bane is 5 mana for a Hydra that enters with 4+1/+1 counters on it. You can pay 4 mana and put X +1/+1 counters on it, X being its power, which is, you know, bound to get out of control pretty quickly. You know, if you put 4 +1/+1 counters on it because you activated it, then now it's an 8/8. Pretty crazy. You know, if you activate it again, you get 8 +1. It's a 16/16, but no keyword abilities. You have to dump a bunch of mana into it. It's not as good as it looks, I promise. So it just gets a 4, I think. Heroic Reinforcements, on the other hand, better than it looks. It proved it last time it was in Standard. 4 mana to Boros for a sorcery that makes 2/1/1 white soldiers. Until end of turn, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain it a haste. So maybe when Imidane's Recruiter rotates out of Standard, this will be the thing that these Boros decks win with. But as long as Recruiter's in Standard, this sees no play. But do note that it does, you know, both of the things Recruiter does at the same time, right? It's not often that you make the 2/2/2s, the 2 knights with Recruiter, but this does put 2 bodies on the table and does the +1 and haste till end of turn. So, you know, once we don't have Recruiter, this sees play. It's seen play before. I think it will this time, eventually. So I'll give the card a 5.1, and yeah, I mean it. Hero's Downfall, I will give this a 5. Hero's Downfall gets a solid 5. That's the baseline Magic card I'm looking for nowadays. Right there. Hidetsugu's Second Right is a trap. This costs 4 mana for an instant. If target player has exactly 10 life, this deals 10 damage to them. So maybe play it in your burn deck, but my advice is to not do that, to never do that. This card is a massive trap, and I'm going to give it a 1. High Fade Trickster is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 4/2 fairy wizard with both flash and flying. You may cast spells as though they had flash. So a commandery line of text, sure, but could be playable in Standard. I think there's an argument for this in Standard, depending on what you're doing with it, but we have Enduring Curiosity. We have a Sphinx in this set that I think at 4 mana flash is probably better than this. It does like a Snapcaster Mage impression is what it's supposed to remind you of. This can do a lot of tricks, which, you know, given the name, that makes sense. This is one of those cards that's beautiful in its simplicity, but I think is not necessarily competitive, but maybe it'll shut me up. Either way, I think in Standard, it's not going to show up super often as much as I'd like it to. So I'm going to give it a 4.79. High Society Hunter. They stole a line from Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampires. I do love to hunt in society. This is 5 mana, 3 and 2 black for a 5/3 vampire noble with flying. When it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, this guy gets a +1/+1 counter. Whenever another non-token creature dies, draw a card. That's the good line of text on the card. Whenever another non-token guy dies, draw a card. Not even one of your creatures. One of your opponent's creatures dies. You draw a card. That line of text is potentially super duper busted, but I don't think it's worth it to play in standard at 5 mana. I really don't. But that line of text it perks my ears up. I'm going to give this. Now, if we were in Commander, if we were talking Commander, if this was the top 10 cards of the day and I was doing casual Commander ratings, probably like a 6, man. This card's pretty good in Commander. Maybe like a 5.59. But we are in Standard. We are judging what might actually feasibly see realistic Standard play. There are a bunch of black 5s that are better than this. You got to, roll out your Unholy Annex. You got to get your Aclazats in play. Even in Aristocrats decks that look like they want this, I think your curve is just much lower. I just don't think it has a home in Standard. But I'm going to respect that line of text. I am. So 4.57. Hinterland Sanctifier is a single white mana for a 1/2 Rabid Cleric. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. 5 years of Soul Warden in Standard. It's not Soul Warden, because Soul Warden is whenever any creature enters. 5 years of Lunarch Veteran in Standard. 5 years of copies 5 through 8 of Case of the Uneaten Feasts for the next couple of years. We have this effect. Also pretty good in Rabbit decks for what it's worth. You're playing a bunch of creatures in Rabbits decks. That's a lot of life. You need 1-drops. It's good there. But in life gain decks specifically, this is an unbelievably good Magic card. So proven time and time again that it is. Can we play Soul Sisters in Standard? I think we probably can now, at least. So gonna probably freak some of you out, especially given some of the scores I've given other cards. But just to show you how serious I am, I'm going to give Hinterland Sanctifier a 7.9. This card is very good. This card is intensely good. What would you give Soul's Attendant? What would you give Soul Warden? What would you give Lunarch Veteran? What would you give Lunarch Veteran? In current Standard, with all these cards that say whenever you gain life, you win the game. What would you give Lunarch Veteran? What would you give if you're a live game player to have Lunarch Veteran back? Now you do. This is one of the most relevant cards in the entire set. 7.7. At least. 100%. This is in my top 25. And just wait till you see where it actually ended up in the top 25. You might be surprised. Hoarding Dragon is 5 mana, 3 and 2 red for a 4/4 Drago with flying. When it enters, search your library for an artifact card, exile it, shuffle up. When the dragon dies, you can put the exile card into its owner's hand. This can get really tricky and be kind of neat some of the time, but I don't think it's going to be tricky enough or neat enough, at least in current Standard or, recent near future Standard, to do a whole lot. So I'm just going to give this a 4.2. I am respecting it slightly by doing that. Homunculus Horde is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 2/2 Homunculus. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, make a token that's a copy of this guy. One of the more fun sounding cards in the set, but fun will not get you Standard competitive playability. I hate to be a jerk to you, little guy, but have to give the old double H like a 3.3 here. I don't think this is Standard playable in any way. Hungry Ghoul. It's a real burp. Hungry Ghoul. I guess I'm hungry. It's 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 Zombo. Pay 1 and sack a creature to give this guy a +1/+1 counter. Don't love that you have to pay mana to do the sacrifice thing. This makes this more of a limited card than anything. I'm going to give it a 3.2. Icewind Elemental is 5 mana for a 3/4 flying elemental. When it enters, loot. Draw a card, discard a card. It's not very good. 2.2. Immersturm Predator, on the other hand, this is 4 mana, 2 a black and a red for a 3/3 vamp dragon with flying. Whenever it becomes tapped, exile a card from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Predator. Sack another creature to have Predator gain indestructible till end of turn and tap it down. So if you wanted something other than Rottenmouth Viper in your black-red sacrifice decks, this is the thing that's going to win you those games, baby. This is the other large creature that actually closes that we've been waiting for a year in Rakdos Sacrifice, or at least since we got Rottenmouth, so a few months. This is it. This is going to close the door right here, man. I'm not sure that it makes Rakdos Sac a real deck right away, but it is the piece the deck was looking for. An actual threat that actually ends games, that, has real sticking power, allows you to sacrifice things, so another sack outlet, has evasion on it, gets bigger, actually does something else by playing in graveyards. Card is just an absolute beating, and I think it has a better Standard to fall into this time than it did last time. So I'm going to give Immersturm Predator a 5.8. And I really want to give it a higher score than that. I really do. Impact Trimmers, ladies and gentlemen, probably my favorite new card in the set, or my favorite returning card in the set. 2 mana, 1 and a red for an enchantment. Whenever a creature you control enters, this thing deals a damage to each opponent. War Leader's Call, but it costs 2 mana. I'd rather play this than War Leader's Call most of the time, and now you can play both. Disgusting, you know what I mean? So I would say that I'm going to, and this is kind of meme-ish, because I don't think this card is actually that competitive in Standard. I really don't. I think if I was being real here, and maybe I should be more on the objective end, I would give this card like a 4.2 in Standard. But the excitement level I have to play it in Standard again after all this time, and like some of the best deck techs we've ever done, my most treasured deck techs are Impact Trimmers, like budget decks. And the card did need a reprint because it wasn't so budget anymore nowadays, but I'm going to give this like a spiritual 7.5, but in reality, it's like a 4.39. You know, the card's not actually going to be that amazing in Standard, but you will see it. You will see it right here. I promise you. Imperious Perfect is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 2/2 elf warrior. Other elves you control get +1/+1. You can also pay a green and tapper to create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. So spits out elves and is an anthem effect. What more could you possibly want? Oh, you want it to tap down to create a green mana for all your elves? Well, we got that too in this set. We've already talked about it. But Perfect is like the next best thing from that. But I'm not going to score it quite as highly as I scored Archdruid. Archdruid's tap down ability is just a million times better. But this is still a card you'll play and be really important in those elves decks. So I'm going to, sorry, my my mustache hair keeps trying to go into my nose. So I will give this a 6.2. I really will, man. It's just going to be that important for the elves decks. Imprisoned in the Moon is 3 mana for one of the most celebrated pieces of removal ever. It's an aura that enchants a creature, land, or planeswalker and turns the enchanted permanent into a colorless land that taps for colorless and loses all the other card types and abilities. This is what we did to Emrakul. We put her in the Moon, which seems like it's not good enough because you can just disenchant this and then now Emrakul's out. You know what I mean? But I think it's kind of hard to score this, but I'm just going to give it like a 3.2. Incinerating Blast is 5 mana for a sorcery that deals 6 to a creature. You may discard a card if you do draw a card, so rummage if you feel like it. Pretty bad even as removal spells go, 1.9. Infernal Vessel is 3 mana for a 2/1 human cleric. When it dies, if it wasn't a demon, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. It's now a demon. So a 3 mana 2/1 that dies and creates a 4/3. I kind of really like this card, like a lot. I think 3 mana is too much for the decks that want it. I really do. If you're playing a 3 mana card, it's going to be Midnight Reaper or any number of incredible cards that Aristocrats could play at 3, but I don't even think they want to play that many 3-drops in Aristocrats. I think there are very few. Braids is a good example of a premium 3, and I just don't think this quite makes the mark. But it is a card I got my eye on. I'll give it a 3.7. Infestation Sage, on the other end, you probably do end up playing in Aristocrats. A single black mana for a 1/1 elf warlock. When it dies, you get a 1/1 insect with flying. So a Doom Traveler in black is very good. I will give this card a 5. Solid 5. Doom Traveler is good. In case you've never noticed, Doom Traveler is crazy. Inspiration from Beyond is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Mill 3, return an instant or sorcery from your yard to your hand. Flashback, 5 and 2 blues. So flashback cost is really, really high, but this is actually a pretty decent effect at 3 mana. Return an instant or sorcery from your yard to your hand is actually something you don't see every single day. So I'm going to give this card a 4. Inspiring Call is 3 mana for an instant. Draw a card for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Those guys gain indestructible until end of turn. So a green, make a stand for the +1/+1 counter decks and card draw. If you can get this to draw you 2 or 3 cards and blow out a combat step or a sweeper, you probably win the game off of it. But the card rots in your hand like more than you really think it should in those decks. It turns out often you just want to enact your plan with your mana and the cards in your hand. And Inspiring Call doesn't add to that some of the time. So card has better spots in Commander most of the time than it does in Standard, where you're trying to curve out and do the best thing on turn 1, 2, 3, 4. But decent sideboard card and good synergy card for those decks. But I'm just going to give it a 4.2 or even a 4.19. I'm just card can be good, but it's hard to create those spots with it sometimes. Inspiring Overseer is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/1 Angel Cleric with flying. When it enters, you gain a life and draw a card. Awesome. Love this guy. 4.7. He's got the right creature types. He's got evasion, but strictly like slightly better Windrake with upside. Everyone likes drawing cards. Triggers life gain. Let's go. Inspiring Paladin is 3 mana for a 3/3 human knight. During your turn, he's got first strike. And during your turn, creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them also have first strike. This guy's surprisingly solid, but won't see any actual play in standard. I'll give him a 4. 3.9 even. Into the Royal, cool reprint here. 2 mana, 1 on a blue for an instant with kicker, 1 on a blue. Return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you kick this thing, draw a card. First of all, just return a non-land permanent for 2 mana is okay. It's not the worst thing in the world, but they will kick this all the time. This spell, I swear to God, gets cast kicked more often than not, and is more annoying than you think it is. I think some people read this card for the first time and like, but trust me, this card can be like absolutely glorious. It's so good. I'm going to give Into the Royal a 4.61. Involuntary employment is a threaten effect. 4 mana for a sorcery, gain control of a creature till end of turn, untap it, gains haste till end of turn, create a treasure is the extra gravy in this case. Pretty good gravy too, but I can't really praise the card that much. As far as threaten effects go, it's just kind of fine. I'll give the card a 3.7. Uraga Invocation is 6 mana for a sorcery. Everyone you control gets +3/+3 till end of turn and must be blocked if able this turn. Not as good as Overrun, and we got Overrun in this set. I'm just going to give this card like a 2.1. Joust Through is 1 white for an instant that deals 3 damage to an attacking or blocking creature, and you gain 1 life. Elspeth's Smite is better right now, but we won't always have Elspeth's Smite. Going to be nice to have access to this card, and worth noting it triggers life gain effects on your opponent's turn, kind of out of nowhere. So if you blow up that guy, kill it, and after you block, then now your Essence Channeler, your Amalia, your Primates, your Exemplar of Light, whatever, they'll get slightly larger after you've already made blocks. I think that's a cool thing to do, but still, card's not amazing. I'm just going to give it like 3.6, Juggernaut, baby. I'm the Juggernaut. This is a 4 mana 5/3 artifact Juggernaut that attacks each combat if able and cannot be blocked by walls. Can you believe it? Don't even think about blocking with your wall. This is a beloved card from my youth that is just not a good Magic card anymore. 2.8. God, ouch. It's 2.8. Kaito, Cunning Infiltrator, is 3 mana, 1 and 2 blue for a 3 loyalty planeswalker. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, Kaito gets a loyalty counter. That's busted. You can +1 Kaito, and up to 1 creature you control can't be blocked this turn. Draw a card, discard a card. -2 Kaito to create a 2/1 blue ninja creature token, and -9 Kaito to get an emblem with whenever any player casts any spell at all, you get a 2/1 blue ninja. Ridiculous ultimate that you will probably never ever get to, so it doesn't even matter. The 2 good modes on this are the first 2. I wish it was just draw a card. I really do. The looting is kind of lame, but still, maybe it's easier to get to the ultimate than you think because of the passive ability that's putting loyalty on it. I don't think the +1 is incredible. I gotta say, I really kind of don't. And the -2 is just ninja. But, 3 mana for a 2-power ninja and a planeswalker is not the worst deal in the world. Some people have called this an intro pack planeswalker. I think it is much better than that. I think we're undervaluing the passive ability an awful lot on this guy. So, usually it's actually like a +2. The +1 is actually a +2. But still, all that said, I think it's kind of a medium planeswalker. And that makes for a decent Magic card. So, 5.3. Calastria Highborn is 2 black mana for a 2/2 vampire shaman. Whenever this creature or another vamp you control dies, you may pay black. If you do, target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So it's time to make the Aristocrats deck vampire focused, baby. I think it's something that we kind of have to do. Now, we'll still play Ellysil Core and stuff, but I think Vron might be a vampire, if I'm not mistaken. That's already a vampire. Vein Ripper's a vampire. So, maybe Aristocrats can just be vampire. Vengeful Blood Witch, a vampire. So a lot of our Blood Artist stuff's vampires. And I'm kind of interested in giving this thing a shot. But I'm just not sure it's quite there, right? I don't like paying the mana for it at all. So I'm going to give the card a 4.8, which is probably really surprising from some of you. to hear that from me, because it's effectively a blood artist for vampires, and you think I'd really like it, but paying that mana is pretty painful, dude. It really is. Kargan Dragon Rider is 2 mana, 1 on a red for a 2/2 human warrior. As long as you control a dragon, this guy has flying. Good for him. He seems happy about it. We'll give the card a 2.6. Next is Kellen, Planar Trailblazer, a 1 red 2/1 legendary human fairy scout. If you pay 2 mana, if he's a scout, he becomes a human fairy detective and gains. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You can play the card this turn. If you pay 3 mana, if he's a detective, he becomes a 3/2 human fairy rogue and gains double strike. I can't call this card bad because it's a Savannah Lions. Like, no matter what, it's Savannah Lions. But ultimately, I don't think it really keeps up with the amount of mana that you're putting into it value-wise as you put mana into it. But I'm not going to give this a bad score. I'm still going to give it like a 5.47, which is not bad at all. You know, as far as Savannah Lions go, it does some work. It does, but you know, I'm interested to see if it actually gets played. I really am, because I think that we're kind of above, like beyond this card at this point. Kindled Fury is Kindled Fury. It's been printed in like every Magic set for all time. Good Wayne Reynolds art here as usual, by the way. This is like a 1.7, something like that. Kiora the Rising Tide. I think this card is actually kind of great. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 3/2 legendary Merfolk Noble. When she enters, you draw 2 and then discard 2. She also has Threshold. So when she attacks, if you have Threshold, you get a legendary 8/8 Octopus. Am I wrong to think this card is broken in half? Am I? Like, I don't know about broken in half. I don't know if that's the right term for it, but I don't know why nobody's talking about this card, because it actually seems very good to me. You can get this back with Helping Hand, but I don't think it goes in the Helping Hand deck. I think it's just a solid little mid-range lady, you know, a 3 mana, 3 power dude that has this ETB trigger is kind of okay in and of itself in Reanimator decks or anything that's looking to get value out of its yard. Or if you just want a halfway playable creature with a good ETB trigger, she's pretty good at that. And then if she sticks around for 1 turn, it is extremely likely you'll get an 8/8. And I don't know, dude. Again, I think that people need to be paying more attention to Kiki. I think she's very good. And I'm going to give her, don't hit me. Please don't hit me. And if you're going to do it not in the face, not in the nuts, let's give Kiora a 6.1, which is wild to some of the people watching this who have seen me rate all these other cards so far. Not much gets above a 6 in this set so far. A few things have, but I honestly want to give this a 7, and I'm just restricting myself from doing that. I think that attacking once means that you've invested 3 mana into 11 power on 2 guys. And that's crazy. You know, you can just run her into combat and don't care if she dies. You got an 8/8. That's amazing. I really think this card is very powerful, but I'm going to stop myself from giving it a 7 and just give it a 6.1. I think it's better than you think it is. Trust me. Kitesail Corsair is just as bad as you think it is. This is 2 mana for a 2/1 human pirate. It's got flying as long as it's attacking. Not all the time, just as long as it's attacking. It's not super good. 2. Knight of Grace is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human knight with first strike, hexproof from black, and it gets +1/+0. If anybody has a black permanent, yourself included. Nice wrinkle there, buddy. But as much as I like these knights, I think they're really sick. They remind me of the old knights, and I think they're good takes on those. I'm still just going to give it a 4.75. These do show up from time to time in standard. They did last time they were in standard. They easily could again, but I really want to be able to give this a 5, and I'm just not sure that it meets that criteria nowadays. Is it a duress? Is this a negate? You know what I mean? Is this an essence scatter? I don't think so. I think it's actually slightly below the average of what, like, you know, a decent Magic card is, but you know, only slightly. So let's go 4. Can we go 4.9? I think we go 4.9. I think it's fine. Knight of Malice, the black counterpart, is 2 mana, 1 on a black for a 2/2 human knight. First strike, pro white, and it gets +1/+0 as long as anybody has a white permanent. Cool. Same score, 4.9. I love these guys. Coma World Eater. We had a little discussion about this because I thought somebody was talking about this card, but they actually meant Kona. So everything I said about this earlier was kind of for naught, but I do think it's good. This is 7 mana, 3/2 green, 2 blue for an 8/12 legendary serpent that can't be countered. It has trample and ward 4. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you get 4 3/3 blue serpent creatures named Coma's Coil. And this guy has trample and 8 power, so like, if he gets through, you will be doing combat damage, very likely. You will get your serpents. Pretty gross, too, because you actually get more power and toughness than he brought into play in the first place. She brought into place in the first place if you do hit with it. And I think it should be easy. Cannot be countered. Really hard to kill unless you spend all of your mana. Easy to ramp into. Easy to, reanimate. Really sick again. Let me say this with things like push-pull. If you push-pull this into play in your Soul Tie deck or something, or your Teamer deck, then not only do you get to attack with another creature, that's always a bonus, but, Coma comes down, immediately attacks with her ward 4. And even though you have to sack her at the end of the turn to push-pull, you still leave behind 12 power and toughness on 4 bodies. So, pretty good in those decks, too. I think Coma's great out of sideboards, good in control matchups, but also just good in, like, Soul Tie ramp or mid-range. A very, very good card from this set. I'm going to give her a 6.5. I really think she deserves it. I do. Krenko, Mob Boss. Just cranking them out, Krenkos. 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for a 3/3 legendary Gobbo Warrior. Tap Krenko to create X/1/1 goblins, where X is the number of goblins you control. So you see, you tap it the first time to give you some goblins, and then the second time you tap it, it gives you way more. Because you made a bunch of goblins. Third time you tap it, you win the game. Some of the time. But I think this might be too slow, too expensive for goblins, and it's the form it wants to be in. I think goblins is a pretty fast deck that wins on turn 4. But it's still really cool to have Krenko. You'll probably see him on stream. But again, with my Spike hat on, I cannot give this card more than a 4.4 in like competitive constructed, because I just don't think the deck that would play it needs it. I just don't. But let me just throw this out here before I move on. We have not only War Leader's Call, but we also now have Impact Trimmers and Standards. So, like Goblin Trimmers, Goblin War Leader's Call or whatever is looking pretty sweet, because Krenko can just, you tap it and you kill them, right? So I like that idea. But Kaikar Zephyr Awakener is up next. 4 mana, 2 white blue for a 3/4 legendary bird wizard with flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature, choose 1. Either exile a creature you control, return to the battlefield beginning of the next end step, so blink a guy, he comes back later. Or make a 1/1 white spirit with flying. This is another one of those that if you untap with it and play, it's probably very annoying and good. I wish that it could protect itself. That would be nice, but it's another creature you control gets blinked. But the blink ability's good. Blink ability's fine. You can protect your guys with that. Notably, you can protect your Kaikar with like an actual protection spell of some kind, and blink one of your dudes at the same time, which is cute. But it's also good value to like protect Kaikar or counter a spell that counters that targets Kaikar. And then as a result, you not only blow out their removal spell, you get another flyer. This card looks actually kind of annoying. I don't think that it's quite there in competitive standard, but it is one that I've got my eye on. As you you untap with this in play, or you play it with counterspell shields up and you win the game with it. Fun commander, obviously. Fun in Brawl too. I think it might be cool there, but ultimately, I'm telling you, there is more to this than there appears to be. Both of these modes are very good and very easy to activate. So I'm going to give Kaikar 5.39. I think it's pretty good. Lathless Dragon Queen is an oldie but a goodie. 6 mana for a 6/6 legendary dragon with flying. Whenever another non-token dragon you control enters, you get a 5/5 dragon with flying. Also, 2 mana to fire breathing all your dragons. For 2 mana, dragons you control get +1/+0 till EOT. 6 mana is too much. I don't think Dragons.deck is going to be great, and if it is, it probably won't play Lathless. But, again, some of these cards, I have to put some respect on their name. I will give Lathless a 4. I think that the second line of text that everyone loves so much is going to be fun. And it's going to be super sick to have this in Brawl, by the way. Standard Brawl with Lathless. Let's get excited, everybody, but probably not a standard card. Lateral Blade of the Elves. Again, let's get excited about Brawl, but is it a standard card? Probably more so than Lateral, right? Or Lathless. but not as much as you might think. This is 2 and Golgari for 4 mana for a 2/3 legendary elf noble with menace. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you get that many 1/1 green elf warrior creature tokens. It looks like they missed the space between elf and warrior here, by the way. You can tap it and then tap 10 untapped elves you control and have each opponent lose 10 life and you gain 10 life. That's just it. I think it's going to be really, really tough to get that mode off. And Lathrill's only really good when that mode can snap off. You know, it's not going to be dealing that much combat damage. I really don't think it is. It's a 4-drop that nominally dies to cut down. You know, if you got Anthem effects in place, it won't. But theoretically, it's a 4-drop that dies to cut down. You don't really want that in standard. 4-drop that dies to all of the 3 damage removal. You don't usually want that. So I don't love it in standard. I really don't. I really don't, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to give this a 4.39 and at least like, 0.17 of that rating is respect. I'm not too sure, dude. I'm not too sure. In standard, I'm just not too sure that it's going to happen. In commander, I think you can make this pop off constantly. In standard, no. Leyline Axe is 4 mana for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 3. But if it's in your opening hand, just begin the game with it on the battlefield. That's why it's Leyline. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, has double strike and trample. I've gone on record multiple times as saying I think this card is quite good. And I'm not going to stop now. I think this card is quite good. I won't apologize for that. I'm right. I think, why are you booing me? I'm right. 3 mana is a lot to invest into any guy on almost any turn of the game. Counterpoint, +1/+1 double strike and trample will just end the game. Even if you just have like a 1/1 in play, it hits for 4 and tramples. If you have a 3/3 in play, you just win. you just kind of win, man. Double Strike and Trample is a crazy set of abilities to put together. We know that because of Embercleave, and even though this is the slowest Embercleave in existence, +1/+1 Double Strike and Trample is something you cannot do anything about, even if you see it coming some of the time. Even if your opponent pops off the sweeper, you have no creatures, this makes every creature you draw for the rest of the game intensely dangerous for them. So I can't bring myself to call this card bad. 5.4. 5.4, man. Lightshell Duo is garbage. It's 4 mana for a 3/4 otter, rat otter with prowess. Winner, Surveil 2. It's not good. 2.3. Liliana Dreadhorde General, on the other hand, this is a fine planeswalker. By which I mean she's physically attractive, but also good. She's a good planeswalker. 6 mana, 4 and 2 black for a 6 loyalty. Liliana. Best part of the card is the passive here. Whenever a creature you control dies, draw a card. +1, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. -4, each player sacks 2 creatures. -9, each opponent chooses a permanent they control of each permanent type, sacks the rest. So pretty sick with Innkeeper's Talent or Doubling Season. You can snap this off the moment it comes into play and keep, 3 loyalty counters? Nasty. But altogether, the card just really works with itself. Whenever a creature you control dies, draw a card. Well, that's cool. It makes 2/2s I can block with and draw cards. If I -4 it, then I draw 2 and they get rid of 2 creatures. So, we both came down on board presence, but I draw 2. This is a sick card. And we just looked at a 5 mana thing that says whenever a non-token creature dies, period, draw a card. So why is this better? It doesn't say non-token. Yeah, it doesn't count your opponent's creatures, but the fact that it doesn't say non-token is just this massive, massive upside. 6 mana might be too much for this, but it saw some play last time it was in standard mid-range decks because it has this ridiculous inevitability. It pluses to make 2/2s. You'll plus it for a couple of turns and it eventually ultimates and wins the game. It can come down and make them sack 2 creatures some of the time. That's a really good choice. And even if you have to come down on board presence again, you paid 6 mana for your walker, it pays you 2 cards and a removal spell. Card is very good. Even at 6 mana, the card is quite good. So I'm going to give Liliana a 6.84. I think she's still got it. Dude. Linden, Steadfast Queen, is 3 white mana for a 3/3 legendary human noble with vigilance. Whenever a white creature you control attacks, including Linden, you gain 1 life. This is better than the dragon we looked at earlier by a mile. This saw play last time it was in standard too, and just might again this time around. Especially considering we don't have to play Amalia. We don't have to play black at all. You realize that. We could just play a Johnny's Pride Mate. We can play Essence Channeler. We can play Exemplar of Light. And those can be our life gain creatures. And we can play Linden along with those. Start attacking in, gaining life. Let's go. Getting huge guys. The cool thing about this is that it doesn't just say like gain a life for each attacking creature, right? It doesn't say that. This creates separate life gain triggers for each attacking white creature. So that means that, you know, if you attack with 4 guys, your Essence Channeler is going to get 4 +1/+1 counters just because guys attacked. Linden's very good. I still think Linden is very good. I'll give this card a 5.7. Llanowar Elves, a single green mana for a 1/1 that taps for a green. Llanowar Elves, again, we're judging in the context of standard and standard alone here. So that will affect scores a little bit. If this were 10 cards rated, we were just talking about like all the formats and casual commander mostly, I'd probably give Llanowar Elves a 7.9, you know, somewhere in that area. And wait to give Birds of Paradise the 8.9. You know what I mean? Like wait to give Birds or something a better score. But truth be told, there just aren't a lot of better creatures ever printed than Llanowar Elves. There really aren't. So again, when we're talking standard here, I think this might be the highest rated card in the entire set. Really? Sorry. I'm going to give Llanowar Elves a 9. I'm going to give Llanowar Elves a 9. I doubt I'll rate a card higher than that. I really do. And yeah, everyone's playing 1 mana removal and stuff, cut down or whatever, and shock towards the tower. Don't care. Llanowar Elves still good. It's still very good. You have to have it. You have to have the removal or it's going to be crazy. It will not end well. Loot Exuberant Explorer is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 1/4 legendary beast noble. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. 4 2 green tap. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. Reveal a creature card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from among them. Put the card onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. You know what's cute about this is on 3 you can play an extra land. So that's 4 lands. On turn 4 you can play 2 lands and use its ability on turn 4, which I think is kind of cute. The activated is good, even though it costs a lot of mana. The activated is a sick mana sink that can put anything. Like it can even be a boat. It really can put just about anything onto the table at instant speed, which is very, very cool. Also, we have Agatha's Soul Cauldron, so if you want to pass around this activated, you can. The cool thing about this, mostly, though, is that it's just a 3-mana guy that says you can play an additional land on each of your turns. And even though it's like a 3-drop that's cut downable, it should create that value for you before it gets cut down. So these are always typically pretty good. Typically, they're pretty good. And I think this one will be too. 5.29. I think it's quite all right. Luminous Rebuke is 5 mana for an instant that destroys a creature, but it costs 3 less to cast if it taps or targets a tapped creature. So that means it costs 2 mana for destroy target creature at instant speed if it hits a tapped guy. Still not amazing. Just better removal spells than this, right, that we have access to. But I'm still going to give it a 3.8. Lunar Insight is a trap. 2 mana, 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Draw a card for each different mana value among non-land permanents you control. Probably commander playable, and if you're doing really funky stuff, you might be able to make it work, but so narrow, so niche. I will give this card a 2.1. 100% serious. I have no faith in this. Lyra Dawnbringer's 5 mana for a 5/5 legendary angel with flying, first strike, and lifelink, and other angels you control. Get +1/+1 and have lifelink. So sick angel, lord right here. But also just kind of better than a Baneslayer in a lot of ways. A 5 mana, 5/5 flying, first strike, lifelink is baseline plus some, 5.18. Malefield Twins is a 6 mana 4/4 Zombo. When it dies, you get 2 Zombos that are 2/2s. Drafty 6-drop here, 1.4. Macabre Waltz is 2 mana for a sorcery. Return 2 cards from your creature cards from your yard to your hand, then discard a card. Better than it looks, but probably not standard playable for the most part. 3.8. Maelstrom Pulse, another one of the better reprints we got. 1 and a green and a black for a sorcery. Destroy a non-land permanent and all other permanents with the same name as said permanents. We're just putting this into Golgari. Golgari just has this now. So they had Assassin's Trophy for the longest time, and they're not really playing that. So we'll see if they even play Pulse. But I think that, in a set where Legions to Ashes, and in a standard where that card is seeing play, and Legions to Ashes is seeing some play, that Maelstrom Pulse probably does too. So let's give Maelstrom Pulse a 6.46. Let's do that. It might deserve more than that, by the way. Magnagoth Sentry is 4 mana for a 4/4 Tree Folk with reach. That's all it does. Beautiful. Beautiful magic card. 2.1. Make a Stand is, I'm saying a lot of cards are make your own, make a stand. Here it is. 3 mana for an instant. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain indestructible till end of turn. pretty solid, but holding up 3 is not what every aggro deck wants to do. Especially in a Sunfall Standard, this isn't what it used to be. It doesn't counter the sweeper as often. But still, a fine card, I think, for aggro decks. 4.79 in Standard. Make your move is 3 mana, 2 and a white for an instant. Destroy an artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. This card is better than you think it is. I've played it in mono white a couple of times, and it actually always finds a target. It's pretty good. I'll give it a 4.9. Totally serious. Marauding Blight Priest for the life gain decks. 3 mana, 3/2, Vampire Cleric. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. And then when they lose life, you gain that much life. And then because you gain life, they lose that much life. Yet another thing that works to, instantly win the game with certain cards we already have in Standard. And this one only costs 3 mana. Blight Priest might be kind of real, like a little bit, but I also doubt it for the most part. But I'm still going to give this card a 4.9. I have some hopes for this in Standard. That's too high, by the way, but I just really like it. Massacre Worm is 6 mana, 3/3 black for a 6/5 Phyrexian Worm. Big Worm! When it enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 till end of turn. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, that player loses 2 life. This is not as good as Harvester of Misery is nowadays, I would assume. But still, more than solid Magic card. But I'm about to break everyone's heart, myself included. 4.89 in Standard. It's not what it used to be. Because it's just got competition right now. Maze Mind's Home is great. 2 mana for an artifact. Tap it, put a page counter on it, scry 1. Pay 2, tap it, put a page counter on it, draw a card. When there are 4 or more pages on it, exile it. If you do, gain 4 life. This is just an excellent Magic card. At first, mid-range decks that needed a way to draw cards played this card because they didn't have access to blue and good card draw. And then, before you knew it, blue control decks were playing it because it's just one of the best ways to draw cards in its respective Standard environment. And I think the same will be true in this Standard environment. I think Maze Mind Tome is still like one of the better ways to draw cards that we've seen for any deck in Standard in a while. It's not like Bank Buster. That card got banned, right? That was like the best version of a Maze Mind Tome they've ever printed. And it was a little bit over the line. So maybe because of that, they decided, let's just print Maze Mind Tome. And I swear this card is quite good. More than just a role player. I'll give this card a 6.49. If we didn't learn this card was good last time it was in Standard, we'll never learn. This card is great. I promise you. Maze's End is a land that enters tapped. You can tap it for a colorless, and you can pay 3, tap it, return it to its owner's hand to search for a gate card, put it on the battlefield, shuffle up. If you happen to control 10 or more gates with different names, why don't you win the game, buddy? Does that sound good to you? You'll never do it. You'll just never do that, but all the content creators will be trying to do that in the first week or 2 of Standard with just a bunch of sweepers and stuff in their deck, and you mazes in for the win. This is as close as we'll ever get in Standard to Thawing Glaciers, but I imagine Thawing Glaciers just isn't good anymore. Way too slow, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to give Maze's End a 4.4. Actually, I'll give Maze's End like a 3.7. I think that Thawing Glaciers has fallen off good ways in current Standard, but if nothing else, you got a Thawing Glaciers. You do. But you'll never do the thing. You'll never do the thing. I'm so sorry to rate this so low, but you just won't do it. Mentor of the Meek is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier. Whenever another creature you control power 2 or less enters, you may pay 1. If you do, draw a card. So worse than Takasi is welcome. Worse than Enduring Innocence. Will not really see play in Standard. I'm fairly convinced. But still a good Magic card by all accounts. We just won't see play in Standard. So 4. Meteor Golem. He's meatier than other golems. This is 7. He's not no soy golem. He's a meteor golem. 7 mana for a 3/3 artifact creature. It's a golem, of course. And when it enters, destroy target non-land permanent an opponent controls. It has its times, right? It has its spots where it does see play. I can't tell you how many times I wish Cityscape Leveler was just meteor golem in this environment. It's actually more than like 5. More than you can count on one hand. But still, it's not good. 4.17. Yeah, 4.17. It's actually, don't put it out of your mind that this could see some play. It really could. Micromancer is 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 3/3 human wizard. When it enters, you can search your library for an instant or sorcery, mana value 1, reveal it, put it in your hand, Shuffle up. Search your library for a lay down arms or a duress in standard. These are good things to do, but probably not amazing. You know, it's got 5 years. If they ever reprint Thoughtseize, it might be cool, but still not amazing in standard. 3.87. Midnight Reaper, my buddy. This is my guy right here. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/2 zombie knight. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, this creature deals 1 damage to you. You draw a card. So, you know, we looked at the 5 mana guy that does this. He doesn't hit you. And he's any creature that dies, you know? Still think Midnight Reaper's better. I'd rather pay 3 mana for a worse version of the effect than 5 mana for a great version. Because the curve in this Aristocrats deck really doesn't want to go above 3 if it can really help it. Maybe a great 4-drop if it's great, but it's got to be great, you know. But Midnight Reaper's back for 5 years in standard. We got some real card draw for sacrifice decks. We got some real card draw for mid-range. Midnight Reaper's just good. It just is a good card. I'm trying to be objective here, but I think the card does go in more than just Aristocrats. You know, it's not as narrow as it may look. And look how awesome he is, dude. He's got the scythe, hooded rider with a black cloak on a black horse. You're so freaking cool, dude, man. Sweet, amazing flavor text. Have you seen this flavor text? This is one of the coolest Magic cards ever printed. I'm still 14 years old, apparently. But look at that text box. You know, one of the rare Magic cards that looks amazing and is also has an actually good usable text box. 6.66. I'll give it that score out again. So I think it deserves it. 6.66, baby. Yes, it dies to cut down. It also draws you a card when it does that. Huh? It's not whenever another. It's whenever any non-token creature. Sure. I'll draw my card. That's better than most creatures that die to cut down, right? Midnight Snack. Also, look, at the risk of wasting too much time on this. Earlier, we talked about Llanowar Elves for a second, right? We said Llanowar Elves is going to be worse because cut down and Torch the Tower and players are going to play all this like 1 mana removal. And they already played this 1 mana removal because mono red's so good. So Llanowar Elves is going to have a worse time than usual. These are all statements I agree with, but at the same time, you know, Monastery Swiftspear is in the same standard as cut down and Torch the Tower and Elspeth Smite and all this 1 mana removal, lay down arms. And Monastery Swiftspear does fine. Deep Cavern Bat is in the format with all this 1 mana removal that kills it. That gets mana value off of killing Deep Cavern Bat. And Deep Cavern Bat is still the best 2-drop in standard for all intents and purposes. In most cases, right? You know, Unstoppable Slasher is a 3-drop that dies to cut down. Who cares? Mosswood Dread Knight, like those come back, right? But again, I think that just because you die to cut down does not invalidate you in today's current standard. Especially if you're using the Llanowar Elves example. They didn't get any mana value off of cutting down Llanowar Elves. Not technically. It's 1 mana for 1 mana. 1 card for 1 card. And that'd be the problem. Like they cut down Midnight Reaper and they get 2 mana value over you. That feels terrible. But when it comes to Llanowar Elves, dying to cut down is not that big of a deal because it's, you know, even mana value. You're feeling okay with that. There's a lot to say in that arena, and I probably shouldn't use the speed run to do it, but here we are. Midnight Snack is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an enchantment with raid. If you attack this turn, create a food token at the beginning of your end step. You can pay 2 and a black, sacrifice this enchantment. Target opponent loses X life, X being the amount of life you've gained this turn. I actually really like this. I think it's clunky. I think it's slow. I think it costs a lot of mana, especially if you want to do it all at one shot. But these life gain decks can pretty easily gain like 8 life in a turn. I've seen it happen a lot. And this just kills your opponent. Really does. Better ways of doing it, I think, for the most part, but I still like it. And you also get to look at this hilarious art. It reminds me of King of the Hill. Have you seen this picture of Luann eating pancakes? And she's like, you know. But overall, it's hard to score this card. I think it's pretty decent, but, you know, ultimately a little clunk. But I like some junk in my clunk from time to time. So I'll give the card a 4. And I honestly think that might be too high. But, you know, that sacrifice ability is pretty good in the right spot. Mild Manner Librarian is 1 green mana for a 1/1 human. You can pay 4 mana to have it become a werewolf, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it and draw a card. You can only activate this ability once. It's mostly trash, 2.1. Mind Sparker is 1 and 2 red for a 3/2 elemental with first strike. Whenever an opponent casts a white or blue instant or sorcery, this guy deals 2 damage to that player. actually kind of neat if you can get it down, but not the best of these color hosing cards by far. But that said, still pretty cool. I'm going to have to give him like a 4.5. Mischievous Mystic is 2 mana, 1 on a blue for a 2/1 human wizard with flying. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, you get a 1/1 blue fairy with flying. So you can do this on your opponent's turn, by the way. I think for 2 mana, this dude's pretty cool, but you know, what do we have? A 2 mana guy that whenever you cast an enchantment, you get a 1/1. We have Third Path Iconoclast, cast a non-creature spell, get a 1/1, you know, and like those don't see a lot of play. So I don't think this sees a lot of play either, but I really like the design of this card. It's kind of a classic, simple design that I'll always love. So I'll give it a 4.2. It can make guys. Mischievous Pup is 3 mana for a 3/1 dog with flash. When it enters, return up to one other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. So kind of a white mane lion, but it's a dog, so it costs more mana. Suck it. This is not very good. I'll give it a 2. A 2.4. You know, sometimes the white mane lion ability is pretty good. And obviously, you know, Nurturing Pixie kind of does this, but not with the flash. And Nurturing Pixie's proven to be pretty good. But Nurturing Pixie costs 1. This costs 3. That makes it worse. Mocking Sprite is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/1 fairy rogue with flying. Instants and sorceries you cast cost 1 less to cast. Pretty neat. Pretty okay. But again, we've seen this line of text on a lot of cards that cost like 2 mana. Doesn't make them good, but it does make them, you know, neat. I'll give the card a 3.86. Mold Adder is maybe the final of the color hosers. A single green mana for a 1/1 fungus snake. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell, Mold Adder gets a +1/+1 counter if you want it to. I don't think this is very good. I just kind of don't. So I'm going to give this like a 3.7, man. You know, Mold Adder, I think you may deserve a lower score than that, honestly. But, you know, if your opponent doesn't immediately have cut down for it and they just play to the board, you know, they start playing black spells to the board or whatever, then suddenly he gets pretty big. And if he's like a 1 mana 4/4 at some point, then yeah, that sounds great. But I just don't think it's going to work out like that. I just kind of don't, man. Mortify is 3 mana, 1, a white and a black for an instant. Destroy target creature or enchantment. Probably not as good as Get Lost, but we'll still see some amount of play, if I had to guess. So I'm going to give Mortify as a solid removal spell, like a 5.5. It's more than solid most of the time. A lot of sort of versatility. I wish we'd have also gotten Putrefy, by the way, but I don't think we did. Mossborn Hydra, love this guy. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 0/0 elemental Hydra with trample. He enters with a +1/+1 counter on him and landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double the number of +1/+1 counters on this guy. This is why I said that other card is probably the best landfall trigger in the set, because this thing, this right here, look at this guy. So he enters with a +1/+1 counter. Let's say it's turn 4. Let's just assume it's turn 4. I play this guy with all my available mana before playing a land. Then I play a Fabled Passage and pop, and you know, that triggers this guy. Double the number of +1/+1 counters. So it gets a counter. Actually, yeah, it gets, if you double, yeah, okay. So, and then I pop that Fabled Passage and it gets more counters. Like with one Fabled Passage, this guy gets pretty big. Like immediately. You know, if it has 1 counter, it ends up with 2 counters when you pop the Fabled Passage, right? So you pop it again, it ends up with 2 more counters. So it becomes what, like 5/5 or is it 4/4 at least? Why am I not mathing correctly here? I feel like I'm not mathing correctly, like an idiot. But one way or the other is all I'm really trying to say is like 2 landfall triggers and the guy's really big. You know? Like really big with 2 landfall triggers. 3 or 4 landfall triggers and he's nuts. So what this guy actually does is this guy gives you a way to win the game if you don't have Iridescent Vine Lasher in play. When you Lumra, when you Aftermath Analyst, because, you know, Arena's going to do that math for you. You know what I'm saying? It does go to 4. I thought it went to 4. Thank you. If you Fabled Passage, pop it, right? It should go to 4, I think. But yeah, and like Battle of Zendikar, Invasion of Zendikar, and stuff like that. Things that put 2 lands into play, ridiculous. We just saw Loot, right? The 3 mana 1/4 legend. Play as many lands as you want, or play an extra land play an extra land on your turn. Spelunking, I think, already did that too. So they both work really well with Hydra. But if you Lumra or Aftermath Analyst and get, like 6 lands back from the graveyard, you just win the game. Because the guy has trample. If he survives the combat step, you probably win. Because God knows how big he actually gets if you get 7 lands back from your yard. If you get 4 or 5 lands back from your yard, he gets too big to block. So I actually think like Landfall Lumra, Landfall Aftermath Analyst, whatever you're doing, this guy has like a real shot at seeing play because he just gets so unconscionably huge. So fast, dude. Yeah, play Ozolith, it gets bigger. That's a good point. And that works on curve. So I'm telling you, man, there's something here. Innkeeper's Talent. Yeah, see? Bristly Bill. Put more counters on him with Bristly Bill. And then double the counters. But that's actually a good call. Because if you have Bristly Bill on 2, Mossborn Hydra on 3, play a land on 4, Bristly Bill goes off, put a +1/+1 counter on Hydra, and then Hydra's landfall ability goes off, doubling the number of counters on him after he already got a counter from Bill. I'm telling you, baby. Landfall.deck is good, and just like the idea of Lumraing and getting this guy to what, a 300, like it's feasible. I like him. Trample through and win the game. Now I have to rate him. I'm going to give him, please don't hit me, a 6. I think this guy gets a 6, baby. I really do. Muldrotha, the Gravetide. 6 mana, 3 and a soul tie for a 6/6 legendary elemental avatar. During each of your turns, you may play a land and cast a permanent spell of each permanent type from your graveyard. Playable in standard. 6 mana, do nothing, right? Nope, was playable last time it was in standard in a Sultai midrange deck, and I think it'll be playable again in Sultai midrange. I think you could even make a case this could be playable in Sultai Reanimator, the one that uses Squirming Emergence, because that deck plays permanents, that deck plays Founding the Third Path, and all kinds of other permanents it can play out of its yard with Muldrotha once she's safely in place, and it's not too hard to reanimate her very quickly, so with an Emergence. So I think this card has real playability in standard, just like it did last time. The card is absolutely backbreaking the moment it comes into play. Some of the time, even if it just plays a land out of your yard, the turn it comes in, it can be good. So I'm going to give Muldrotha a 7. You cannot stop me. I think she is that good. Just an incredible mid-range engine that also ends games with her power toughness. So awesome. Myojin of Night's Reach is 8 mana, 5 and 3 black. Man, good. Maybe I'll just reanimate it, right? Nope. It's a 5/2 legendary spirit that enters with a divinity counter on it if, and only if, you cast it from your hand. By the way, you also can't Smuggler Surprise this into play. I think I made that mistake, but Surprise doesn't cast him. It just puts him into play. Myojin of Night's Reach has Indestructible as long as it has that divinity counter. And if you remove a divinity counter on it, you'll have each opponent discard their hand. You'll just mind twist your opponent if you remove that divinity counter from it. Cool card, but honestly, I think this is Timmy bait. I really do. Sorry, Myojin. 3.9. Ugh, it hurts, but I think that's the case. Mystical Teachings, baby. 4 mana for an instant. Search your library for an instant or a card with flash. Reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up, and flash back for 6 mana. It originally cost 3 and a blue, and you can flash it back for 5 and a black. This card is very, 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 I can't say very enough times good. I think it will affect standard quite a bit. I think there's more than an argument for this bad boy right here, dude. Mystical Teachings is an amazing control card, whether it's Dimir or Esper or Sultai or whatever. Mystical Teachings is nuts. It just absolutely is nuts, dude. So I'm going to give, and again, don't hit me here, but I'm going to give Mystical Teachings a 7.6, which sounds crazy high because it is. Mystical Teachings is a ridiculous Magic card. It's a ridiculous Magic card. If you don't think it's at least a 7.6, wait till you play against it. Just wait, dude. Yeah, 7.6. Optimator, have you played against Mystical Teachings? It was in Toast, 5-color control last time it was in Standard, which was a good 15 years ago. Don't get me wrong, but instant speed tutor for A, a counter spell, B, a removal spell, C, the big spell that wins the game, or B or D at this point, a flash creature, right? And then later flash it back. You understand, like on a turn where your opponent gives you nothing to do and just says go and passes turn to you, Do you understand how backbreaking it is to go EOT, search up a counterspell, and now they know you have three. They didn't do anything that turn. They know you have 3 steps ahead. They're just waiting to draw something good. They know for a fact you have 3 steps ahead now. Just tutoring for a counterspell once is crazy, but the fact that it allows you to do it twice, the fact that it allows you to tutor for removal spell, these are good enough, dude. These are good enough, but it often allows decks to find their flash, killer, like an Esper deck can go search up, can use Mystical Teachings to go search up Herald of Eternal Dawn, that Platinum Angel with flash. It can use this card to do that. This card is great. This card is fantastic. It really, really is, dude. You'll see. Mystical Teachings is crazy. 7.6 all day. Mystic Archaeologist is a 2-mana 2/1. You can pay 5 mana and draw 2 cards. Okay, but still not great. Give the card a 3.7. Needletooth Pack is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 4/5 dino with Morbid. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, put 2+1/+1 counters on a guy you control. Not super great, honestly, but better than it looks. Still not standard playable, but I think if you get it in limited, you should try it. I really do. I think it'll lead to a lot of inevitability for you over the course of the game. This is a 3.4. Negate. Good old Negate. 2 mana instant, counter a non-creature spell. 5. It's a 5. Nessian Hornbeetle is 2 mana for a 2/2 insect. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you have a guy with power 4 or greater, this guy gets a +1/+1 counter. So on turn 2, you play him. On turn 3, you play a 4-drop, or a 4-power guy, rather. And then it's kind of like you played a 2 mana 3/3. And then it's kind of like you played a 2 mana 4/4. And then it's kind of like you played a 2 mana 5/5. As the turns go on. I've always liked Hornbeetle, but it's never actually been that good. I'm just going to give it a 4. New Horizons is 3 mana for an aura that enchants a land. When it enters, something gets a +1/+1 counter. And then the land taps for 2 mana of any color. Pretty bad. Let's give it a 2.4. 9 Lives Familiar. It's time to finally see how I feel about this card. 3 mana for a 1/1 cat that enters with 8 revival counters on it if you cast it. When it dies, if it had a revival counter on it, return it to the battlefield with 1 fewer revival counters on it at the beginning of the next end step. So you only get to return it once per turn. So you can't just machine gun, sack it, get death triggers the whole time. You can't do that. You can only do this once per turn, a la Cauldron Familiar or whatever. I was telling Power Dragon the other day, I think this feels like a black version of Squee. The old Squee would just come back every time it died. Pops back to your hand every time it dies. This comes back to the battlefield and has a very similar casting cost than Squee. It's a 1/1 just like Squee. This feels like a black Squee to me. And I think that's pretty good, but is it good enough in standard nowadays? Yeah, all will be 1. Yeah, 8 revival counters and then 7 and then 6. And it should kill them after a couple of deaths, So that's a meme deck. But, all be one's like a 5 mana, thing. I'm not sure it's great. We'll see though. That's a great idea. Ultimately though, guys, I think that again, the sack decks want this, right? Probably not. It's 3 mana. Again, we just got better options at 3, and you can only play 8 3-drops at the absolute most in that deck. I don't think 9 Lives Familiar is going to be one of them. You might be shocked. I'm going to give the card a 4.6 and leave it at that. I don't think it's that great. But Niv-Mizzet Visionary's up next. 6 mana, 4 blue and a red for a 5/5 legendary dragon wizard with flying. You have no maximum hand size. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to opponent, you draw that many cards. Pretty sure if you have another version of Niv-Mizzet in play in Commander, this will go infinite. That's fun. But it costs 6 mana. It costs 6 mana for a dude that can just not cut down, but go for the throat or get lost. I want to like this so much. I want to like this so much, but it's not actually, it's kind of trappish. I promise you. You don't actually want to try this. God. In Commander, great. Pretty great, but in Standard, a solid 3.9, and I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I wish I was, but I'm just kind of not. There are much better 6 mana cards in the set. Null Priest of Oblivion. Can I explain myself slightly a little bit more here? Yeah, you draw a bunch of cards when you hit them with burn or something, but then you have to have burn in your hand. You have to have 6 mana plus mana open to actually shock them if you want to draw 2 cards. That's not going to happen every day of the week, and you're not going to have the shock in your hand every day of the week. You probably wanted to use that earlier in the game to kill something. And I'm just not, it's not self-fulfilling. You have to have other stuff in your hand to actually do the thing. That stuff has to be specifically burn spells or whatever. It's just, I don't know, guys. I'm not the biggest fan in the world. But Null Priest is up next. A reprint, as a lot of these cards are. 2 mana, 1 on the black for 2/1 Vamp Cleric. Kicker, 4 mana. It's got lifelink and menace. And when it enters, if it was kicked, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Usually you just want to pay like 4 mana for a Reanimator spell. You don't want to play, like, the worst thing you can do with Reanimator spells is pay more mana for them. This Magic is a game of turns. You know, reanimating a guy on turn 6 is nowhere near as good as reanimating a guy on turn 3 or 4. It just isn't. That said, I've always liked Null Priest. A 2 mana 2/1 lifelink menace is just kind of a good package in and of itself. It's just not bad. It's really not bad. And it might be decent for the life gain decks as like a way to get a thing back, but nah, I'm still just not ultimately feeling it that hard. But it's got a good baseline, a good floor to it, so we'll give it a 4.74. Obliterating Bolt is 2 mana for a sorcery that hits for 4, and then it exiles the thing if it dies. You know what Obliterating Bolt does. Solid removal spell, man. 5. This is baseline to me. Omniscience, so 10 mana enchantment. You can cast spells without paying their mana cost from your hand. That ignores a fundamental part of Magic, doesn't it? It just kind of breaks the game, right? Omniscience, though, I'm going to give a 5.42. Sounds relatively low. And there's a lot of ways to cheat this card into play, which is the whole reason I'm giving it above a 5. It really is. Omniscience is not as good as it looks. It teaches you that you have to actually get the card into play to play it. It also teaches you that having a 10 mana thing that dies to a 2 mana removal spell at instant speed is not good. So you could get blown out, especially games 2 and 3, if you're actually trying to Omniscience. But still, you have to respect that's a powerful line of text, and there's plenty of ways to cheat it into play. So 5.4, you know. Opt is a single blue mana for an instant. Scry 1, draw a card. This is going to get a better score than Omniscience. Opt gets a 6.3. This is just a phenomenal card draw spell. It gets better than Opt, but it doesn't usually get better than Opt in Standard. just an unbelievably good card draw spell. It's very... Play Opt. Ordeal of Nylea is up next. 2 mana for an enchantment. An aura that enchants a creature. Whenever the dude attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. And then, if it has more than 3 or 3 or more counters on it, sack the aura. When you sack the aura, search your library for 2 basics, put them on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up. Not good. Just kind of not good. You tend to look at this card and be like, ooh, but trust me, don't try it. It's not as good as you think it is. 3.6. Doesn't even deserve that. Overrun is back, though. 5 mana, 2 and 3 green for a sorcery. Creatures you control get +3/+3, gain trample till end of turn. I unironically think this is the best way to win a game with elves. So serious. Absolutely, baby. Y'all really are thinking, and you might have a point, thinking that I've lost my mind here today. But I'm going to give Overrun a 5.3. I think this card's standard playable. Honest to God, I think this card is standard playable. And I think that it will, they bumped Overrun from +2 to +3. Now, there's a similar card to Overrun that gives +2/+2. Overrun came first. That card came second. But yeah, this card ends games. And I think that it might be the way to do it in Elves. I really do. Ovika, Enigma Goliath, is this card's in Standard right now, I think, to play. Do you remember what this card does? Nobody remembers this card does. 5, and is it? So 7 mana for a 6/6 Legendary Phyrexian Nightmare with flying, ward 3, pay 3 life. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create X/1/1 red Phyrexian Goblin creature tokens, X being the mana value of the spell. They gain haste until end of turn. What a fun Magic card. This card's so fun, dude, but it's not Standard playable. Hasn't been, won't be. Try it in Commander, I guess. Let's give this card a 3.79. Crazy text box. You will not play this card. Painful Quandary. Crazy text box. You probably won't play this either, but I think you got a better shot at it than the last card. 5 mana for an enchantment. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, they lose 5 life unless they discard a card. I like this more than most Standard players, but obviously this has not been top tier playable in Standard the whole time it's been available. So I'm going to give this a 4.5, but man, there may come a day where Painful Quandary Standard playable, and Honestly, I think some of us think that day is today. If you haven't tried playing Painful Quandary, it's pretty great. Palaka Worm's up next. 7 mana, 4 and 3 green for a 7/7 worm. Big worm with trample. When it enters, you gain 7 life, and when it dies, you draw a card. This has actually been played in multiple sideboards over its standard tenure before. I don't think it's going to happen this time. Really don't, but there's some matchups where you're playing Reanimator, you're playing Push-Pull, you're playing whatever. This game just 7 when it comes into play draws you a card because you have to sack it end of turn, and you get something else on top of that. So again, with Push-Pull specifically. So I don't know. It's not as bad as it looks. Again, this has seen play in standard before, but probably won't this time. Either way, I'll give this like a... Am I going to do that? Like a 4.68? Like it's actually okay, man. Perforating Artist I love. This is 1, a black and a red for a 3/2 devil with Death Touch. It also has Raid. So beginning of the end step, if you attacked each turn, each opponent loses 3 life unless they sack a non-land permanent or discard a card. So this is a 3-drop that dies to cut down. I mean, we have to, again, admit that, but I still think this is fantastic. I think it's very easy to trigger it the turn it comes into play, and every turn thereafter. Very, very easy. And I love that about it. I don't think it's, braids or anything, but in some ways I kind of think it's better than braids in the current standard. Again, super easy to have attacked with a guy. So easy to have attacked with a guy. A 3 mana, 3/2 Death Touch can attack and block into all kinds of board states too. Crazy if you get multiple copies of this out. I think this is actually like subtly one of the better uncommons in the set. I was talking about Immersturm Predator being a great pickup for Rakdos Sacrifice decks earlier. I think this might be too for a little bit more aggressive version of Rakdos Sacrifice. Just even in any Rakdos aggro deck, I really think this is playable. This is a serious choice you're forcing on your opponent. And unlike cards like Braids, you don't have to come down on board presence to do it or anything. It's just attack. Just attack with a guy. It's easy. So I think Perforating Artist is like kind of sleepery. I think it's subtly amazing. And I'm going to give this card a, God, you guys are going to be like, what? But I'm serious. 6.4. I think this card is kind of sick. I think this card is very, very sick, actually. I do. But you got to play it on 5 to protect it. You got to do that with Glissa? Do you? I guess Glissa doesn't die to cut down, but still, it does still like all the removal. It's like there are 3-drops that die to cut down that we do play. Again, like Unstoppable Slash or whatever. I really think that this is a playable Magic card. A 3-drop like this that has relevance the turn it comes down. Yeah, I'm into it. I'm very into it. 6.4. Phyrexian Arena, baby. 3 mana for an enchantment. You know what this does. Draw a card, lose a life every turn. Arena is still like a 6.8. You know what I mean? Like Arena is still just always going to be a good Magic card. Like period, dude. Pilfer is 2 mana for a sorcery. They reveal their hand. You choose a non-land, they discard. So just a baseline sort of coercion sort of discarding effect. I don't mind this card at all. I think this card's kind of okay, really. So I will give it a 4. Pirate's Cutlass is 3 mana for an equipment that you equip for 2. The equipped creature gets +2/+1. And when it enters, you can attach it to a pirate you control. Still pretty bad, 1.2. Prayer of Binding is 4 mana for an enchantment with flash. When it enters, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. And gain 2 life. So Oblivion Ring, add a mana, add flash, gain 2. Could be worse, 4.1. Predator Ooze is 3 green mana for a 1/1 ooze with indestructible. When it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever a creature dealt damage by this creature, this turn dies, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. So, in case you didn't notice that there, this is indestructible and just gets bigger every single turn. Still not as good as you want it to be. There were a couple of people way back in the day at my old card shop trying to meme Predator Ooze into working at FNM. As a matter of fact, some of the last time of the FNMs I really remember going to like every week, there were 2 players. One of them's name was Joel, and I was very good friends with him. But there were 2 players on Predator Ooze, and it just never really did what they wanted it to do, and I'm not sure it'll do that now. But it is a very neat Magic card. Super, always will be cool, and I'm glad we have it in Standard. But I can't really give it more than like a 3.8, and that sounds super, super low given the inevitability the card could provide, but trust me, you'll try to make ooze work, it will not. I'm sorry. Preposterous Proportions is 7 mana for a sorcery. All your guys get +10/+10, gain vigilance until end of turn. Is this supposed to be the Craterhoof Behemoth? Get out of here. 2.7, it's bad. Prideful Parent is 3 mana for a 2/2 cat with vigilance. When it enters, you get a 1/1 white cat creature token. Remember that legend from earlier? It's just better than Simba and Mufasa here, but maybe you play this in cats. Altogether, not too good, even though it gives you 2 guys. 2.9. Primal Might is X and a green for a sorcery. A guy you control gets +X/+X till end of turn, and then it fights up to 1 guy you don't control. This card is great. You don't think this card is good because it's a sorcery speed card? It's awesome. This card's awesome, dude. I'm telling you, this card like helped to win a Pro Tour or something last time it was in Standard. It will continue to do those things, hopefully. Primal Might gets a 5.4, one of the better like green removal spells of all time, I promise you. To your face and to your mother. Good card. Prime Speaker Zagana, baby. 6 mana, 2/2 green, 2 blue for a 1/1 legendary merfolk wizard that enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, X being the greatest power among other dudes you control. When Prime Speaker enters, draw cards equal to its power. So if you have a 3/3 in play, you'll draw 4 cards when Prime Speaker enters. This card did a lot last time it was in Standard. It really did, you know. Kind of a sideboardy piece sometimes, but also just like a Bant or Sultai mid-range card that you play up Silver Bullet or 2 of. And it can come down, be like a 4/5/5 body, draw you 4 cards, you know. And that's so sick, dude. I've always liked Prime Speaker. I'm not sure that we're paying 6 mana for this card in Standard right now, but wouldn't be surprised either. Would not be surprised. I think it's 6 mana. This is better than other options like Bonnie Paul, right? So we'll see, man. Like imagine if you have a Vault-Born Tyrant in play already, right? So then you get Prime Speaker down, and then you know, it gets 6 counters. So you have a 7/7 Prime Speaker, draw 6 cards, and you draw a card off of Vault-Born, and you gain 3 life. Just I don't know. Prime Speaker seems crazy to me in current Standard with what we can do right now. Just ramp into it. Interesting, we have Overlord of the Hauntwoods, right? So Overlord of the Hauntwoods helps you ramp into Prime Speaker. And around the same turn where you would play Prime Speaker, you know, that's when Overlord is going to turn into a creature. So I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, and I'm talking too long about the card, but I do think Prime Speaker is still playable in Standard because it's going to come down and do more than replace itself. It's going to give you like 5 cards, you know, so 4 on a good day, on an easy day. So I think this is still good, and I'm going to give Prime Speaker a 6.69. I'm so serious. I really think this card is still very good. If you didn't experience it last time on the Standard, you might not know what I'm talking about. But just a body that comes down and draws you all the cards is always good. Primeval Bounty is 6 mana for an enchantment. Whenever you cast a creature, you get a 3/3 green beast. Whenever you cast a non-creature, put 3 +1/+1 counters on a guy. And whenever you landfall, gain 3 life. Used to be a celebrated commander card. I don't really know how often you see it nowadays, but it is a cool little engine that rewards almost anything you do with something else good, you know. But I think there's probably better ways to spend 6 mana on an enchantment in current Standard, and you usually have to wait to untap with this card and play to do much of anything with it, so not going to rate it too high. 4. Progenitus is Wooburg twice for a 10/10 legendary Hydra avatar with pro everything. If it would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, reveal it, shuffle it into its owner's library. So again, you can't reanimate this, but you can, again, Smuggler surprise it. And I think that surprising in a 10/10 pro anything is like good. You might want to try to do that. I'm going to give Progenitus a 5.6, you know. You're not going to double Wooburg hardly ever. You're going to cheat it into play somehow, not reanimation. But, you know, Manifest Dread can also kind of cheat this and flip it up, and that's good. So there, you will see Progenitus from time to time, I promise. Pulse Tracker is 1 black mana for a 1/1 Vamp Rogue. When it attacks, each opponent loses 1 life. 1.9. Pyromancer's Goggles is a 5 mana legendary artifact. Tap it for a red mana. If you spend that mana to cast a red instant or sorcery, you copy that spell and choose new targets for the copy. This surprised everybody by actually seeing play in Standard last time it was available to play in Standard. I don't think anybody saw that coming, and it might happen again. Sweet in, big red decks. Copying a red spell is always great because you're copying burn 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10. I'm actually going to show Pyromancer's Goggles some love here and give it a 5.2. This card is provably, demonstrably better than it looks. We've seen it happen before. Quakestrider Ceratops is 6 mana for a 12/8. That's all it does. What did I give Gigantosaurus? A 4? Sure, a 4. Quick Draw Katana is a 2 mana artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 2. During your turn, equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has first strike. That is harder to fight through than you think, but it's still not very good. I'm just going to give it a 2.4. Quick Study is 3 mana for an instant that draws 2. Good card, 5. This is at my baseline. This is seriously at my baseline. So many decks can play this, you know what I mean? And not feel bad about it. I kind of want to give it a 4.8, but I think this is close to the baseline I'm talking about nowadays. If Divination used to be the baseline and it was a 5, I'd give Divination a 4 now and give Quick Study the 5. I think it deserves it. Quill Great Worm is 6 mana for a 7/7 worm with trample. Oh my god, that's better than a Colossal Dreadmaw. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage during your turn, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. You may cast this card from your yard by removing 6 counters from among creatures you control, in addition to paying its other cost. Oh my god, I can remove all the revival counters from my 9 lives familiar and get this back into play. But you still have to pay the 6 mana when you do that, by the way. So you can't cheat it, and you still have to pay the mana when you do that ability. But still, the cool thing about this is that it's whenever it deals combat damage, whenever any creature you control deals combat damage, not to a player, but to anything. So if a creature deals combat damage to another creature and survives, it gets the counters. Pretty cool, actually. I don't think this is good enough for Standard. I just don't. But this is more pushed than I think some. It's weird. Like Timmy's, are like, this creature's amazing. This will see Standard play. Spikes are like, this card's terrible. It costs too much mana and it's too slow. I'm actually right in the middle there. 4.59. I think it's okay. Raging Redcap is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 1/2 goblin with double strike. It's not that great, but it's okay. I'll give it a 2.9. I like double strike. Raise the Past is 4 mana for a sorcery. Return all creature cards mana value 2 or less from your yard to the battlefield. Awesome. Awesome card for combo setups or aristocrat decks. You just sacrifice them all over again after that. Just absolutely incredible card, dude. I'm going to give this it's not as good as some other options Commander players have, but we just don't have much in Standard like this. So I'll give this card a 7, and you, again, cannot stop me physically from doing that. I'll give it a 7. I can't wait for the setups with this thing. Ramos Dragon Engine is back. 6 mana artifact. It's a legendary creature, dragon. 4/4 flyer. Whenever you cast a spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Ramos for each of the spell's colors. Remove 5 +1/+1 counters from Ramos to add double Wooburg. Activate only once each turn. This is how you get Progenitus into play. Don't actually do that. I do think that you could try to play this in Standard, and it's just probably not going to be very good. But let's go brawling with it. Can we brawl with it? 3.8, because I don't really think it does more than be a 6 mana 4/4 flyer. I think that you'll often not get to untap with this in play, so you won't get to add counters to it, right? But I just think there's better options. I really do. Rampaging Balos. This is a good landfall trigger. 6 mana for a 6/6 beast with trample and landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you get a 4/4 green beast. Crazy, crazy landfall trigger. 5.2. Don't care that it's 6 mana. These landfall decks that have Lumra make big mana anyway. I want to play this card nowadays. Rapacious Dragon costs 5 mana for a 3/3 dragon with flying. When it enters, you get 2 treasure tokens. You go up to 7 mana when it enters. If you play a land next turn, that's 8. This card saw no play last time it was in Standard. I want to try it again, though. 2 treasures, you get 2 treasures. 2 times, 2 treasures. That seems good to me. And a flying body. I will actually give this card a 4.1. Ravenous Amulet is 2 mana for an artifact. Pay 1, tap it, sack a creature to draw a card and get a soul counter on this thing at sorcery speed. You can also pay 4 mana, tap it, and sack it to have each opponent lose life equal to the number of soul counters on this artifact. This is too slow, costs too much mana, and taps down. As a sack outlet, I think it's just like really bad. It does draw cards. Aristocrats needs to do that. It does get reach into the deck in the form of like, ending the game all at one time with a lot of damage. It gets that form of reach into the deck. It needs that, but not at this cost, not at this opportunity cost, not at this mana cost, not at none of this cost. I don't think the card's good enough. 3.6. Ravenous Giant is Juzam Jin, color shifted. This is 4 mana for a 5/5 giant. Beginning of your upkeep, it deals 1 damage to you. Sorry, Juzam. Nowadays, you're like a 3.4. Reassembling Skeleton is 2 mana for a 1/1 Skeleton Warrior. Pay 2 mana to return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. You're back. Our buddy's back. My boyfriend's back, and you're going to be in trouble. This goes in Skeletons decks, potentially Aristocrats decks to get loops in, right? So, love this dude. I'm actually going to give him a 4.72, like below average, but still, I think he's so good. He's got so much work. Reclamation Sage is 3 mana for a 2/1 Elf Shaman. When it enters, destroy an artifact or enchantment. Not Lord of the Third Path, but I'd give that card a really high score, so I'll give Reclamation Sage a solid 5.09. I'll give it above a 5. I think it's still fantastic. Redcap Gutter Dweller is 4 mana for a 3/3 Gobbo Warrior with Menace. That's already in Standard. When it enters, create 2 1/1 black rats that can't block. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sack another creature. If you do, this guy gets a +1/+1 counter. Exile the top card of your library. You're able to play it this turn. This dude seems like enough value that if he was printed in 2015, he would be one of the best cards in Standard. But nowadays, he's just kind of garbage, even though he does produce a lot of potential bodies and card advantage. He's still just like a 4, he's just not good. Refute is 3 mana for an instant, counter a spell, draw a card, discard a card. 4.6. Probably higher, actually. 4.85 even. I really do think this could graze 5. As a matter of fact, 5. Screw it. I really think this is a very good counter spell. I really do. Regal Caracal is great. Speaking of a board in a box like that other guy, 5 mana for a 3/3 cat. Other cats you control get +1/+1 and have it a lifelink. When this guy enters, you get 2 1/1 white cat creature tokens with lifelink. So that's nice. They keep the lifelink even if Caracal dies. But this puts 7 power on the board on 3 bodies, and 4 of that power has lifelink. This card's still good. Still good to blink and put more cats onto the table. That's great. I really get the feeling that there were mid-range decks that played Regal Caracal back in the day. You might not remember this, but there were mid-range decks that played a 4 of Regal Caracal in like no other cats. It's just a very good card, it turns out. I'm going to give Caracal a 5.63. Card's great. Release the Dogs is 4 mana for a sorcery. You get 4 1/1 dogs. I like that 3 of them are vicious, and 1 of them is Spot. That's so adorable. I love the card, but it's not very good, 3.6. Resolute Reinforcements, on the other hand, is good. 2 mana for a 1/1 Flash Human Soldier. When it enters, you get a 1/1 White Soldier creature token. Always good. Baseline card. I'll give it a 5. Dragon Fodder with Flash that can be blinked. Yeah, just ridiculous. It's a 5. Revenge of the Rats is 4 mana for a sorcery. You create a 1/1 tapped black rat creature token for each creature card in your yard, and you can flash it back for 4. Meaning that all these like Lurgoyf decks and stuff that just want to mill themselves over and over, mill themselves 12 cards a turn, you can comfortably mill this into your yard and just cast it. It costs the same thing to cast into your yard. If you mill it into your yard, you basically drew it. I think this card is actually quite good. Yeah, they're tapped, but they can block when they untap. You can leave some up on defense, some up on offense, and that's not something you can do with like Song of Toad and Tance or other cards that make a bunch of 1/1s. Ghoulcaller's Harvest was similar to this, but it made the same power and toughness because it made half the number of creature cards in your graveyard were counted. And those cards were decayed. The 2/2s it made could not block. So I think this is one of the stronger versions of this effect that we've seen in a while, and I'm about to maybe surprise you a little bit. 5.37. I think this card is above average. Rise of the Dark Realms is 9 freaking mana for a sorcery. Put all creature cards from all yards onto the battlefield under your control. It's 9 mana. That's the problem with Rise. So you're not getting a rise out of me as much as I love you, Liliana. Please step on me the way you're stepping on that guy. 3.9, and I'm serious. 9 mana is too much. Rite of Replication is 4 mana for a sorcery with Kicker 5. Create a token that's a copy of a creature. If the spell was kicked, create 5 of those tokens instead. So if you're copying creatures, you probably play this over Doppelgang. With that in mind, Overlord of the Boiler Bilges. This just wins the game if you copy an Overlord of the Boiler Bilges because you make 5 copies of it. It deals 4 damage 5 times. That's 20. Thanks for coming out, kid. I want to try it, but I still don't think this card is going to be that great. But again, depending on what you're doppelganging, play this instead. And doppelgang is obviously a playable card in Standard. It's seen a lot of play so far. I'm going to give this card a 4.6. It's a little niche, and that's too high. I'm going to give this card a 4.3 because, again, it's a little bit niche, but boy, does it got some game-winning setups. Right Up the Dragon Collar is one of my favorite cards in the whole set. It's one of my favorite cards in Magic. This is 6 mana for an enchantment. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you get a 5/5 flying dragon. It's nuts. So nuts, dude. So nuts. Maybe the best new Commander card in the set, if I had to guess, but we're not here for Commander. We're here for Standard, where I'm still going to drop a 5.8 on this card, and you can come for me. You can come for me if you want, but I think this is the best expensive enchantment in Standard, and that's got to mean something, damn it. With 7 mana, you can go ahead and get a 5/5. If you Manifest Dread and flip this over on an early turn, start casting spells, bunch of 5/5s, that could work, you know. There's a few ways to cheat this into play that I could see happening. Campus Innervation, Abuelo's Awakening makes a 1/1 copy of it for 4 mana. You know, and if you have a couple extra mana, you can start slinging spells and making dragons. I just really, really like this card a whole lot. I can't get over how much I like it. It's insane this card didn't exist up to now. I love it, and I want to have babies with the Magic card. If that were possible, I would do it. 5.8 in Standard, 12 in Commander, if that's even possible. Anyway, River's Rebuke is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a sorcery. Return all non-land permanents a player controls to their owner's hands. So this is a one-sided Wrath effect in blue. And if we're talking about 6 mana effects, this is probably way better practically than Rite of the Dragon Caller. So that's probably true. But, however, card's good. I'm saying I don't know that the card will actually see play, but return all non-land permanents any one person controls to their owner's hand sure seems like, sir. In most cases, this card actually says you win the game. So, I got to respect it a little bit. 5.59. Rebuke saw some play the last time it was in Standard, which may have been 7 years ago, 6 years ago. It seems like forever, but it wasn't actually that long. You could see that play again. This card's a brutal beating. I'm telling you. But let's move on to Rogue's Passage, which is Rogue's Passage and gets a 5. Ruby, no, against Standard. We're talking Commander, it gets a 5. In Standard, it gets like a 4.6. Ruby, Daring Tracker. This is a 2 mana 1/2 legendary human scout with haste that taps for a red or a green. And if it attacks while you have a slightly large guy out, then it attacks as a 3/4. I've always liked Ruby. I feel like it should see more play. What did I give Druid of the Cowl earlier? Like a 4.2? Like 4.51. Runaway Together is 2 mana for an instant. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players and return the creatures to their owner's hands. And, you'll find a use for it from time to time, but mostly it's like a 2.9. Rune-Scarred Demon is 7 mana for a 6/6 demo with flying. When it enters, search your library for a card, put it in your hand, shuffle. So cast Demonic Tutor when it enters the battlefield. It's always great, again, good with push-pull and other reanimators and stuff like that. It's not too bad. Rite of the Moth, get it the 6/6 flyer for 4 mana and go get whatever card you want to. Come on, that's okay. As reanimator targets go, I think it's pretty sick, so I'm going to give Rune-Scarred Demon a 5.9. Come at me. Rune-Sealed Wall is 3 mana for a 0/6 wall with Defender. Taps to Surveil for 1. It's just not very good. 1.3. Sanguine Indulgence is 4 mana for a sorcery that costs 3 less to cast if you've gained 3 or more life this turn. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your yard to your hand. Not as good as you might think, even though it is 1 mana for card advantage. 1 mana for 2 cards seems great. This will also rot in your hand more than you want it to while you're trying to enable it. Whatever. 3.3. Sanguine Siphoner is 2 mana for a 1/3 Vamp Warlock. When it attacks, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1 life. So it will trigger life gain, and that's okay, but still not amazing. 2.4. Savage Ventmaw is 6 mana for a 4/4 flying dragon. When it attacks, add 3 green and 3 red. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases in. So if you can give this haste, it will pay itself back the turn it comes into play. It'll pay all 6 of that mana back. the turn it comes in. Interesting that this is an uncommon now. This will basically see no play, but keep it in mind. It's better than it might look without actually being amazing. So 4.73. Savannah Lions, here it is. Here it is, guys. One drop of the cat deck. It will at least be the one drop of the cat deck. I'll give Savannah Lions a 4.5. I'll give Savannah Lions a 4.5. A 1-mana 2/1 is not what it used to be, especially if it's vanilla. Scavenging Ooze, on the other hand, is a... Scavenging Ooze is a 5.61. I would say, Scorching Dragonfire is Scorching Dragonfire. It exiles the guy and does 3 damage to him for 2 mana at instant speed. 5. This is basically the baseline removal spell, I think, and exile is very good. Scrawling Crawler, ladies and gentlemen, 3 mana for a 3/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian Construct. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws a card. Whenever an opponent draws a card, that player loses 1 life. Okay, so it's Underworld Dreams, Razorkin, Needlehead, Shieldred kind of effect, Quaza. Kaza? There's a lot of cards that kind of do stuff like this nowadays, but I love them all. I've always loved a good Underworld Dreams, but this is an Underworld Dream stapled to like a Howling Mine, right? Like everybody gets extra cards, but their extra card draw is made asymmetrical by the fact that it's hurting them. I think it's good. I actually think this is much better than you probably do. I'm going to put a 5.4 on this, but Unbridled, I would put a 6 on it. I just think that's too much. So 5.4, I really like this card. Seer Slicer Goblin is 2 mana for a 2/1 Goblin Warrior with Raid. So if you attacked, and it's your end step, you get a 1/1 red Goblin. Solid 2-drop Goblin that I think the Goblins decks will play. I'm going to put a 5.1 on this guy. Secluded Courtyard is not Cavern of Souls, but it is the next best thing, so I'm going to give it a 5. Seeker's Folly is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a sorcery. Choose one. Either Mind Rot, they discard 2 cards, or creatures your opponent control get -1/-1 till end of turn. As far as Mind Rots with upside go, this isn't a terrible one. It's not bad. So I'm going to give this card a 4. 3.82. 3.82 is correct. Seismic Rupture is 3 mana for a sorcery that deals 2 damage to each guy without flying. Cute little reprint here, but I think we've got better red sweepers, all things considered. Try to make it one-sided by having a bunch of flyers. You could do that. And is it? But I don't know. It's still not going to work out for you a lot of the time. I'm going to give this card I will give a 4.362. It's still a sweeper. No matter which way you put it, it's still a 3-mana sweeper, and that's going to be okay. Seize the Spoils is 3 mana for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, discard a card, draw 2 cards, create a treasure token. I would have rather had Big Score or Unexpected Windfall, but I'll still take this. Seize the Spoils is a surprisingly playable card, 4.1. Self-Reflection is 6 mana for a sorcery that makes a copy of a creature you control, and you can flash it back for 4 mana. Apparently, this is in the new Ixalan set that came out like a year ago. Completely forgot this card ever existed, so I'm going to... Despite the cool flashback mode that costs less than the actual, mana cost, which is usually good, but they screwed it up. The problem here is that it should never cost 6 mana to make a copy of one of your guys. The casting cost just is way too high on this, so it's kind of unplayable. 3.74. Sarah Angel is Sarah Angel. God, I hate to do this to you. I hate to do this to you so much. 3 for Sarah Angel. Shipwreck Dowser is a 5 mana 3/3 Merfolk Wizard with Prowess, but here's the cool part. When it enters, return an instant or sorcery from your yard to your hand. This saw sparing play. When it was in Standard last time. I know you don't want to believe it, but it's absolutely true. This showed up from time to time, and yes, a draft staple, very good, as it often gets back a removal spell. And has Prowess, so when you cast a removal spell, it gets larger. Prowess is sneaky on this card, but it exists. I like Dowser, but I'm not going to give it more than a 3.86. Shivan Dragon is here. 3. Sire of 7 Deaths is a 7. That feels so bad. It's a 7 mana, 7/7 Eldrazi. With First Strike, Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Lifelink, Ward, pay 7 life. I'm pretty sure Phyrexian Fleshgorger is better than this, but maybe this mix of abilities is way better. It plays better than it looks or something. Ultimately, I'm not as impressed as I think some people are. I'm going to give the card a 4.6. 7/1. Skeleton Archer is awesome. Love him. He's 4 mana for a 3/3 Archer. Skeleton Archer. When he enters, this is like one of the only creatures where like the creature type and the name of the card are the same. A Skeleton Archer. What's his creature type? Skeleton Archer. When he enters, he deals a damage to any target. Ooh, cool. It's not bad. Good job on the art too, Randy Vargas. Like the color palette, but either way, it's not actually good. I'll give the card a 2.8. Sky Knight Squire, awesome. Have you guys read this card yet? I feel like he keeps flying under the radar. 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 1/1 Cat Scout. Whenever another creature you control enters, this guy gets a +1/+1 counter. As long as this creature has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it has flying and is a knight in addition to its other types. Cool. So if I play 3 guys, I got a 4/4 flyer. Awesome. You know, it kind of reminds me of like a Regal Bunnycorn, Beauregard Mentor, or something like that. But, you know, with Bunnycorn, if you lose every guy but Bunnycorn, now you got a 1/1. You know, Squire isn't like that. It's not like Beauregard Mentor either, where like, you know, in this case, if you lose all your other guys, it's still a 5/5 flyer for 2 mana. That's actually pretty good. Seriously. I'm going to give this card a 6. Yeah, I'm going to give it a 6. I think this card is quite good. Skyraker Giant is 4 mana for a 4/3 reach. Giant. It's bad. 1.7. Skyship Buccaneer is a 5 mana, 4/3 human pirate with flying. It's got raid, so when it enters, if you attack this turn, you draw a card. Pretty good in limited. I actually think it's not terrible in limited because it draws you the card most of the time. Especially in blue-white skies. Yeah, it's decent uncommon, but still, it's like a 3.4. Slag Storm is 3 mana for a sorcery. Choose one. It deals 3 to each player, or it deals 3 to each creature. Again, burn. Crazy. You get a sweeper in your burn deck that if you're not playing against a deck with creatures, just hits them in the face for 3. It hits you too. Who cares? You don't, certainly. So, crazy. Maybe the absolute best. I think it's probably better, at least for burn in current standard. It's going to be better than like Brotherhood's End and other like Anger of the Gods and other 3 mana sweepers. I think this is a great pickup for burn, but just a great pickup for mono red decks or big red or any deck that, you know, doesn't have access to temporary lockdown or whatever. It's a great sweeper. So, especially because of the going dome mode, and how good burn looks right now, Boros Charm and stuff, I'm actually going to give Slagstorm a pretty high score of 7.2. You know, I gave Day of Judgment 7.5. And I think Slagstorm deserves a 7.2. Slumbering Cerberus I like. 2 mana for a 4/2 dog that doesn't untap during your untap step, but it has Morbid. At the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, untap this creature. Each end step, so it actually gets 2 chances to untap during each turn cycle. But best thing about this is it's a 2 mana 4 power guy. And there's like multiple things in this set that care about you having 4 power guys. There's multiple things in the set that are 3 mana, like Garruk's Uprising and Sylvan Scavenging, I think it's called, that want you to have a 4 power guy on turn 3, which is typically tough to do, but you can play Cerberus on 2 and then either one of those cards on turn 3 and either draw a card or get a 3/3, depending on which card you're talking about. So I think Cerberus is pretty good. Just a 2 mana 4 power guy is just good, honestly. So 4.94. I'm really almost there on this card. I think we're close. But Snakeskin Veil is Snakeskin freaking Veil, dude. 6.2 for Snakeskin Veil. Unbelievable card in Standard. Always has been. Solemn Simulacrum. Different every time it comes to Standard in terms of its rating, but this time I'm going to give the card a 5.1. Solemn Sim is good. Sorcerer's Spyglass, perennial sideboard all-star here. 2 mana artifact. When it enters, look at an opponent's hand, choose a card name. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Your opponent cannot play certain planeswalkers. This is how this often works. But also, you know, Ghost Vacuum, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, a bunch of other stuff. Caretaker's Talent, don't activate those abilities. Innkeeper's Talent, don't activate those abilities. So Spyglass is sick. Gonna show up in sideboards. I'm gonna give this card a 6.1. Soul Guide Lantern, 1 mana for an artifact. When it enters, exile a card from a graveyard. You can tap it and sack it to exile each opponent's graveyard entirely, or you can pay 1 tap it, sack it to draw a card. Card is a unbelievably good sideboard piece here. 6.2 for this. I'm 100%. Soul Shack Zombie is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 4/2 Zombo. When it enters, exile up to 2 cards from your yard. If at least 1 creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 2, you gain 2 life. So a 4 mana 4/2. that I guess can mess with them, and like deal some damage. It's not good. 2.1. Soulstone Sanctuary is a land that taps for colorless and enters play untapped. You can pay 4 and have it become a 3/3 with vigilance and all creature types forever. It does not revert back into a land DOT. It stays a 3/3 for the rest of the game. I think that's a downside, but it does have all creature types and vigilance. A lot of people don't see the vigilance, but all creature types, I think the sort of mutavault aspect of it is pretty good too. So I'm going to give this card a 4.6, but I want it to impress me more than that. I really don't trust the fact that it becomes a creature forever. I don't trust that. Sower of Chaos is 4 mana for a 4/3 devil. You can pay 3 and a creature can't block this turn. Really ungood. Just completely ungood too. Spectral Sailor is a blue mana for a 1/1 Spirit Pirate with flash flying. You can pay 4 to draw a card. Unbelievably, surprisingly good last time it was in Standard. I expect it to be the best 1-drop you can play in a tempo deck from here on out for the next 5 years. It was that last time. It will stay that this time. There were full-on control decks, not tempo, control decks that played this card last time it was in Standard. Because it's a flying flash body, that draws you a card sometimes. And sometimes it draws 3-4 cards in a game without them doing anything about it. So if you've never experienced how good this card is, it may look unassuming, but it is very, very good. 5.7 for Spectral Sailor. Sphinx of Forgotten Lore, doing a Snapcaster impression. 4 mana, 3/3 Sphinx with flash and flying. When it attacks, an instant or sorcery card in your Yarn Gates flashback till end of turn. Flashback cost being equal to the mana cost. So the idea is you flash it in end of your opponent's turn. And then you play your land, and you'll have 4 lands, right? So you swing in with it, recast Go for the Throat, and you'll still have 2 mana up for Counterspell Shields, is again the idea. I don't think this card is actually very good, but the spikes seem to really like it a lot. I'm not sure it's better than Enduring Curiosity or some of the other 4-drops you can play right now that have flash. So I worry, but I still think it's a good card. 5.37. Sphinx of the Final Word, another decent Sphinx. 7 mana for a 5/5 Sphinx that cannot be countered and has flying and hexproof. And also, by the way, instant and sorcery spells you control cannot be countered. This is the ultimate, coming in from the sideboard in control mirrors card. And I imagine it will still fulfill that function. I think that Wizards is not control is not looking amazing. At the moment, and it's especially when it comes to mirror matches. This is just probably the actual best card in the set. Better than Curator of Discoveries or whatever it is. Just crazy card sideboard tech and mirrors against control decks. I'm going to give this a 5.4. I think people are forgetting that, yeah, it costs this much mana. You're absolutely right. It also can't be countered and has hexproof. It's also impossible to kill the stupid thing. Spinner of Souls is one of my favorite cards in the whole stinking set. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 4/3 Spider Spirit with reach. First of all, it's a ghost spider. How cool can you possibly be? Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, reveal cards from the top of your library till you reveal a creature. Put the card into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. What if Midnight Reaper guaranteed to draw you a creature whenever a creature died? Well, in Aristocrats decks, that would typically be actually better. What in Aristocrats decks do you always want? Sacrifice decks. Do you want to replace the guy with? Like if you sack a dude to a Bartolome or Nantuko Husk or Woestride or whatever, you sack that guy and you draw a card off Midnight Reaper. What do you want that card to be? Another creature? Like 99 times out of 100. Off of your Morbid Opportunist, you want to draw another creature. Throw that guy on the board, sacrifice him, have fun. Spinner of Souls guarantees that you'll always draw into a creature when you sack one of your guys, so long as it's a non-token, just like Midnight Reaper. So what we see here is instead of a 3-drop that dies to cut down, like we were talking about with Midnight Reaper, we see a 3 mana 4-power guy, a 3 mana guy that actually has the correct stats, a keyword ability, unlike Midnight Reaper. He's a whole +1. They put a +1/+1 counter on Midnight Reaper and gave him reach. And in some ways kind of upgraded his ability. This is a Midnight Weaver. Does that make sense? Does that work? I think this card is phenomenal. I think this card is like insanely good. And I'm not going to back off that position. Here's another one you guys are going to think that I'm just completely whacked. Insane in the Membrane, whatever. But I'm serious. 7.9? Can I have one extreme outlier score for the night? Can I have one of those? You probably expected a 6 point something. You probably did. But I'm serious. I think this is a massive sleeper. Massive sleeper in this set. That just nobody's really seeing, dude. Yeah, you were thinking 7? Yeah, I mean, I think the card is really close. I think it could get, I think it's a, I think it's 7 to 7 point something. I don't think it's an 8. I don't really think it's a 7.9. I'll go 7.6 on the spider. Again, I think that this isn't card draw, guys. This is guaranteed put a creature into your hand. To me, that's nuts. That's just so nuts. I'll stick with 7.6. I think it's good. Spitfire Lagak is 4 mana for a 3/4 lizard with landfall. It does a damage to each opponent whenever you landfall. So you can Iridescent Vine Lasher for 1, or you can Spitfire Lagak for 4. Maybe we'll just do both. They're both lizards. Kind of like it. 3.7. Spring Bloom Druid is 3 mana for a 1/1 elf druid. When it enters, you can sack a land. If you do, search your library for 2 basics, put them on the battlefield tapped, shuffle up. Better than you think it actually is. I know a lot of people think this card's lame, but truthfully, sacking a land is okay. It puts a land into your graveyard. That's decent for Delirium. That's decent for Threshold. That's decent for just any deck that wants lands in your yard or just extra cards in your yard. Counts the number of cards in your graveyard. It's good for Lumra, Aftermath Analyst, all that. I don't think this card sees play, but it effectively casts Horror. This card casts Horror and also gives you a body, and that is better than most people, I think, assume it is. So 4.1 on this guy. He's okay. Squad Rallier is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/4 human scout. Pay 3 to look at the top 4 of your library. Reveal a creature with power 2 or less from among them. Put it in your hand. The rest go on bottom. This card costs too much, and the activated ability is a bit too much, to be honest, especially considering how much he cost to put into play in the first place. So let's give this a 3.4. Stab is a single black mana for an instant. It's Disfigure. A creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. That's also called Disfigure. Disfigure probably gets a 3.7. Starlight Snare is 3 mana, 2 and a black, 2 and a blue for an aura that enchants a creature. When it enters, tap the creature. The creature doesn't untap. So, seen this a bunch of times, right? What do you give a card like this? 3.5. 3.3, really. Stasis Snare, on the other hand, is a flash Oblivion Ring, and I will give that a 4.3. Steel Hellkite is 6 mana for a 5/5 artifact dragon with flying. You can pay 2, and this guy gets +1/+0 till EOT. Or you can pay X and destroy each non-land permanent with mana value X whose controller was dealt combat damage by this guy this turn. Activate only once each turn, so you can only blow up 1 mana value's worth of things, and you have to get 3 for combat damage. This card's not as good as it looks, but it can be backbreaking. Ridiculous in limited, so do keep that in mind if it is limited playable. I'm not sure that it's in like draft packs, but still fun card, always will be. I'm going to give it a 4.09. Stormfleet Spy is 3 mana for a 2/2 human pirate. Raid, when it enters, if you attack, draw a card. Whatever. 2.5. Strix Lookout is 2 mana for a 1/2 Boyd with flying and vigilance. You can pay 2 mana and tap it, draw, and then discard. Why does it look like the owl's wearing glasses here? But still, that's a smart owl. Wow. But yeah, it's a fun activated ability. The loot's okay, but usually you just want to tap it. You don't want to pay mana to loot on your 2-drop. You just want to loot, So not the biggest fan. I'll give it a 3.1. Stroke of Midnight, I've always liked more than you. I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is. 3 mana for an instant, destroy a non-land permanent. The controller creates a 1/1 white human creature. I think this is actually very good, and I'm still going to give it a 5.4, and there's nothing you can do if you haven't played this card in mono white. I suggest playing a one of this card in mono white. I suggest trying it, and then you'll see. You'll all see. Stromkirk Blood Thief is 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/2 vampire rogue. At the beginning of your end step, if an opponent lost life this turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on a vampire you control. Very slow, only draftable in like vampire draft decks. I don't think it's actually very good. 3.6, 3.4 even. Stromkirk Noble is a red mana for a 1/1 vamp noble that cannot be blocked by humans. Wow. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it. That gets out of hand relatively quickly. Trust me, especially if the aggro player goes first. This can get out of hand. But I'm still only going to give it a 4.69. it has to get out of hand, and if it doesn't, it's garbage. Strongbox Raider is 4 mana for a 5/2 Orc Pirate with Raid. So if you attack this turn, exile the top 2 of your library. Choose one of those cards. Till end of your next turn, you may play that card. Pretty decent value, right? 4 mana, 5 power guy in limited that kind of draws you a card, and all you have to do is attack to facilitate it. Pretty decent, but only limited playable. 3.7. Sunblessed Healer is 2 mana for a 3/1 human cleric with kicker 2. It also has lifelink. When it enters, if it was kicked, return a non-land permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your yard to the battlefield. Pretty good when you think about it, because it says non-land permanent. You can return, a Lunar Convocation or an Up the Beanstalk or some other like 2 mana enchantment or artifact or something. And I think that's actually kind of sick. Hopeless Nightmare, whatever. It's also the fact that it's a 2 mana 3/1 lifelink at the floor. That could be way worse. 4.4. Sure Strike is 2 mana for an instant that's been printed a billion times, and it isn't a bad pump spell, but it's kind of less than base. You know what I mean? So like 3 for Sure Strike. Not even, but it's not bad. Surik the Hunt Caller is back, everybody. 4 mana for a 5/4 legendary human warrior. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if creatures you control have total power 8 or greater, target creature you control gains haste till end of turn. So all you have to have is Surak and a 3 power creature, and something's going to gain haste. This card, regrettably didn't see play last time it was in Standard, and I don't think it's the best 4-drop you can be playing in green nowadays either, but I still like the card. I'll give it a 4.76. Suspicious Shambler is 2 zombies and a coat. It's 4 mana for a 4/2 zombo. You pay 6, exile it from your yard to get 2 2/2s. Activate as a sorcery, not ballet equipment, 2 creatures that happen to be 2 power and 2 toughness. Card's bad, 2.2. Next is Swab Goblin. 2 mana for a 2/2 Gobbo Pirate. Pretty bad. 1. Swiftblade Vindicator is a red and a white for a 1/1 human soldier with double strike and vigilance and trample. Again, man, these Boros decks with pump spells and stuff might be a real thing. Like Boros might be the actual default and not Gruul or whatever in the coming days, because cards like this are just crazy for decks like that, man. Didn't see a whole lot of play last time it was in Standard, and that's really sad. Maybe now is its time. 5.2. Swiftfoot Boots. What is the standard score for this card? What is this card in the Standard? 5.9. Swiftfoot Boots. Shoes. Let's get some shoes. Nobody, I defy you to get that reference. I don't know. You guys are on the internet. You know who Kelly is. But anyway, 5.9. I don't think it actually gets that much better than this. But Sylvan Scavenging is 3 mana, 1 and 2 green for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, choose 1. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control, or create a 3/3 green raccoon creature token if you control a dude with power 4 or greater, like Slumbering Cerberus on turn 2 into this on turn 3. Profit. This is basically, like a Luminarch Aspirant, fight rigging, something like that, that I think is actually pretty good. I think it's actually okay, man. I don't hate this card. 5.37. Sir Aelin the Lion's Claw is 5 mana for a 4/4 legendary first strike guy. Whenever he attacks, all your other dudes get +1/+1 till end of turn. Famously not super standard playable. 3.4. That's too low. 3.7. Why not? Tajuru Path Warden is 5 mana, 4 and a green for a 5/4 elf warrior ally with vigilance and trample. Sadly, that is in fact all the card actually does. So 2.6. Tatiova Benthic Druid, man. 5 mana, 3 and Simic for a 3/3 legendary Merfolk Druid with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, gain a life and draw a card. So much fun. You'll never have more fun than this. But it's actually not a super playable standard card, even though that landfall trigger is bomb, baby. So 4.59, sure. Tareen Mauler is a changeling guy. 3 mana for a 2/2 shapeshifter with changeling. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you can put a +1/+1 counter on this thing. I love changelings, dudes. I love them too much. 3.8. Teach by example is it hybrid? Is it hybrid for an instant? When you cast your next instant or sorcery, copy it. Choose new targets for the copy. Pretty simple spell here. I think that is it always needs access to some version of. So I'm glad that it has it. Let's give this thing a 3.9. I think it's baseline what these get when they don't do anything else. Tempest Djinn is 3 blue mana for a 0/4 gem with flying. This guy gets +1/+0 for each basic island you control. Has won a pro tour, ladies and gentlemen, but I think Haughty Djinn, and he's probably just better than this for the most part. But we'll see. You might end up with 7 or 8 islands really fast, and then Haughty Djinn still better because it's a 10-4 by that point. That reduces your instants and sorceries. Yeah, this, Tempest Djinn's still good, but it's not as good as it once was. Solid 5, though. I think a solid 5. Temple of Abandon, that's a temple. This is the best of all of these lands that we've covered, these dual lands that I'm only doing one of, but still not great. These get a solid 5. Terror of Mount Velis is 7 mana for a 5/5 dragon with flying and double strike. When it enters, creatures you control gain double strike until end of turn. Still good, man. Again, push-pull. Push-pull, this and something else. Double strike for 1,000,000 damage. OTKs are a dime a dozen at this point with this guy, but still not amazing. 4.3. Think Twice is Think Twice. It costs 2 mana and instant speed to draw a card, flash it back, and draw another for 3 mana. Yeah, it's good. My cousin William, when he was, I was still playing Magic. He had quit for a year. And the last time he was playing like Mirrodin and stuff, like Affinity was in the format. That was his favorite deck. He loved fast Magic. And I showed him Think Twice after a year or two of him being gone, and he was like, this card's garbage. I was like, no, this card sees play in Standard. This card's good. It's 2 cards for 1 card in installments. It turns out that in Control you'll play that. And he's like, it hurts your speed so bad. Last time I was playing Magic, we were casting Brainstorm. What happened to that? It's like, oh, we're a little slower and more methodical. And I think that my cousin William decided right then and there that he did not want to play Magic again because of this card, which is so weird because it's such a beloved card by so many people. And it is good. It is good. With that said, I'll give Think Twice a 5. I think this is just a solid Magic card. Thornweld Archer, I love to death with all of my heart. 2 mana for a 2/1 elf archer with both reach and death touch. That means it blocks anything and kills it. Oh my god. 4.86. I love this card. 1,000-Year Storm is 6 mana for an Izzet for an enchantment. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, copy it for each other instant and sorcery you've cast before it this turn. That's Storm. It just gives all your instant and sorcery Storm, and it's a trap. Look, I freaked out about 6 mana enchantments already in this video. If you're freaking out about this one, by all means play it. I'm going to be realistic with this guy and give it a 4 in Standard. I'm so sorry. Thrashing Brontodon is Thrashy B, dude. 3 mana for a 3/4 dino. Pay 1, sack it, destroy an artifact or enchantment. Still solid. Still okay. I'll give it a 4.44. 3/3 Mascot is 2 mana for a 2/1 Shapeshifter with Changeling. You can also, because that's what the card actually does, but you can also pay 1 and add a mana of any color once per turn. So 2 Shapeshifter guys that are going to be in Standard for 5 years. That's a good sign. I like this dude, but he's like a 3.4. Thrill of Possibility is 2 mana for, come on, you know what Thrill of Possibility does, right? Instant speed, draw 2, but has an additional cost to cast it, draw a card. Always solid. 4.76. Time Stop is crazy, dude. 6 mana for an instant that ends the turn. Empties the stack. Those spells don't resolve. The turn is over. This card's a mistake. I swear to you. I swear to you this card's a mistake. This is basically take an extra turn after this one, even if it doesn't look like it. It kind of is. Your opponent gets to untap. Whatever. But it's a counter spell that just ends the turn. It's a fog effect that ends the turn. What a crazy card. What a crazy card, dude. God, that's hard. That's so hard. 7.61. 7.61. I'm serious. Time Stop is so dangerous. I think that it's pretty safe. I think it is safe to have this card in Standard, but trust me, it will do something and it will be powerful. Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar is 2 mana. He's a burger. Every time I see this card, I think he's stealing burgers. I don't know why. Tiny Bones Hamburglar is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 1/3 legendary skeleton rogue. Whenever an opponent discards a card, exile it from their yard with a stash counter. During your turn, you can play cards you don't own that have stash counters on them, and mana of any type can be spent to cast them. You can also do this activated ability. 4 and a tap, each opponent discards a card, activate as a sorcery. Great pickup for the discard decks. They needed like one more good thing to work, and I think this is exactly it, dude. I don't think that it's like super duper playable in Standard or anything. I don't think it's going to like top tier the discard decks, but I do think it's a great pickup for them. And I'm going to give it like a 5.1. Really good in those decks. Tolarian Terror is freaking Tolarian Terror. 6.2. Tragic Banshee is Tragic Banshee. It's not very good, actually. 5 mana for a 5/3 Spirit with Morbid. When it enters, if something died, Well, actually, when it enters, a creature an opponent controls always gets -1/-1, unless a creature died. If a creature died, the creature you're targeting, it's -13, -13. You cast Tragic Slip instead, which is cute on a body, but not amazing, right? 3.7. Treetop Snare Spinner is a very pretty spider. You don't see those every day. 4 mana for a 1/4 spider with reach and death touch. It can block anything and kill it. But it also has 3 mana. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control and activate as a sorcery. Not a terrible mana sink. It's really not a bad mana sink. I like this guy, but he's still just like a 3.84. Tribute to Hunger is 3 mana for an instant. Target opponent sacrifices a creature and you gain life equal to its toughness. Gaining life is kind of fine. And again, I think we have this like life gain control deck that doesn't rely on just creatures and stuff to gain life. Kind of cooking right now. But that said, edicts for 3 mana just aren't typically good. 3.7. That's too high. Trigon Predator is awesome. 3 mana for a 2/3 flying beast. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you can destroy an artifact or enchantment they control. Still a good Magic card, man. Probably not good enough to hit like the baseline I'm trying to hit, but still okay. 4.87. Twin Blade Blessing is awesome. I think this card is quite underrated. It's kind of Embercleave. 3 mana for an aura with flash that enchants a creature. The enchanted creature has double strike out of nowhere for the rest of the game. That's crazy. Triggers Eerie, gives you a 1/1 off your Gremlin Tamer, draws you a card off your Entity Tracker, extra +1/+1 counter off Optimistic Scavenger. That's pretty good when you're giving a creature double strike. This card's great, dude. I really think it is. I think this card is like the finishing move, the flying elbow drop for blue-white enchantments. In the same way Embercleave was the flying elbow drop for, the sharpshooter leg lock for mono red back in the day. I really think this card's better than anyone's given it credit for. It looks unassuming, but one unblocked guy and you lose the game, so good luck with that. I think this card is like a surprise 5.9. Seriously. Twin Blade Paladin is 4 mana for a 3/3 human knight. When you gain life, it gets a +1/+1 counter. Another one of those guys. As long as you have 25 or more life, this thing has double strike. Probably the worst of these creatures that we see in this set. And it's not actually saying much because a lot of them are really good. This one's not that great, man. I'm just going to throw a 3.86 at this. Twin Flame Tyrant is 5 mana for a 3/5 Drago with flying. If a source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent they control, it deals double that damage instead. I actually have some hopes for this. Not necessarily in standard. I think it's a great commander card. Just like Terror of Mount Velis, though, you can push-pull this and something else into play and suddenly deal a babillion damage because this is an effective form of double strike for your creatures. If you get this and Terror of Mount Velis, how much damage are you actually doing? Does anybody want to do that math? Terror of Mount Velis is a 5/5. It'll have double strike. Twin Flame Tyrant is a 3/5. It'll have double strike. They both deal double damage. Terror of Mount Velis should end the game by itself in that situation because it deals 10 double strike damage entirely. So that's really 20 because Twin Flame's in play. So yeah, again, OTK's out the wazoo in this set. But I think this is mostly a commander card. But I'm still going to show it some love for standard and give it a 5.47. I think it could definitely do some stuff. And it's not just creatures that you have. It's like anything that would deal damage. So that's cool. Uncharted Voyage is 4 mana for an instant. Target creature's owner puts it on either on top or bottom of their library, and then you surveil 1. Time ebb effects are okay, especially at instant speed, and Surveil is good gravy, but it's not any more than like a 3. Undying Malice is a black mana for an instant that returns a creature to play after it dies with a +1/+1 counter. This is the Black Savior Guy effect that we're kind of most familiar with. It's stuff just like this for this mana cost, and it's pretty good. So I'm going to give it a 4. Unflinching Courage is Armadillo Cloak. 3 mana, 1 in Selesnya for an aura that enchants a creature. That creature gets +2/+2 and has trample and lifelink. Holy crap. It used to be so much fun to cloak back in the day. Armadillo Cloak and get to roll in bed, just steamrolling people. Unflinching Courage is still a fun card to play. And surprisingly crazy when you actually get it stuck to a guy. It's pretty good, but I'm not going to give it more than like a 4.6. At the end of the day, it's still an aura that you do have to stick, and you don't have the benefit of it having flash or anything like that. But you'll see, if you can't do anything about your opponent's creature that has a courage on it, you'll probably lose the game. You'll see. Unsummon. Good old Unsummon. I was talking about how Cancel's a baseline card, but nowadays baseline cards are better, so Cancel's like a 4, Mind Rot's like a 4 or something. They're not the baselines that they used to be. Unsummon, still a 5 to me, baby. Unsummon's a 5 all day. Into the Flood Maul, I think, is like a better card. So it's like a 5.2. But Unsummon is still surprisingly very good. Crazy good tempo card. It just always will be. Valkyrie's Call, 5 mana for an enchantment. Whenever a non-token, non-angel creature you control dies, return the card to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. It has flying and is an angel in addition to its other types. So kind of a luminous brood moth that's a little bit harder to actually kill. All your dead guys come back as flying men that are slightly larger. And I think that aristocrats might want it, but it costs too much mana. I think there might be some sort of mid-range deck out there that wants it, but it's mana. Again, this looks like more of a commander card to me than anything, but even in standard, I'll give it a 5.29 because I think there might be lines with it. Valorous Stance is Valorous Stance. This is a very good Magic card. This is close to the baseline I want, 5 for Valorous Stance. Vampire Gourmand, better than it looks, right? 2 mana, 1 on a black for a 2/2 vamp. When it attacks, you may sack another creature. If you do, draw a card, and this guy can't be blocked this turn. You have to come down on board presence, which I don't love, but it is a sack outlet that draws you cards for just a couple of mana. I'm telling you, it could be worse, but I'm still just going to give it a 3.76. I don't love having to sack the guy. Vampire Interloper is bad. 2 mana, 2/1 flyer, vamp, can't block, not great, 1.5. Next is Vampire Nighthawk, much better. 3 mana, 2/3 flying, death touch, lifelink, vampire. This is bad. You guys, we get to play this in standard now. It's kind of, I'm not sure that we will, but we get to if we want to, Vampire Nighthawk is a 4.5. Vampire Soulcaller is a 5 mana, 3/2 vampire warlock with flying that can't block. When it enters, return a creature from your yard to your hand. Get a raised dead on a flying body. Good for limited, maybe a little, but not as good as you want it to be. 2.6. Vampiric Rites is somehow in standard. Card's a little bit slow, but wow. A single black mana for an enchantment. Pay 1 on a black and sack a creature to gain a life and draw a card. Well, that's too much mana, but you'd be surprised how often it's okay. Like, you're all right with it, especially... I was saying earlier, there's like a life gain aristocrats deck that's kind of popping off. Like it's both archetypes slammed together. You make them kiss, they have a baby, live happily ever after, buy a house, whatever. So, I think that this works well in that, where it triggers your life gain stuff, but it also helps with your sacrifice plan. So I'll give Vampiric Rites a 4.9. Vanguard Seraph is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/3 Angel Warrior with flying. When you gain life for the first time each turn, surveil 1. Actively kind of not great, 2.5. Vengeful Blood Witch, my favorite card in the whole set. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 1/1 Vamp Warlock. Whenever this or another creature you control dies, an opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. 10. I'm going to give it a 10. It's a meme, but I'm going to give it a 10. If I had to be actually objective on this, though, this card gets a 7.5. This just... is Zulaport Cutthroat? I think it's actually better because I don't know if Zulaport Cutthroat counts itself. I can't remember right now. It's weird that I don't remember that. But I'm having trouble with my brain at the moment. But this is my favorite card in the set. Again, the meme is a 10. The dream is a 10. But the actual score of 7.5, I think it does deserve it, dude. Zula's all opponents. Note, though, that this is technically could be better in standard because this commits a crime. It targets an opponent. That's cute. Venom Connoisseur is 2 mana, 1 on a green for a 2/2 human druid. Whenever another creature you control enters, this guy gains Death Touch till end of turn. If it's the second time this ability is resolved this turn, all creatures you control gain Death Touch till end of turn. Not actually super good. You just want a 2 mana 2/2 Death Touch. You got to work for it. It's not good. 2.3. Vishino Pyromancer. So glad you're back, dude. And it's a lizard, by the way. 2 mana for a 2/1 lizard wizard. When it enters, it deals 2 damage to target player or planeswalker. I know we're all sad about the Vishino going away as a creature type, but right now we have a lizard deck in standard that is aggro and specifically cares about having dealt damage to the opponent that turn. Multiple cards want you to have dealt damage to the opponent that turn to supercharge them. This does that. This was played in aggro last time it was in standard as a 4-of the whole time it was available to play. It looks super unassuming, but it's actually kind of cracked. Like, it's at least cranked if it's not cracked. Somebody went and turned the crank a good bit. Great Magic card. Great for aggro. Going to be really good in lizards, I think, because it helps you count to that 20. Good in burn, by the way. A body that blocks or attacks, but also is a burn spell. If you've never played with this card, you don't know how phenomenally good it is, despite how simple it looks. I'm going to give this card a 6.1. And I mean all of it. I mean every bit of that. Violent Tumor is 4 mana for a 2/2 zombie warlock with Death Touch. When it enters, cast Entomb. Search your library for a card, put it into your yard, shuffle up. Better than it looks, still not actually that great. 4.1. Vivian Reed, old Vivi over here. 5 mana for a 5 loyalty planeswalker. +1, look at the top 4 of your library, get a creature or land, put it in your hand, the rest go on bottom in a random order. -3, destroy an artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Cast Broken Wings. Or -8, you get an emblem with creatures you control, get +2/+2, have vigilance, trample, and indestructible. So if you can have Innkeeper's Talent down, throw her down, go ahead and ultimate her, you win the game, that seems fine. The -3 is really, really, really good. It's the best part of the card. And if you plus her every turn, you get card advantage. Nothing wrong with this Vivian. There is just nothing wrong with this Vivian. 5.1. Vizier of the Menagerie is 4 mana for a 3/4 snake cleric. You may look at the top card of your library anytime and cast creature spells from the top. You can also spend mana of any time to cast said creature spells. So, a Courser of Kruphix that doesn't work with lands but does with creatures, that is technically a more relevant type of card. This card didn't see play in Standard last time it was in Standard, but it did go on to be very expensive until they reprinted it a few times. But it's just really good in Commander. But given the right steez, the right setup, it could be decent Standard. I'm just not seeing it that much. And it's going to feel weird to do this, but mostly because of like stats for the mana cost, not a good rate and all that. I'm going to give this a 4.6. But maybe it can convince me that it's better than that. We'll see. Volley Veteran is 4 mana for a 4/2 Gobbo Warrior. When it enters, it deals damage to target creature an opponent controls equal to the number of goblins you control. It wants to be Flame Tongue Kavu. It is not Flame Tongue Kavu. But it's still all right, you know, for draft or whatever. You'll probably kill something and get a 4/2, and that's good. So play it there, but ultimately, 3.4. Voracious Great Shark is awesome. 5 mana for a 5/4 shark with flash, and when it enters, counter target artifact or creature spell. So they don't get their guy, and you flash in a 5 power guy. They don't get a guy. You get a 5 power guy. Crazy that this really only saw sideboard play last time it was in Standard. I think it's poised to see some play this time, but we'll have to see about it. I'll give it a 5.2. This card is scary. This card is extremely scary. Wardens of the Cycle is not as good. This is 4. I do love the art, by the way. 4 mana, 1 a black and 2 green for a 3/4 elf warlock with Morbid at the beginning of your end step. If a creature died this turn, choose 1, you gain 2 life, or you draw a card and lose a life. You know, a 4 mana thing that can draw you a card every turn is kind of fine, but I think it's really just limited playable. I really do. So, 3.9. Wary Thespian is 2 mana for a 3/1 cat druid. When it enters or dies, surveil 1. Pretty cool, but not amazing. 2.9. Wildborn Preserver is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 elf archer with flash and reach. Whenever another non-human creature you control enters, you can pay X. When you do, put X +1/+1 counters on this creature. So it'll get larger as the game goes on and you keep flashing stuff in. But just a 2 mana 2/2 flash in this color might be good for like Simic Tempo decks or whatever. I've always liked Preserver. 5.07. I think it's slightly more than playable, you know. Wildheart Invoker is 4 mana for a 4/3 elf shaman. Pay 8 and it gets +5/+5, gains trample. Just not very good. 2. Wildwood Scourge is X and a green for a 0/0 Hydra that enters with X +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on another non-Hydra creature you control, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, why not? Goes in the +1/+1 counters decks, but it's actually not that broken. If you've ever actually tried to play with it, it could be better. It really could. I'm still going to give it a 4.4. Wiltleaf Liege, awesome. This is a cool anthem effect for elves too. 1 and 3 Selesnya hybrids for a 4/4 elf knight. Other green creatures you control get +1/+1, and also anthems all your other white creatures. If a spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard this card, put it onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your yard. I've been playing Obstinate Baloth a good bit in a sort of mono green deck. It is crazy against all these discard decks, man. This could potentially be just as good or even better, you know, than Baloth. Amazing in elves decks against those discard decks. Great tool there. So I think this will see play more likely than some of the other 4-drops in elves. Really, I do. I'm going to give it a 5.6. It's a very good little set of abilities. 5.5. Let's go 5.5. Wishclaw Talisman is Wishclaw Talisman. It's good until it's bad, and then it's good again. I'm going to give this a 4.1. It'll do some stuff sometimes. Witness Protection is one of my favorite Magic cards, man. There's really good removal here. This is the blue Swords to Plowshares, and you don't even realize it. 4.8. Youthful Valkyrie is great for all these, Angels decks and stuff that need more than one 2-drop Angel, 2 mana for a 1/3 Angel with flying. Whenever another Angel you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this lady with a cool haircut. 4.9, narrow, but pretty good for the Angels decks, obviously. They need 2-drop Angels. Zetalpa. Is this the last card? It's somehow not. Zetalpa's 8 mana for, not a chroma. It's like as a chroma as it gets without being a chroma. 8 mana for a 4/8 legendary elder dinosaur with flying, double strike, vigilance, trample, and indestructible. 4.1. Zetalpa's here to prove us there are better ways to spend 8 mana. Zimone Paradox Sculptor. There's multiple Z's in this set. 4, 2, and a Simic for a 1/4 legendary human wizard. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. You can also pay green and a blue and tapper to double the number of each kind of counter on 2 target creatures and or artifacts you control. Achievement unlocked if you play this with 9 Lives Familiar. And you can double all of the revival counters on it. That seems cute. But this is also good with an Agatha Soul Cauldron. Passing around that activated ability is sick. But best thing about this is the fact that it gives you really good value the turn it comes into play. 2 +1/+1 counters. And if it survives that turn, it'll get you that value again the next turn and the next turn and the next turn. Kind of reminds me of Sheldred. Except unlike Sheldred, this actually does something the turn it comes into play, where Sheldred really does. So I think this is an underappreciated Simic 3 or 4 drop, but can't be that underappreciated. The card's like $8 to pre-order right now. People know it's D's. I think it's probably looked at as a good commander, all things considered, but I think this could be a good standard card. The only downside is that it dies to a cut down the turn it comes into play, which is bad. That's just bad. But ultimately, I think that there's enough good things about this card that it could be more than playable. 6. And I'm very much tempted to give this card like a 7.5 or something. I really am. I worry that it is that good, but I think it's kept in check by a number of factors. Zombify up next. 4 mana for a sorcery. Get a guy back from your yard to the battlefield. Classic. 4.8. Zolashur is the final card of the night. My God, we made it. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a legendary zombie warlock. 2/2. Ward, pay 2 life. Tap, cast a zombie creature from your yard this turn. You got to have zombos, but if you do, it's pretty damn good. Let's give it a 5.39, everybody. I think she deserves that. Why not? That's the final card, everybody. Let's hit bang. Let's hit stop on the stopwatch. What is it at? 5 hours and something? Almost 5 hours. That was a 4 and a large amount of change hour speed run. This is a 6-hour stream. And that's like the longest I've ever streamed in my life. Oh my freaking God. I cannot wait to see my wife and put food in my stomach. If you're watching on YouTube right now, holy crap, you made it. I don't know how many lunch breaks it took, but you made it. How many drives home it took, but you are actually at the end of the video. Congratulations. That's an achievement in and of itself, to be honest. So thanks for sticking with me if you're watching on YouTube. And if you're watching on Twitch and you've been here the whole time, how? Thanks for that. If you're watching on YouTube, reward me, please, because I will not have a voice tomorrow. It will be, there's no way I will have a throat when I wake up tomorrow. So reward that hard work by checking out the Patreon, patreon.com/SBMTG. $1 a month is all I really ask. It will help a ridiculous amount. Thanks to everyone who has followed and subbed on Twitch. I'll get to you in just a second after I wrap up the YouTube people. Don't worry. If you want to check out Twitch and see things like this live, it's twitch.tv/SBMTGdev. Links to all of these things in the description. And soon coming up, we'll be doing the top 10 reprints, top 10 sleepers, top 25 cards. So there's a lot of Foundations content left to upload. Make sure you sub to the channel, sub to the sandwich, get you some meatballs, and you can get all that stuff in your recommended feed. Speaking of recommended feeds, like the video. It's the button shaped like a thumb that puts it in more recommended feeds, or so I am told, and is more likely to, even if you don't subscribe, put my content in your recommended feed in the future. That sounds like something you'd want. Go ahead and do it. Sorry for the extended YouTube pitch at the end of this. I know you're more than ready to it. I felt your hands on my back this whole time. You were helping me along. I couldn't have done it without your energy. Thank you very much, YouTube people. Twitch people, stand by for just a second. I will get to you, and then we'll end this thing. It's 2 in the morning. I love you all. I do. And I will catch you cats later. I'm Deb from the place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.